Chapter 1151 Shock. Thomas Brady, although in the rugby team, is not a big size. After all, as a quarterback, the requirements for physical fitness are not as exaggerated as a wingback. But even so, he is also a strong man with a height of nearly 1.9 meters and a weight of more than 180 kgs. For such a big man, starting from the spot, accelerating, and finishing 30 yards, the average person would definitely take more than 5 seconds. What's more, he is still a patient who has just completed the heart exchange surgery for 3 months. This alone will test a person's physical fitness very much. A normal athlete, when a sudden eruption starts, his heart will contract rapidly and eject blood outward. This is a very test of the strength of the heart muscle, as well as the toughness and strength of the aortic blood vessels. Therefore, this kind of exercise intensity is a test of the athlete's physical fitness. But looking at Brady just now in this sprint, he didn't seem to be struggling at all, and even after he got up, he made a more than enough expression. It seems that in this sprint just now, he didn't try his best. This makes the fans even happier. Seeing Brady's appearance, he doesn't seem to be a guy who has undergone heart exchange surgery at all. The doctors who were sitting in front of the TV set to find faults were stunned at this time. As doctors, they really know too well that the health condition of the patients in the organ transplant operation last night. According to traditional organ transplant operations, first of all your organs are second-hand. It is also necessary to take anti-ejection drugs for a long time. So the advice of doctors to patients is to avoid any strenuous exercise that will increase the burden on the organs as much as possible. For example, sprint running and violent competitions such as rugby are absolutely not allowed. Moreover, during organ transplant operations, because the links between the transplanted organ and the transplant recipient, that is, the links between blood vessels, nerves, and other tissues, are all sutured afterwards, the intensity is definitely not as good as the original one, so once there is any strenuous exercise or collision, then no one can keep it, whether these stitched parts will break. This is common sense in the medical world, but now it seems that these common sense have been subverted on Brady. You know, he has only finished the operation for 3 months, but now he has actually been alive and well on the court, and even collided many times with those big guys with a physique of more than 200 gin. This Nima, how embarrassing the patients who undergo traditional organ transplant surgery. Those patients who underwent traditional organ transplant surgery after organ transplant surgery last night. Basically, they will be observed in the ICU for 1 to 3 nights. After confirming that there is no danger, they will go back to the general ward for another week. If the hospital bed is tight, you will be asked to be discharged. However, after being discharged from the hospital, you will also be required to enter a special sanatorium. As for who runs the sanatorium, you guessed it. And why would you be admitted to a nursing facility? It's not that the doctor wants to make your money, but if you want the transplanted organ to live longer in your body, if you yourself want to ensure the quality of life, and you have no financial pressure, you can choose to live in. Naturally, doctors will not force every patient after transplantation to live in. After living in this nursing facility, the doctor will allocate the dosage of your anti-ejection drugs based on the data feedback from your body. In order to achieve an optimal balance between the drugs and the load of your internal organs. Therefore, for many organ transplant doctors, the operation is not the most difficult. The best place to show their prowess is the configuration of drugs after surgery, because many anti-ejection drugs are drugs with very serious side effects. If the dose used is slightly too high, it will increase the patient's liver and kidney burden. Over time, the transplanted organ will die prematurely. This is why, after someone has transplanted an organ, the transplanted organ can survive for 20 years. 30 years or even longer. And some people may experience organ necrosis again within 10 years, or even 1 or 2 years. This is reflected in the doctor's skills in dispensing anti-ejection drugs. And this dosage is not simply adjusted according to the medication instructions of the medicine. Rather, the doctor will deploy it according to the patient's individual physical condition, whether there is genetic disease, or underlying disease, as well as height and weight, etc., before deploying it. Therefore, a patient who has undergone traditional organ transplantation has a long recovery period. Generally, it takes 1 year after the operation to be fully recovered, and no other symptoms occur within 3 years. And usually, you must be careful not to go to crowded places as much as possible to avoid colds and keep taking medicine for a long time. Usually eat food but also taboo. It can be said that the quality of life is very average. But you are looking at the lively Brady on the court now. This gap came out immediately. He had a heart-changing operation, and in only 3 months, he was able to collide with a tank weighing more than 200 kilograms on the court. This performance can simply be described as guarding the sky. And after watching Brady's performance, everyone finally believed that Hifang's speech for more than 3 months was really not bragging. This technology is really awesome. This Brady can play, which shows that he really didn't take any anti-ejection drugs. Otherwise, he would not pass the drug test at all. Secondly, this technique of blood vessel suture is really awesome. You must know that the athlete is suddenly exerting force to take it, as if a car slammed on the accelerator. At that moment, the heart will suddenly contract and eject blood. As for the aorta that connects to the heart, the pressure it needs to bear at this moment is quite astonishing. If Hifang's blood vessel suture technique fails, then this aorta may be broken in minutes. The result is that within a minute, Brady will burp on the spot. But look at this guy. He's on a rampage right now on the court, and there are no taboos. Speed up, avoid fouls, and be flexible like a rabbit. Even if the other party bumped him on the ground several times, he seemed to be okay, and soon patted his butt. Look at him like this. It looks like he had just had a heart replacement surgery 3 months ago. This is clearly just 3 months ago. Just cut an appendix. This Nima. It's not just these organ transplant doctors who were stunned by Brady's performance. Those doctors studying sports medicine were even more shocked by Brady's performance at this time. Brady at this time, in their eyes, is simply shocking. Where is this Nima still a human? This is simply God. As doctors who specialize in sports medicine, they really do not know the heart and blood supply of athletes. According to their research, when athletes burst out with all their strength suddenly, the aortic blood vessels that connect the heart need to withstand 4 times the pressure, or even higher. At this time, if the strength and resilience of your heart and blood vessels are not sufficient, your brain will send a signal to stop this process of exerting force and protect yourself. But based on their observations of Brady during this time, this situation did not happen at all. And his performance in the game has been accelerated many times, and he has repeatedly confronted a stronger tank with close muscles. They all seem not to be let down by the wind, and even have a little extra energy, and there is no situation where they can do their best. This shows that this guy's body has completely recovered to health. Even the team doctor of the New England Patriots, after watching Brady's performance at this time, felt that this guy seemed to be stronger than before he was injured, especially in terms of explosive power, confrontation and endurance. This guy's physical fitness actually seems to have exploded for a second time, which is even stronger than before. This is very worth studying. You must know that the athlete's body, at Brady's age, has basically stopped growing. But why has his body changed so much? It must have been the heart exchange surgery, which brought him something. Many doctors think that Brady's case www.mentalnovel.com is worthy of serious study. Other doctors in the field of sports medicine are wondering how to cooperate with Hifang's World New Organ Transplant Research Center, because they have countless athletes plagued by injuries. These athletes, perhaps not like Brady, suffered from serious heart disease. Their diseases are mainly concentrated in the areas of muscle, ligament strain and rupture. In fact, traditional medical methods can also save them. It is nothing more than suturing the broken or torn muscles and ligaments. However, such athletes will rarely be able to recover 100% of their original strength when they return to the game in the future. Just like Ronaldo, a genius alien ruined by injuries. He suffered 2 serious ligament rupture injuries, although he later returned to the game. But after suffering 2 serious injuries, his skill can be restored to 60% of the peak period. When you are in good condition, you can only play 80% of the peak period, but only a few occasions. As for the other talented young people who were torn by muscles and ruined by ligaments, they were countless. And now, after seeing Brady's performance on the court, these sports medicine doctors are planning to go to Hifang's Hus World New Organ Transplant Research Center to study for further studies. On the one hand, what they want to learn is Hifang's Hus vascular suture technique. On the other hand, they want to cooperate with Hifang's Hus team. Since these internal organs can be artificially transplanted, can ligaments and meniscus, which are the most easily worn parts of human beings, also be artificially transplanted? Chapter 1152. I just cheated, dissatisfied. You bite me. The game soon ended, and the New England Patriots relied on Brady's right-wing performance, who appeared in the second half to defeat their opponents at home. And Thomas Brady's performance not only relieved all the fans of the New England Patriots, but also began to applaud the American Golden Boy frantically. The eagle that once thought it was about to fold its wings has now returned, which makes everyone unhappy. Of course, the happiest thing is the reporters. Thomas Brady's performance made them suddenly realize that they have a lot to write about. Even about Thomas' experience, they can make a serial report. If Thomas' future growth meets everyone's expectations, if he can enter the Hall of Fame in the future, then, about his experience, an autobiography can certainly be published, and maybe it can attract Hollywood's attention by then. Therefore, the reporters are all rushing at this time, and the most valuable player of the field, Brady, is out of water. Thomas, how do you feel when you return to the game for the first time? Thomas, tell us about your new heart. Yes, Thomas, does your new heart really need to take anti-rejection drugs? According to statistics, we found that your running distance and confrontation intensity in the second half are much better than before you changed your mind. Can you tell us what is going on? That is, after you changed your heart, is your athletic ability stronger? The reporters are very crazy and very enthusiastic. At this time, Brady seemed to be interested. He took off his shirt directly, revealing the strong muscles of his upper body. If it weren't for a long scar on his chest, it would be really hard to believe that he had undergone heart exchange surgery before. He drew a stroke on the scar on his chest, then smiled and said to the reporters, "You have seen it, this is where I performed the operation. I must explain a little bit to you here. That is, doctor, he has absolutely not lied. I know that since I had a heart exchange surgery, whether it is the medical profession or the general civilian department, I have a lot of doubts about Dr. He. Even, there are a lot of internet mobs who are frantically attacking Dr. He and his team on the internet. I hope you will stop your actions immediately, because I am the best example to illustrate that Dr. He is not a liar. They are the pioneers of human medicine." The reporters at the scene did not expect that the first thing Thomas did was why the arc was justified. In recent months, since Thomas' operation was successful, there has been mixed reputation on the internet about Hifang Zhu and his team's heart exchange surgery and the establishment of a new organ transplant research center. Some people say that Hifang Zhu is the pioneer of human medicine, and they have substituted human medicine into a whole new field. And there are some people who have been probing from various angles, questioning Hifang Zhu and his team. Some of these people, because of Hifang's new technique developed by them, may harm their original vested interests. For example, certain pharmaceutical manufacturers, or medical device manufacturers. There are also people who will turn against each other, just watching China's unhappy spray. As long as Huaga made a little achievement in any field, these gangsters would jump up and down, verbally and verbally. What's more sad is that most of these people are toads from a certain island, and brain herniation from a certain port. These silly pens that have been thoroughly washed away by brainwashing education think that the set of ideas they have accepted is the most advanced, but as everyone knows, they are nothing but cannon fodder for the Westerners. What's more sad is that they usually scold the H country the most. This is also true this time. Hifang's team, although they will post Thomas' recovery on the internet every day. But these guys, almost every day, will come out to discredit. And on the major social media in the West, they jumped up and down crazily, creating topics. And Hefangs' attitude towards these guys is to treat them as clowns, ignore them and turn a blind eye. Because they know that these guys are just like cockroaches. If you care about them, you lose. If you step on them and explode them, you will stick to your worm eggs instead. But Hefangs and the others were very tall, but Thomas Brady couldn't bear the sneer. Hefangs' team can be described as his recreating father and mother. How can he see that group of gangsters discredited Hefangs and them so much? So today after the game, he was the first to stand up and fire the shot. If someone uses my name to discredit Dr. Hefangs' team, I will ask my lawyer to send a lawyer's letter to these sprayers. In addition, I will donate my salary this year and set up a fund to sue those who slander Dr. His team on the internet. So, you guys, be careful. Thomas' speech stunned all the reporters present, and no one thought he would be like this. But the reporters soon became excited, because there are too many topics to be hyped. Thomas, don't you really need to take anti-rejection drugs for life? Yes. No need. Although the operation cost is more expensive, compared with traditional organ transplantation, the biggest advantage of Dr. He's team's innovative operation is that it does not require lifelong medication. So, how do you explain the improvement in your athletic ability? In fact, this is quite normal. When Dr. He and the others sutured my heart and aortic vessels, in order to ensure the strength of the blood vessels, they replaced me with a piece of artificial blood vessel, which was larger than my own blood vessel 1/4. This means that my heart's blood supply capacity is 1/4 stronger than before, so my athletic ability is improved than before. Thomas generously told the secret of his athletic ability improvement. This surprised the reporters who had previously wondered if he had taken medicine. Fuck, it turned out to be like this. God, this is okay. I wanted to chant poems to the world, but I have no literacy, so I can only travel the world. When Thomas said so, everyone really lost their temper. They admit it. Yes, I just cheated. Dissatisfied. You bite me. Because this is a blessing in disguise. Are you dissatisfied? Then you can also go for a heart exchange surgery. Anyway, the cost is not too expensive, just a few million US dollars. Regardless, the biggest winners of today's game are Thomas and the New England Patriots. They have earned enough eyeballs tonight. And Thomas' words made many people, especially many athletes who were seriously injured and likely to retire, suddenly saw hope. The New England Patriots, because of Thomas' strong performance, immediately became a favorite for several years. The stock of the company behind the team went green all the way the next day, rising by more than half in a row. This has made the team's major shareholders happy, especially the team's chairman Shimo. He even called Xiao Feng personally to express his gratitude, and he also expressed the hope that Xiao Feng could help him contact Hefangs. Let me introduce him. He hopes to make friends with Hefangs. He wants to donate a sum of $20 million US to Hefangs' World New Organ Transplant Research Center. Xiao Feng naturally accepted it for Hefangs with a smile. This is the benefit of becoming famous. Once you become famous, that benefit will naturally come. Hefangs is now a celebrity in the global medical field, and countless dignitaries all over the world want to know him. After all, no matter how rich and well-maintained you are, you will inevitably face the problems of birth, old age, sickness and death. With Hefangs' technology, these guys suddenly saw the hope of immortality. The aging of the human body starts from the internal organs. What if you replace all these organs with new ones before they become aging and unusable? 90-year-old man can live another 30 years, right? What's more, there are countless rich people who are more or less plagued by diseases. Hefangs' new technology undoubtedly brought them new hope. So now Hefangs' team is centered. Their surgery appointments have been scheduled for 2 years. Metalnovel.com and Hefangs once said to Xiao Feng that his current idea is to set up the research center as soon as possible, then train more doctors to come out and he must withdraw from the front line as soon as possible. He had already had enough of such a glorious life. He is not a fledgling guy anymore. He has experienced the ups and downs of his life once, so he has been bearish on fame and fortune. What's more, he has now risen from the bottom of the valley and completed a perfect counterattack. But now he just wants to devote all his energy to research and development. Now he has completed the subject of artificial heart. Next, what he wants to accomplish is the research and development of other artificial organs such as artificial liver, artificial lung, and artificial kidney. With the artificial heart technology as the base, coupled with the key raw material provided by Xiao Feng, small molecule collagen cells. He felt that these kinds of public relations for artificial organs should be able to be completed in his lifetime. Now he is not interested in money or anything, he already has a name. With the artificial heart technology, even if he doesn't do anything now, he will win a Nobel Prize in the future. But this didn't satisfy him. What he wanted to do was a celebrity with a long history. He wants to be the Bian Ke of the new era, Huachuo. So his ultimate goal is to become a master of medicine written in textbooks. So now Fang Zhu is very motivated, and he happened to be here in North America recently. But not in the United States, but in Canada. So Xiao Feng called him and invited him over to meet him. And Fang Zhu, for Xiao Feng's invitation, it was naturally responsive. Chapter 1153 Benchmarking the Milan Laboratory. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund account and path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. www.mtlnovel.com. He doesn't have to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1154. Be stronger without being bald. Speaking of the treatment of sports injuries, we have to mention the famous Milan laboratory. The establishment of this laboratory was the earliest. 2000 years. AC Milan that year spent nearly €20 million to bring Redondo from Real Madrid to Milan. It is believed that the midfielder will lead Milan to glory. But the cruel first was to give AC Milan a heavy blow. After the Argentine midfielder arrived in Milan, he did not start the second spring of his career for a long time. On the contrary, because of continuous injuries, he was free from the battle for a long time. Finally, 2 years after joining Milan, he simply announced his retirement. Since then, the boss of AC Milan has given €3 million to the famous Belgian Dr. Meerseman to open a laboratory. Research is specifically aimed at athletes' injuries, and this became the famous Milan laboratory later. With the help of this laboratory, AC Milan also made many very commendable deals in the football circle. For example, at the peak of Ukrainian nuclear warheads, he was sold to Chelsea. After Shevchenko arrived at Chelsea, he did not perform well. On the one hand, he was not acclimatized, and on the other hand, injuries frequently broke out. Later, with the help of this laboratory, AC Milan also bought a lot of good veterans at low prices, such as Seedorf, Costa, Inzaghi and other veterans who have passed their peak age. But it is these veterans that brought Milan 2 Champions Leagues. The extension of their sports life is undoubtedly inseparable from the guidance of the Milan laboratory. However, After the Milan laboratory became famous, they also aroused the coveting of many rich clubs. Many elite experts were later bought by others. This led to the decline of the Milan laboratory's technology, which also caused the decline of the Milan laboratory. And the most typical representative among them is that they think that Kaká's health is not a problem, which led to the excessive use of Kaká by Anzhi. Eventually, it caused an outbreak of Kaká's groin injury. Since then, he has fallen sharply, and quickly slipped from the peak period, dazzling everyone. In addition, Ronaldinho's second knee serious injury resulted in a rupture of the meniscus, which was also related to their advice to the coach to use Ronaldo incorrectly. After the serious knee injury, Ronaldinho bid farewell to Europe and faded out of mainstream football's vision. It can be said that the Milan laboratory is definitely a legend in the field of sports trauma. Although they are now declining, the brilliance they have created with AC Milan will still become a good story in the memory of many fans. The Sports Injury Medical Center that Hifangzu is going to set up this time is still somewhat different from the Milan laboratory. First of all, the main service target of the Milan lab is the AC Milan club, and the Benthan Sports Injury Medical Center they want to establish is to serve athletes all over the world. And unlike the Milan laboratory, the Milan laboratory is mainly to study the physical condition of athletes and give coaches reasonable advice on their use. They did not provide special treatment for athletes suffering from injuries. The sports medical center that Hifangzu wants to set up is different. They mainly focus on sports injuries, muscle tears and fusion, and ligament tears and suturing after rupture, because these are their strengths. In the past 2 decades, the genius athletes who have been ruined due to muscle and ligament injuries are nowhere to be seen. The most famous of these is Kaká. Kaká, who was born in 1982, took the World Footballer in 2007 and reached the peak of his career. Returning to Real Madrid in 2009, it stands to reason that the peak of his career could last for a few years. But because of a strained groin muscle, he has not been able to return to the top after transferring to Real Madrid. Even the opportunity to play is very few, and finally after spending 4 years in Real Madrid, he can only return to Milan. But after returning to Milan, he was no longer useful because of injuries. Finally, I had to leave Milan and go to the United States a year later, and finally ended his career in the United States. It can be said that his career is a tragedy. The groin strain is a kind of injury of a typical muscle strain. This disease has ruined so many talented athletes. After the muscle tear is pulled up, you need to have surgical sutures. Although the operation is not big, the recovery is very fast. But because of professional needs, athletes are likely to strain the muscles here again soon. It can be said that a strained groin is a kind of injury that makes any athlete feel disgusted by the smell. There is also a ligament laceration. Once the ligament is torn, or broken, it requires at least half a year of bed rest, and severe injuries may even take 1 year of training. And this year, the state of athletes has long ceased to exist. And this kind of injury is also very easy to relapse, which greatly affects the athlete's state. Among the athletes ruined by this kind of injury, the most famous is Ronaldo. The reason for this is that modern doctors can only use sutures for such operations. But Hifangzu and the others have made new breakthroughs in this field. When they are performing surgery, they can not only perform sutures. After stitching, they will apply a newly developed gel to the wound. This gel not only stops bleeding, but also prevents adhesions between the affected area and other muscle tissues. It can also ensure the rapid recovery of the affected area, and ensure that the strength after recovery is stronger than before. If the strength of the muscles or ligaments in the past is grade A, and the muscles and ligaments reattached using this suture and gel technique, the strength is AAA+. Ordinary stitching uses thread, and they are equivalent to stitching with iron chains here. This strength is naturally different. This is why the blood vessels we sutured can be guaranteed to withstand stronger pressure. It is also the main reason why Brady can return to the game smoothly. At this time, Hifangzu would naturally not miss the opportunity to advertise. I introduced their suture technique and the new drugs used in front of the reporters, and this immediately caused a sensation among the reporters. When these reporters came before They came to see if Brady was cheating, and now Hifang Zhu explained to them the principle of why Brady became stronger. These reporters were immediately excited, even if they were medical laymen, but after listening to Hifang Zhu's explanation, they also know that a new chapter in sports medicine has arrived. In the past, those injuries that made the athletes fascinated by the smell of it were nothing in front of the Binching Sports Medical Center that Hifang Zhu was going to set up, and there is such a live advertisement of Brady here. I am afraid that as soon as other hospitals are listed, they will be overwhelmed by athletes who are plagued by injuries. After all, for example, under traditional therapy, if your ligaments are torn, you also need to stay in bed for half a year, recover for half a year, and then you can return to the game after a year. And even if you can go from the meeting arena, because of the fragile ligaments, you dare not do anything unbridled. You may be able to restore your skill to the 7th level of the peak period. But if you go to Hifang Zhu's Benthan Sports Medical Center, you can get out of bed in 1 month and return to the game in 3 months. And you not only get 100% recovery from the ligament injury, but you can even get a strengthened ligament. This allows you not only to restore your skill to 100%, but possibly even to 120%. In this way, let alone those athletes who are plagued by injuries, their hospital will be overwhelmed. Even those athletes who haven't been injured will have to use their brains, thinking about living in, and then getting a strengthened ligament. Therefore, Hifang Zhu's Sports Medicine Center was already on fire before it opened. His reporter interview that day was broadcast on TV. There are countless athletes who have come forward to express their views, such as Brady, who is now in a mess. I was the first to stand up and say, I am willing to donate $20 million to the Doctors Sports Medicine Center. Then there is the American NBA superstar Zion Lattin. I am also willing to why the doctor donated $20 million www.mentalnovel.com. Then the former famous star Ronaldo also stepped forward. I am willing to donate $20 million to this hospital, and I am willing to be their first patient. Everyone knows that my ligaments are scarred. Because of the fragile knees and ligaments, I can't play football at all, even if it's not a fierce field. Once I get on the court, I feel like a certain part of my body will be broken, so I hope Doctor he can replace 2 new ligaments. Ronaldo's words made countless middle-aged people who fell in love with football through him cry. This is the alien of the year. Who would have thought that he would be shot down by injuries? All the sports stars suffering from injuries have come out to express their views, and everyone is willing to donate to Dr. He's hospital. After all, the appearance of this hospital means hope for them. As an athlete, it is inevitable to suffer from injuries, but no one wants to ruin their career because of an injury. The emergence of this medical center is a guarantee for them, because this medical center can not only save them from muscle and ligament injuries, but also make them stronger without being bald. For this reason alone, this hospital is worthy of them opening their wallets to donate to him. So when Hifang Zhu was still on the plane to San Francisco, his team account had nearly 100 million more donations from sports stars from all over the world. At this time, Hifang Zhu and his team had never thought of it. It seems that everyone is looking forward to becoming stronger without being bald. Hifang Zhu naturally didn't intend to disappoint them. Chapter 1155 The new sign of Huago technology. Because the various scientific research projects he wants to carry out in the next period of time are too costly, so this money will naturally be earned back from these rich patients and rich athletes. After all, it's so easy for these athletes to make money. They can make tens of millions in a year, and a good body is their capital to make more money. So if Hifang Zhu spends some money here, they must be willing to do so. Moreover, Hifang Zhu wants to set up this sports medicine center to make up for the shortcomings in the country, because our country is really too backward in the field of sports medicine. If we talk about the field of traditional medicine, we still don't lose too much to our foreign counterparts. At most we are just a little bit close in the field of innovation. But in the field of sports medicine, we are really much worse than others. The advanced field of sports medicine abroad is far more than just stitching muscles and ligaments. It also involves sports nutrition, and many other complex scientific knowledge. For example, the Milan laboratory in those days suggested to Maldini that he should eat fish at least twice a week. After hearing this, many people may think whether the doctor has a brain problem. A football player, you still take care of people eating and drinking, Lazarus. But the fact is that Maldini executed the doctor's request, and it turned out that he was rarely injured, and he played until the age of 40. Another typical example is Messi. When Guibold was in charge of Barcelona, he took great care of Messi and even imposed very strict requirements on his diet. Let him eat fish every day for dinner. Messi, who had just become famous at the time, hadn't had the confidence to fight the bald melon, so he executed it obediently. So there was Messi, who was crazy in those few years. People blocked killing, Buddha blocked and killed Buddha, and there was no one in the court. However, after winning the Grand Slam, Messi was a bit fluttered. He really can't stand eating fish every day. He was born in Argentina and he prefers beef. So I started to eat beef without being disciplined, and even quarreled with melon baldness because of diet problems. Guibold knew that the team was no longer in charge, so he chose the Rapids to retreat. And after Guibold left, Messi, who let himself go, was singing every night, choosing his favorite roast beef for dinner every day. As a result, in the season after the baldness, he suffered several injuries and his condition began to decline. It wasn't until later that he picked up the recipe left for him by melon baldness, and then he started to regain his state. It can be seen that sports medicine is not just a simple clinical subject, but also involves many complex subjects such as nutrition. In this regard, our country has always been very weak. For example, the athletes in our country seem to eat well, and there is no shortage of all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, beef and mutton. But in fact, our cooking techniques and nutritional configuration are far worse than others. To make a digression, when the national team entered the World Cup in 2002, if it weren't for Miller's team of nutritionists, the veterans of the Football Association didn't even know that the football team had to be equipped with a team of nutritionists and a team of physical training. There was also a famous joke at the time that after Milieu took over the team, he did a comprehensive physical examination of the players. The result of the physical examination was that the defender at the time had a severe calcium deficiency, which made the head very confused. And his physical fitness was not bad. There are 8-pack cubs. Why is it lack of calcium? As a result, other people's nutrition is the advice given to him by the team, which is to drink milk every day to supplement calcium. Before that, he didn't know that drinking milk can supplement calcium. This shows how lack of sports medicine and nutrition in our country. Let's talk a little bit off topic. Why do our country's players have such a poor confrontation ability on the football field? With the same height and weight, our players' ability to compete is not as good as Korean players, and compared with European and American players. Not to mention, there is also why our players are all prone to injury, and their careers and peak periods are very short. A very important point here is the gap in nutrition. First, you go to the European club to see what they eat. A lot of chicken, beef, fish, and most of them are made by roasting. Although the taste is a bit poor, it is definitely high in protein and easy to absorb. And how do we make food for athletes? Fried, fried, fried. It looks like a lot of tricks, but each one cannot do without a lot of oil. Ordinary people have no problem eating, but athletes are engaged in high confrontation industries. The same weight, who has a low body fat rate, has more strength and stronger resistance. The athlete's meal that others eat is unpalatable, but has low fat content and is easy to absorb, so they don't need much training to keep their body fat low. And our athletes, because of the high fat content of the food they eat, in order to achieve the same low body fat content as others, you must increase the amount of exercise, and increasing the amount of exercise for a long time will lead to excessive muscle fatigue and excessive strain on the ligaments. When I came to the game like this, there was nothing at the beginning, but it was a 10-minute game, and after 70 minutes, our players lost energy due to high muscle fatigue, and Korean athletes can still walk fast at this time. So in the back, you can't keep up with the rhythm of others at all. Moreover, national training will cause ligaments and muscles to overwork, and you will be easily injured during the game. Easy to get injured. Over time you will develop a vulnerable physique and become a so-called glass man, so your career and peak period will naturally be shorter than others. This is the gap between our domestic competitive sports and others. If you don't believe me, just go to our athletes' restaurant. There are a lot of chicken, duck, beef and mutton, but you are looking at how much vegetable soup there is in those dishes and how much oil is in the vegetable soup. You can understand what the gap lies when you look at the far mobilization meals of other people in Europe and the United States. In these seemingly small details, but the accumulation of time can bring huge gaps. And Hifang Zhu wants to build such a sports medicine center this time. In fact, the purpose is to promote the all-round development of sports medicine and nutrition in China. We must change the backwardness of sports medicine and nutrition in our country. The opening of this medical center has another purpose, and that is to bring in world-class sports nutrition experts, as well as physical training experts. It is necessary to absorb the thoughts of these people, and then integrate them together to form a set of sports medicine, nutrition and training theories suitable for our country. From the root, improve the physical fitness of our country athletes, so that the coach will not be able to practice. In the end, the very talented seedling was abruptly ruined by the coaches who didn't understand the fart. After Hifang Zhu landed, he was picked up by a car sent by Xiao Feng. He was taken directly to Helen's winery, and Xiao Feng laughed and gave him a warm hug. Hifang Zhu in the recent period of time has really made a lot of face for us Chinese. Speaking of modern times, the scientific contribution of Chinese people to modern society is really not much. In this society, you go up to the satellites in the sky, and down to the needles and brains you use. It can be said that more than 90% of modern products come from Western civilization. Apart from the 4 great inventions, our Chinese civilization has made very few direct scientific contributions. The emergence of the Hifang Zhu team has set off a new chapter in the reform of traditional medicine in this era. With the emergence of their human organ cultivation technology, the traditional treatment methods for many diseases will be swept into the historical garbage dump, especially in the field of clinical surgery. They used to face all kinds of diseases, that is, they must cut everything, and where they are broken. But since the emergence of Hifang Zhu and their technology, the clinical surgeon's diagnosis and treatment plans will change from where they are broken. So Hifang Zhu has now become the new sign of Huago technology. As a doctor, The Lancet did a special topic for him, and the front page showed his photos. This is simply a precedent in history. Such a person, Xiao Feng naturally wanted to take him seriously, even though Hifang Zhu was held in one hand. But the respect that should be given is still to be given. And Hifang Zhu was also a little flattered at Xiao Feng's enthusiasm, how he turned over and achieved today's achievements. He himself knows best. It can be said that without Xiao Feng, there would be no him today. Therefore, he always held a grateful attitude towards Xiao Feng. And what Xiao Feng asked him to talk about today was about the upcoming World New Organ Transplant Research Center. This research center www.mtlnovel.com will have you in charge, and I will give you 5% of the shares. The 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital have to hold 51% of the shares in this research center. I will allocate the remaining shares according to the situation. What do you think? Although this research center was established on the initiative of the state, and the state will successively allocate funds to it, but these funds are invested in the form of sponsorship, and the above did not intend to take shares in this research center from the beginning. Because this center will accept many donations from abroad, the amount is in the hundreds of millions, and most of them are in US dollars. This is too scary. At the very beginning, many people thought of gilding in this research center, but when the resume was handed over, Hifang Zhu threw it into the trash can. What these guys are here for, Hifang Zhu can tell at a glance. and he also has resentment towards those people. Oh, when I was besieged by these guys from the West before, you didn't say anything. And there were even some people who followed and fell into trouble. Now that my research has yielded results, you are going to pick beaches. I can go to Nima. They all get far away from me. No one can come. I have to agree to it. If this is changed to another person, he really can't tolerate his attitude, but he really loses his temper when he meets He Fangzu. Indeed, there were some things they couldn't do before. At this time, they were obviously suspected of picking beaches. And those people sharpened their heads and thought about what was going on in this center. Everyone could guess with their butts. Chapter 1156. With core technology, you can do whatever you want. If this group of guys really join this research center, it is estimated that within a few days they will be able to make it a mess. You let those guys do scientific research, they don't have that great ability. But if you let them find a way to put funds into their own pockets, or play for power, then these guys must be the best. The people above are not confused, they all know the virtues of the helper guy. In addition, He Fangzu did not let go of his mouth, so he also extinguished the meaning of entering and occupying shares. Anyway, as long as this institution is on the land of country H, that's fine, because they have also seen that the most important role of this institution is to train doctors in the country. At the same time, the medical concept of the new era led by Dr. He Fangzu is spread. As long as you follow this advanced concept, you can't go wrong. Moreover, in the end, talent is the most important thing. If He Fangzu is really annoyed by this incident, it will not be worth the loss. Where are you going to be a VIP with this kind of technology? With He Fangzu's status today, as long as he comes out and shouts, I think of the foreign interval laboratory. I am afraid that countless countries will directly send the green card, and then voluntarily give him a laboratory for nothing. So the people above also understand that the most important thing about this laboratory is the attitude of He Fangzu. So I originally planned to invest in the shares. But after thinking about it, I just invested it in the form of sponsorship and training fees. And those foreign capitals are the same. Xiao Feng and He Fangzu are also very strict with these foreign capital cards. You want to donate, that's okay, but if you say you want to invest, haha, forget it. We are not short of money here. So until now, the shares of the World New Organ Transplant Research Center are basically in the hands of Xiao Feng and He Fangzu. Xiao Feng gave He Fangzu 5% of the shares, which may not seem to be much, but in fact it is not a lot. This is because even if the construction of this enterprise has not yet been completed, the donations from all parties alone now amount to $5.6 billion US. Once various operations are carried out in the later period, and once technical training begins, money will continue to flow in. And when the research and development of other organ transplant technologies mature, then this research center will only make more money. When the time comes, He Fangzu's strength of these shares will be worth hundreds of millions, or even billions of units, or US dollars. Therefore, He Fangzu has no opinion on Xiao Feng's share allocation, because he also knew that his scientific research results were actually given to him by the laboratory behind Xiao Feng. Without the ultimate materials provided by the laboratory behind Xiao Feng, he would not be able to develop an artificial heart at all, especially the pacing fluid used in the artificial heart. That is the key in the key. And he was just someone who pushed down the front desk, so if they gave him this 5% of the shares, he was already content. Xiao Feng's plan is to have the remaining 44% of the shares. He will look for opportunities and give it to some valuable people. He has founded so many companies, but they are basically in the state of exclusive holdings. To put it bluntly, they are eating alone. This has long made countless capitals jealous. Although he is very strong, he still has to leave a mouthful of food. This research center, in fact, is not the core industry of the future. The ultimate goal of this research center is actually to formulate new guidelines for organ transplant surgery under He Fangzu's leadership. To put it bluntly, It is to formulate technical standards in the field of surgery and organ transplantation in the future. The real core technology is actually how to use 3D printing technology, and the small molecule collagen and stem cells it can provide to make various artificial organs, and various medicines that make these artificial organs fit smoothly with the human body. This is the key core technology. And these technologies, he never planned to put them in this research institute. He intends to integrate these technologies into the 9th laboratory. In this way, anyone who learns He-Fang's techniques in the future will return to their original hospital when they want to carry out this kind of organ transplant operation. For example, you have to order from the 9th laboratory. As for the 9th laboratory, he has always been firmly in his palm, and has never planned to go public. In this day and age, after watching the business game again and again, he can be considered to have seen through. Only if you master the core technology can you do whatever you want. Otherwise, look at the tragic situation of Warwick being sanctioned by the Americans recently. Although it is still able to survive, the living environment and state of the enterprise are extremely bad compared to more than a year ago. And now the Americans have completely removed the mask of hypocrisy, and will impose a chip embargo on China at every turn. And if they punish the Huago company. So early on, Xiao Feng understood a truth. Science does not have national boundaries, but scientists and companies have national boundaries. So don't look at the US sanctions against Chinese companies. The sanctions are happy. However, few dared to clamor to impose sanctions on the 9th laboratory. There have also been brain-disabled people who called out to impose sanctions on the 9th laboratory. But these senators only proposed a motion, and they were sprayed blood. Even many Americans know that Vogelin, the second largest chain drugstore in the United States, has a Chinese background. But so what? Could it be that they dare to sanction Vogelin unless they don't want to buy the products of the 9th lab? In this era of severe epidemics, the healthcare products of the 9th laboratory are special medicines that doctors named and can effectively enhance human immunity in a short period of time, thereby achieving the purpose of fighting the virus. These Americans are patriotic. Will they still have trouble with their own lives? So this is the benefit of having technology. So recently Xiao Feng has also clarified his thoughts on running the enterprise in the future. If you have core technology, you must be 100% in your own hands, and you will never put it on the market. However, sometimes it is necessary to share a little benefit and give those thirsty capital to distract them. For example, the Penglai Pavilion online consultation app that he and Wang Gongcai worked together. In this mobile app, the two of them together accounted for 30% of the shares, and the other 70% were distributed. And now this app has completed the B round of financing in China, and its valuation has exceeded 100 billion. That's right, a consultation platform is now valued at more than 100 billion yuan. Because he did solve a lot of pain points between doctors and patients. According to Wang Gongcai's estimation, after the C round and D rounds of financing of this app in the future, the market value before listing may exceed 500 billion. After all, the domestic pharmaceutical market is really too big. And the higher the valuation, the benefit of those who hold shares. When they benefited, they naturally calmed down their anger. However, Xiao Feng didn't plan to eat alone when he set up the research center this time. Anyway, it doesn't involve core technology. If the profit is divided, it will be divided. He doesn't care. In addition, Benching Medical College has contacted President Guan recently, hoping that you can go to their school to open up new teaching subjects. This year their application to upgrade to a 211 university has been approved. The province and the city are very optimistic about this university and attach great importance to it. Their principal and General Guan said that if you can bring the team to join, they are willing to provide you with the best conditions and scientific research environment. Moreover, as long as you join, this school will be able to participate in the double first class in a few years. This is a good thing. I hope you can think about it. Xiao Feng talked about Binching Medical College, which has been cooperating with the 9th laboratory for a long time. Originally, This medical school was an ordinary second medical college. Since the cooperation with Sunshine Hospital, the Burns and Scalds majors and the medical aesthetics majors opened up immediately became the trump card majors of this school. In recent years, as the Sunshine Hospital has gained a reputation in China, this school has also risen among its peers. In addition, the scores of enrollment have been rising year after year, and the two majors of Burns and medical aesthetics are second to none in the country. Last year, the school applied to be upgraded to a 211 college, and it passed the review smoothly. And now the school is even more ambitious and wants to go further. The timing of He Fangzhu's appearance is really great. If He Fangzhu's team can be recruited into the school, then the principal will be even more certain. A few years later, he will upgrade the school to a double first-class ace medical school. MTLnovel.com and He Fangzhu is naturally pleased with this request. Yes, in fact, his medical team now has many students recruited from Benching Medical College. These students may not be as talented as the other 985 students in medical universities, but after a period of contact, he found that these students are very diligent, practical, and are very serious and appropriate to do basic research. Compared with those students from famous medical universities like Xi, Kilu, Xiangya, and Xikuan, the students here are more practical and less impetuous. In fact, he has received many invitations from other universities recently to become a professor. But he didn't want to go, because he knew that if he went to another school, he would most likely face things like fighting for power, grabbing funds, and so on. Because those well-known medical schools all have their own majors that they are best at, and there are also strong players and many experts. Why should bow to you, a new foreigner? But if you join Benching Medical College, it will be different. The university here would definitely agree that he opened up a new subject. This is equivalent to allowing him to start his own school and create his own line. The most important thing is that this is Benching, the home where he got up from scratch. He has regarded this city as his home. He is very comfortable here. He doesn't want to move anymore. Okay, no problem. He Fangzhu almost didn't think much, so he agreed to Xiao Feng's request. After hearing these words, Xiao Feng was also relieved that Benching Medical College was destined to be the cradle of recruiting talents for his 9th laboratory in the future. He naturally hopes that this school will get better and better. Chapter 1157 Surgery 2. I talked with He Fangzhu for a while, and finally finalized the construction standards of the world's new organ transplantation research center and the sports medical center. Site selection, as well as personnel recruitment, investment, and future scientific research directions, and business strategies. After all these talks, it was already dark. Xiao Feng directly let someone prepare dinner and entertained He Fangzhu for a barbecue dinner at home. The barbecue at this time was not simple. There were not only veal, but also tuna steak, king crab, and specially developed turkey from the copper country. This meal was enjoyed by the guests and the host, and then Xiao Feng directly arranged for He Fangzhu to stay in the winery. Anyway, the place in the winery is very big, and there are several villas alone. In the accident of self-occupation, there are 2 or 3 buildings used to entertain guests. It just so happened that He Fangzhu and his team could live there. The reason why He Fangzhu wants to live here is because they will attend a reception together the next day. The host of this reception is the New England Patriots, as well as Wells Fargo's major shareholder A. Shimo. This old guy is still relatives with Pompeo's wife. Pompeo's wife's family is also a major shareholder of Wells Fargo Bank. And this Shimo has another identity, that is, one of the major shareholders of the California Consortium. And he is also a major shareholder of NBC. This is also why in the recent period of time, every time there is a TV station like Fox Channel, or Fox Channel, jumping out to attack Vogelin's Chinese capital background, NBC would jump out and fight against them, or they would say that they have delusions of persecution, are fed up, and promote the Cold War mentality all day long. Either it is to make some other eye-catching news come out to ditch the attention of the two extremely anti-China TV stations. Anyway, recently this TV station has contributed a lot to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng naturally knew that it was Liu Shimo showing his favor, and Liu Shimo did this entirely because He Fangzhou saved his trump card, Thomas Brady. You know Thomas Brady before, but he advocated the introduction to the New England Patriots, and also formulated a plan to build a team with Brady as the core. For this plan, they have sent away at least 3 Hall of Fame players, and also signed a few other stars before spending a lot of money. If Brady is scrapped, then the hundreds of millions that they invested before and after have to be voided. And that was when the conflict between him and the other shareholders of the New England Patriots was the most intense. Now that he has won the bet, Brady is back on the court. The holding company of the New England Patriots has skyrocketed in value on the stock market. And he also completely controlled the team, and the shareholders who used to sing against him in the past were swept out by him. Now this team, he has the final say. Finally got what he wanted and put a team with a market value of several billion in his pocket. How can Liu Shimo not thank Xiao Feng and He Fangzhou? What's more, the emergence of He Fangzhou and the new technologies he developed have shown a tendency to subvert the field of traditional medicine. A wealthy man like Liu Shimo naturally knows when to increase investment in emerging powers. After all, the richer and the more afraid of death, everyone will have a day of birth, old age, sickness and death. When that time comes, they naturally hope that the world's top doctors will be able to serve them at any time. Therefore, investing in He Fangzhou at this time is naturally a normal choice. Therefore, from a few days ago, Liu Shimo kept asking Xiao Feng when he called He Fangzhou to the United States, especially here on the West Coast. When He Fangzhou came last time, he was just a bad doctor who was unknown and even notorious. At that time, Liu Shimo, and other rich people on the West Coast, naturally did not want to pay him attention. But now He Fangzhou has stepped onto the altar and became the first person to establish a school in the new medical field. These wealthy people naturally want to get acquainted with this superstar in the medical world who has suddenly risen like a comet. So Liu Shimo has been asking Xiao Feng for the past few days, when will He Fangzhou come to California? Finally today He Fangzhou came to California. Xiao Feng also notified Liu Shimo, and as a result Liu Shimo immediately arranged a reception for his subordinates. This time it's not only for him, but also other California rich, and even several states near California. For example, the wealthy of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Utah, Arizona, and other western states have also heard the news. They all plan to attend this reception, and get ready to get to know Dr. He Fangzhou. After all, recently, everyone has heard the cocoon coming just by listening to the name He Fangzhou on TV. Moreover, the evaluation of He Fangzhou by various experts on TV is almost 80% positive. Only some experts whose self-interest has been impaired will make some sour lemon remarks on TV. But no matter what they say, one thing is certain. That is, they absolutely dare not deny He Fangzhou's medical skills and the innovative directions in the new medical field he brought about. Because He Fangzhou's medical philosophy is equivalent to directly raising the level of surgery. If it is said that the previous surgical operations, especially for internal organs, it is all kinds of repairs, cuts and reductions. This can be regarded as the 1.0 era of surgery. And He Fangzhou's medical philosophy directly promoted surgery to the 2.0 era. After entering this era, surgeons no longer need to sew and repair internal organs. If there is a problem, just replace it with a new one. On the one hand, it greatly reduces the difficulty of surgery. On the other hand, it greatly improves the survival rate of patients and the quality of life after surgery. Therefore, for such a grand master who pioneered the era, these rich men are naturally willing to make acquaintances. Most of them have the same idea as Liu Shimo, that is, donating money to Hifangzu. When I am in trouble in the future, I will be able to take the lead in enjoying the top-level services of Dr. Hifangzu's team. So when Shimo let out the news that he would hold a cocktail party, this time something different from the past happened. In the past, he was asked to call and invite his wealthy and dignitaries to come to the reception. Even so, some people may not necessarily save face. After all, they may have arranged other itineraries and are unwilling to change them. But this time is different. When everyone heard that Dr. Hifangzu would be the protagonist of this meeting, it immediately became, everyone took the initiative to call Shimo and asked to participate in this cocktail party. Originally, Elmo planned to hold this cocktail party in a hotel in San Francisco, but then more and more people signed up. He had to put the place where the reception was held in a winery in his Napa Valley. The number of participants originally planned was more than 100 people, but in the end, more than 500 people signed up. In the end, Shimo made a statement altogether. This reception will be self-funded, and the registration fee will be $10,000. All the ticket income from this reception will be donated to Dr. He's World New Organ Transplant Research Center. Seeing Shimo's actions, Xiao Feng had to sigh that this old man was smart enough. In this way, not only has he reduced the cost of holding a cocktail party, but he has also gained a reputation in front of Hifangzu. No wonder people can become billionaires, they are really ghosts and ghosts. At noon the next day, Xiao Feng and Helen set off with Hifangzu's team, a total of 6 vehicles. Shimo's winery and Helen's winery were not far away, and it only took about half an hour to drive. When they arrived at Shimo's winery, there were already VIP guests here. When they got off the car, Hifangzu immediately became the center of the reception. Shimo gave him a look, and then first took Hifangzu into the villa and introduced him. Xiao Feng naturally wouldn't take a bit of a taste for this. It's a little bit loc, but it fits his meaning better. Anyway, he is not a pushy person. When he and Helen entered the lobby of the villa together, he saw Hifangzu had become the focus of the whole room. There were a dozen old men and old ladies around him, and Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com was enthusiastically asking him questions. Obviously, these old guys either have something wrong with their own body, or they have something wrong with their family's body. At this time, when I saw the master of the new medical field, I naturally had to help myself or my family to ask questions. And Hifangzu smiled and answered them patiently. No way. Although he is a doctor, even when it comes to social occasions like cocktail parties, in fact, the most common questions people ask him are all kinds of questions about illness. At this time, Shimo had already done everything he should do, and that was to introduce Hifangzu to those rich friends. And he finally withdrew from the crowd and came to Xiao Feng's body. Haha. Today seems destined to be a harvest banquet for Dr. He. It looks like it is. How much do you think he can earn from this banquet? Xiao Feng smiled and said. Shimo frowned and then loosened it again. Well, it is estimated that I can receive more than $200 million in donations. After all, I plan to donate $20 million. Other rich people will definitely donate more. Later, Mr. Damon and some of the rich people in Silicon Valley will also come over. Those guys are very embarrassed. Xiao Feng also tasted secretly after hearing Shimo's words. It's really generous. With this money, Hifangzu can flex his muscles. And he can also appropriately reduce the R&D investment on Hifangzu. And more people will donate to Hifangzu in the future. His World New Organ Transplant Research Center will definitely be the owner of the money in the future. Okay, friends from other shops are almost there. Let's go back and meet up. Well, it's good. After all, it's not good for people to wait for a long time. Chapter 1158 Hard Game. In fact, this time Xiao Feng brought Hifangzu to the reception for another purpose. That is to meet with representatives of some large pharmaceutical factories in the world to discuss business. These pharmaceutical factories are now Hifangzu's licking dogs. or in other words, they all ask for Fangzhou, and Xiao Feng believes that this is a very good time to negotiate with them. Any one of these pharmaceutical companies is well known in the world. Roche, AstraZeneca, Bayer, Novartis, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, etc. are all here. If it was before, even if Xiao Feng wanted to see so many representatives at once, it would not be so easy. After all, if these giants in the pharmaceutical industry picked one randomly, their net worth was not much lower than Xiao Feng. So it is not so easy to meet with them or even start negotiations. Vogelin under Xiao Feng's name had already contacted them several times. However, the progress of the negotiations can be said to have not been particularly smooth. Except for some pharmaceutical companies that have cooperated in the past, such as Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson in the United States, and other pharmaceutical companies in Switzerland and Germany, they are not so easy to talk about. The reason why Vogelin contacted them was naturally to obtain prescription agency rights for some of their exclusive drugs. In the past, Vogelin had more than 9,000 stores at its peak, while their rival CVS had more than 12,000 stores in the United States. But at that time, Vogelin was still able to overwhelm CVS and became the #1 chain pharmacy industry in the United States. It depends on two aspects. On the one hand, Vogelin is mainly rooted in the middle class and rich areas of the United States, where consumers have relatively strong spending power. On the other hand, it is because Vogelin holds the right to prescribe a large number of drugs. The medical system in the US is different from that in China. They are patients who go to the hospital to see a doctor, and then the doctor prescribes it. The patient took a prescription and went to an outside pharmacy to buy medicine. The hospital did not sell medicine except during the operation and emergency treatment. This will better ensure that the hospital is operating in a cleaner operation. Most of the drugs sold in pharmacies are prescription drugs. These drugs are often specifically targeted at certain diseases and are relatively widespread. As a chain pharmacy, whoever has the control will prescribe more drugs, so whoever can naturally occupy more of the market. And Vogelin undoubtedly did the best in this regard a few years ago. At the peak, they once occupied 31% of the right to sell prescription drugs in the US market. However, in recent years, as many of their prescription drug patents have expired, various generic drugs have begun to seize the market. And because of the debt crisis, their cooperation with many pharmaceutical companies was terminated early. This caused them to lose a lot of prescription drug rights when Xiao Feng took over Vogelin. The number of prescription drugs in their control on the market has dropped to 19%. On the contrary, their opponent CVS, at this time, has the right to prescribe drugs, which has risen to 27%. However, after Xiao Feng took over the Vogelin chain pharmacy, with the authorization of the 9th laboratory, Vogelin became the only pharmacy in the United States that can officially sell cosmetics and healthcare products of the 9th laboratory. This has brought a huge flow of people to Vogelin, and the Juice King coffee, which is now very popular in the United States, has also joined Vogelin's chain. This has brought huge flows to Vogelin. With these flows, Vogelin's cash flow has improved significantly. Moreover, Xiao Feng has already helped them repay most of the bank's debts. So Vogelin has only changed hands for 3 months, and their latest quarterly financial report shows that they have begun to turn losses into profits. And now Vogelin's boss Helen also participated in this meeting. Participants were not only representatives of Xiao Feng and Vogelin, but also representatives from the Huago Neptunus chain pharmacy. This was also what Xiao Feng greeted Lord Wan and asked him to hitchhike. In fact, Mr. Wan originally advocated the acquisition of Vogelin, and the reason why he wanted to purchase Vogelin. In fact, I want to contact those pharmaceutical companies through Vogelin, and then get some cheap medicines from these world giants. After getting these special medicines for certain diseases, their Heiwang pharmacy can quickly gain a reputation and gain a firm foothold in the market. If not, it would be really difficult for a chain pharmacy to win the competition. In the domestic chain pharmacy industry, Except for the National University with a state-owned background, other chain pharmacies are basically local in nature. In the same province or even in the same city, there will be a chain pharmacy of its own brand. It is really difficult for chain pharmacies of private capital to open all over the country. On the one hand, it is because of local protection policies, and on the other hand, it is because of the channels through which drugs are purchased. Many local pharmacies are actually local pharmacies behind them. The reason why the Seaking owned by Prince One can spread across the country is based on their previous real estate business. Their commercial real estate was originally a famous brand in the real estate industry. This provides him with a place to open a store, and never worry about running out of traffic. In this way, he can easily open chain pharmacies all over the country, but opening a store means opening a store. If you want to gain a foothold in the fierce competition, that is the time to really test your skills. To this end, Mr. One also bought several pharmaceutical companies specifically to produce broad-spectrum drugs for his chain pharmacies. On the one hand, it is to avoid being stuck by the pharmaceutical company, and on the other hand, it is to reduce costs. But even so, his Neptune pharmacy still does not have much advantage. In this way, he put his idea on the special medicines sold by many foreign pharmaceutical companies. These drugs, such as Iessa, a specific drug developed specifically for lung cancer by British Estradiol. The drug sold a total of about 10 billion globally last year, and country H contributed 20% of the market, about 2 billion. The thing is that a 250 milligrams preparation of this medicine is only sold for $10.3 in the United States, while in H country, you have to buy 500 yuan soft sister coins. There is also Tasva, a commonly used renal cell cancer drug produced by Roche Pharmaceuticals, which sells for 600 yuan in the United States, but as high as 650 in China. This is fair. The most thing is the drugs of European pharmaceutical companies. For example, Bayer has developed a special drug for leukemia, Nexavar, which sells for 60 yuan in the United States, but it sells as high as 400 tablets in China. It is simply slaughtering Chinese patients as pigs. There is also a breast cancer drug Herceptin, which sells for 125,000 in the United States, but as high as 25,000 in China. Xiao Feng, who looks at this price, is also speechless. Who makes the domestic pharmaceutical companies unsatisfactory? Even if you want to negotiate with others, you are not qualified. Previously, Neptune Pharmacy had reached a strategic partnership with Voglin, so they can buy these special medicines through Voglin's channels. Buy it at the price of the United States, plus some freight duties, etc., before taking it back to the country for sale. The price is indeed much lower than that of domestic sales, which has indeed benefited many patients. But despite this, the price is still very expensive, such as the specific medicine for leukemia. The price is still very expensive now, and the most patients with leukemia in China are children. Looking at this situation, Xiao Feng was very worried. So he wondered, through this cocktail party, to gather the representatives of these pharmaceutical companies together, and then put down the prices of these drugs. If it had been in the past, he would not have dared to think like this at all, because he has no capital to negotiate with these pharmaceutical companies, although his 9th laboratory is doing very well now. However, several signature products of the 9th lab pose little threat to the other party at all. So he didn't have a decent bargaining chip to negotiate with the other party. But now with He Fangzhu, a representative of the new era of surgical medicine, he has a bargaining chip to negotiate with the other party. Don't you have a special medicine? Then I trouble you to lower the price, like Iessa. Are you targeting lung cancer, right? If you don't lower the price, then I will directly develop artificial lungs. Whoever gets lung cancer in the future, we will directly replace him with his lungs. If you want to buy medicine, you don't have to buy it. Mentalnovel.com. There is also Tasva for renal cell carcinoma. You should also quickly lower the price for me, or I will immediately let the artificial kidney go on the market. and then let it be. You don't have to buy your medicine. There is also Nexamil produced by Bayer's gangsters. You should also quickly lower the price to me. Xiao Feng is particularly uncomfortable with Germans, and he doesn't know why there are so many ethics in China. When he was young before, he also had a very good impression of Germany. But later I saw too many German companies consuming the feelings of Chinese people. For example, Volkswagen's cars cut corners, Mercedes-Benz cars steal materials, broken axles, and so on. You see, they were fined billions by the Americans for fraudulent exhaust emissions in the US they didn't even dare to let go. However, when something happened in China, they didn't take the Chinese consumers seriously. Instead, they repeatedly consumed the feelings of the Chinese consumers. So Xiao Feng wondered why there are so many ethics in China. His senses for Germany are really not very good, which can be seen from the drug Nexavar. I bought 60 in the US, but 400 in China. It's really unbearable. Therefore, Xiao Feng asked them at this meeting to lower the price. Otherwise, he will organize He Fangzi to develop artificial bone marrow as soon as possible, so that they will not have to buy the medicine at that time. This is destined to be a difficult game. After all, these foreign pharmaceutical companies are not scared. Moreover, this is a matter that directly endangers their economic interests, so the negotiation has just begun, and the quarrel has become a pot of porridge. Neither party was willing to make concessions easily, especially the pharmaceutical factories. After learning of Xiao Feng and their intentions, they were even more angry. The scene was at a deadlock. Chapter 1159 Tooth for Tooth. Impossible. It is impossible for the price of our medicine to drop so much. Correct. Helen, if we say that we have reached a new cooperation agreement with Voglin, we have no problem with that. Yes. We at Roche are also willing to put some of our prescription drugs in Voglin for monopoly. But it is impossible to ask us to lower Tasva's price. That's right, Bayer is also very willing to cooperate with Voglin, but it is impossible for us to lower the price of Nexavar. Those who came to the meeting were all senior managers from major pharmaceutical companies. After all, the level is too low, and Lashima will not invite them at all. Many of these executives are executive directors of the company, that is, the spokesperson for the major shareholders behind them. Otherwise, they are simply family members of the company's founders. Anyway, they are the kind of people who have a background and can speak in their pharmaceutical factory. And this time, on Xiao Feng's side, Xiao Feng didn't plan to show up in person. Helen, the big boss of Pennyvera Asset Management, behind Voglin, and Chamberlain, Voglin's current CEO, presided over the negotiation. Aquaman also sent a negotiating team, so this time they are a joint team. Negotiations with these large foreign pharmaceutical companies were carried out in the form of packages. Companies such as Bayer, Johnson & Johnson, and Roche are cooperating with Voglin and give them more exclusive drug prescription rights. They have no opinion. After all, they chose the pharmacy they cooperated with, and the main thing they looked at was the profitability of the pharmacy. To put it bluntly, it is the passenger flow of pharmacies. Whoever has a large flow, they choose whom to cooperate with. In the previous 2 years, Voglin was involved in the egg because of the too much expansion, and he had too many foreign debts and the financial pressure was very high. Therefore, many pharmacies chose to stop cooperation with Voglin after their exclusive agency authorization expired. This led to the rapid demise of Voglin's prescription rights, which dropped from 31% to 19% in just 2 years. And now Voglin has survived again, especially under the leadership of clone management expert Chamberlain. Recently, it has been drastic, not only cutting off the original pharmacist redundancy, but also greatly saving costs. The internal layout of the pharmacy has also been rearranged, especially the newly joined Juice King coffee chain. The drugstore has brought great popularity. The two chain stores interacted and introduced several forms of shopping cards. For example, if you apply for Voglin's membership card, you can earn points for purchasing drugs, and you can exchange your points for Juice King coffee. With the membership card of Juice King, the consumption reaches a certain level, and you can enjoy a certain discount when you go to Voglin to buy medicine. Waiting for this series of promotional methods to go down, Voglin's profit in the recent period has soared by 20% compared with the previous few months. Another factor is the cooperation between Voglin and the Ninth Laboratory. Became the exclusive agent of the Ninth Laboratory products in North America. The cosmetics, health products, and some medicines of the Ninth Laboratory can only be found in Voglin. Even Voglin has become the exclusive supplier of many hospitals. After all, some of their healthcare products, as well as advanced nutritional drugs such as gamma globulin and human albumin, are the exclusive supply of the Ninth Laboratory. The price is cheaper than before, but the quality is better. Even if some hospitals don't want to buy it, the insurance company can force them to buy it. After all, some emergency patients use these drugs, which are low cost and can save their lives, so that insurance companies can lose less money. So during this period, many insurance companies have become important joint partners of Voglin. Because of this, Voglin's recent performance has been going up somersault. In just 3 months, not only has it turned losses into profits, but its profitability has also skyrocketed by more than 20%. Because of this, many pharmaceutical companies that had stopped cooperating with them are also willing to renew their cooperation at this time. So in terms of prescription drugs, these pharmaceutical companies are very happy. But when it comes to letting them give those unique medicines and reduce the prices when they are supplied to China, the grandsons immediately shook their heads like a rattle. After all, this involves a large part of their income. And over the years, they have relied on these unique drugs in China to make a lot of money. It can even be said that they make money while lying down, and now let them give up these vested interests. How is this possible? And Xiao Feng also knows that there is a reason why the drugs of these companies are so expensive in China. On the one hand, it is their pricing, and on the other hand, it is because it cannot be said. However, these special medicines are very expensive in China, and most of them are European companies. For example, GlaxoSmithKline in the United Kingdom, AstraZeneca, and Bayer are drugs in the United States. Except for Herceptin, the prices of other drugs sold in the country are only slightly higher than those in the United States. And the reason for this is not because the pharmaceutical companies in the US are loyal. It's really because they get stuck, and it doesn't matter which country you are from. They are black to the people of H country, and they are also black to the people of M country. Moreover, the US FDA basically turned a blind eye to their pricing, regardless of whether you asked who made these pharmaceutical companies their own. However, if a European pharmaceutical company dares to sell in the US at the same price as country H, then you can wash your neck and wait to die. The FDA can do everything possible to punish you. This is why AstraZeneca's ISA dared to sell 500 yuan apiece in H country, but only dared to sell $10 apiece in the United States. Bayer's Nexavar dared to sell 420 yuan in H country, but only 61 in the United States. Because the US Food and Drug Administration is not a display. As for our country, it really can't be tough with them. Americans dare to fight against these European pharmaceutical companies because they have the world's top pharmaceutical companies in their homes. And there are many medicines, and only the top pharmaceutical companies in the United States can produce them. If you dare to pinch my neck, I dare to pinch your neck. They have countless tools and methods that can check and balance these European pharmaceutical companies. Therefore, if European pharmaceutical companies dare to sell high-priced drugs in the United States, they dare to kill these pharmaceutical companies. But our country in China is different. We have no top pharmaceutical companies in our country, let alone the means and tools to check and balance these top foreign pharmaceutical companies. So no matter how expensive they are, you can only endure it. Otherwise, if they don't sell it to you, those patients will have to be caught blind. Therefore, when the negotiation entered into a real tough battle, difficulties appeared. These pharmaceutical companies are not giving way to the pricing of their unique special effects drugs in China. The negotiation has entered a stalemate stage. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened. It turned out that it was He Fangzi who had dealt with the wealthy and wealthy outsiders. He took a few $100 million in sponsorship, and then came in contentedly. In today's negotiations, he naturally knows that he naturally hates these large foreign pharmaceutical companies. After he underwent gene editing surgery, these large foreign-funded pharmaceutical companies were no less among those who fell into trouble. Because they are all scared, in case He Fangzi's gene editing operation is completed. After that, many diseases can be controlled from the genetic field. Then, how can they make money? So these guys are very afraid of He Fangzi's gene editing operation. So at that time, they naturally splashed dirty water on He Ark, and Bayer was the leader. In Europe, he jumped up and down, almost describing He Fangzi as a demon. At this time, He Fangzi, who had already turned over, would naturally not miss such a good opportunity for a tooth. Since you are unwilling to reduce prices, that's okay. My team has made major breakthroughs in artificial lungs, artificial livers, and artificial kidneys. It is expected that these operations will be able to carry out clinical trials in the next year, and 5 to 10 years later, new surgical replacements will be completed. At that time, no one cares about how much you are willing to sell for these medicines. If you want to buy a piece of 100,000, you can. Opposite AstraZeneca and Bayer, as well as several representatives of Roche, their complexion immediately became ugly upon hearing this. Really wait until this guy has completed experiments with artificial lungs, artificial livers, artificial kidneys, and even bone marrow. Then who would buy their medicines? The key is that I am annoyed by this big boss now, and people can completely exclude you from the new medical field in the future. After all, people hold the right to formulate surgical guidelines. When the time comes, as long as the guidelines specify what medicine to use for a certain step, it is emphasized that you use YE medicine instead of 30 medicine. For these large pharmaceutical companies, it is a catastrophe, because those little doctors will only follow the surgical guidelines they set, and they won't ask why. So He Fangzi is definitely the kind of man who can cost them billions. In a word, such a big coffee, they definitely can't afford to offend. What's more, now that He Fangzi's every move is being watched by medical institutions and pharmaceutical companies all over the world. MTLNovel.com just waiting to be his cooperative unit when people formulate new surgical guidelines. It would be unwise to offend him at this time. The representative of AstraZeneca reacted the fastest, and said immediately as he rolled his eyes, "Thanks to Dr. He for reminding me. Indeed, I also feel that our ISO is too expensive to buy in China. We plan to cooperate with the Neptunus chain to launch a batch of special drugs. The price looks like the price in the United States. $10. The Bayer representative next to him heard the AstraZeneca representative say so. He immediately cursed in his heart. Extraordinary, you know that these British guys are unreliable. Before they came, everyone had agreed to be an offensive and defensive alliance. Unexpectedly, you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would be the first to betray. Bastard. I also think what Dr. He said is reasonable. We also intend to cooperate with the Neptunus chain pharmacy to look at the pricing of our Nexamen to the United States, and strive to bring more benefits to the people of each country. Chapter 1160. The house is full of rainbow farts. The appearance of He Fangzi can be said to be the final touch. Previously, the representatives of these large pharmaceutical companies were very bullish. Vogelen and Neptunus chain approached them to discuss cooperation and represent their prescription drugs. That's okay. But if you want them to lower their prices, there is definitely no way. After all, this involves hundreds of millions or even billions of profits every year. But now that He Fangzi suddenly had a spoiler, these guys were immediately stupid. No one dared to pretend to be blatantly. He Fangzi also said that it is okay not to reduce the price, but you have to bear the consequences. Who does not lower the prices to not give He Fangs a face, he will lead the future scientific research in this pharmaceutical factory's best field. Then drive these pharmaceutical companies out of this field early. At that time, it will not be a problem of losing billions of dollars a year, but a problem of life and death. You really don't think He Fangs has saying this is an exaggeration? Because people really have this kind of capital, and they have this kind of confidence. That's why they said this. He Fangs has already started the era of artificial organ transplantation after completing the heart exchange operation using an artificial heart this time. It can be said that he has led the surgeon and entered the era of surgery 2.0. We must know that these large pharmaceutical companies on the market now have many patented drugs in their hands that are aimed at the current medical market. For example, some organs have problems, and their medicines are aimed at these organs. But He Fangs' philosophy is that except for these organs, it doesn't matter, we just replace this organ with a new one. In the past, people could not mass-produce artificial transplantation organs because of technical problems. Therefore, once certain organs of the human body are diseased, they can only be repaired by the surgeon, cut, or through various drugs to maintain. And after He Fangs led the surgical operation into the 2.0 era, the previous stitches, mending, shearing and cutting, and drugs for various diseases were no longer needed. It can be said that those technologies and drugs are destined to be eliminated into the historical garbage dump. Therefore, the attitude of these pharmaceutical companies towards He Fangs must be both love and fear. I love him because he led medicine into the era of surgery 2.0. Anyone in the world can benefit from these new breakthrough technologies, including them. Hate him because the new technology trend he led is destined to revolutionize their pharmaceutical companies. Many of the patented drugs they are selling may not be out of the protection period and will be eliminated. In addition, they are investing a lot of money now, and many of the drugs they are developing are also likely to be in vain. After all, the diseases they are studying can be cured by organ transplantation in the future. So, these medicines they have developed can still be used for eggs. Moreover, these Western pharmaceutical companies have always been aggressive in terms of R&D investment. In a basic cycle, 4 to 5 drugs were developed at the same time. And for each, the investment is very huge. Basically a continuous investment of billions of dollars every year. Together, the 4 projects may cost 20 to 30 billion US dollars a year. This is also what everyone clearly sees, that when these foreign pharmaceutical companies make their annual report, they can see that their net income is amazing. However, the final distribution of income to shareholders is not much, because a lot of net profit has been invested in research and development. Moreover, the research and development cycle of these drugs can be as short as 4 to 5 years, and as long as 10 or 8 years, before results can be produced. What's more frightening is that they can't guarantee the success of every project. Perhaps only one of the 4 projects launched in the same period will succeed in the end. In this way, they will allocate all the research and development costs to this successful drug. In this way, when we look at their reports, we will find that the drugs they develop are always costly. In fact, sometimes the cost of writing is not just the cost of developing this drug. He often covers the cost of developing other projects in the same period. This is also the main reason why the new drugs of these pharmaceutical companies are often very expensive after they are on the market. And the emergence of He Fangs has made many of the early stage project investment of these pharmaceutical companies have been emptied. Because of the new organ transplant technology pioneered by He Fangs, each of these pharmaceutical companies will lose billions, even tens of billions, on average. Do you think these pharmaceutical companies hate him? It's hateful and hateful. At this time, everyone thinks more is to flatter him, because this guy is definitely the leader of the medical world in the future, and he is definitely a potential stock now. As long as he is gracious, then in the future his scientific research field, the research on which organ transplantation will be slower. So any pharmaceutical company that has expertise in this area will sell drugs for a longer period of time. In addition, in favor of him, he will be able to develop new drugs and new medical devices that are more suitable for new organ transplants in the future based on the trend of heart surgery that he leads. The sooner anyone can come up with such drugs and devices, who can gain a firm foothold in the new medical era. This is also the main reason why everyone loves and hates Hifangzu. The trend that Hifangzu is leading now is a general trend. Whoever wants to jump out and block it will definitely be crushed into slag. Great roads are blue. Those who follow me prosper and those who oppose me perish. Therefore, these pharmaceutical factories are also aware of the current affairs. Although Hifangzu cut the meat with a sharp knife at this time, but they can only lose their smiles. Licking B's face, he began to wrap around Hifangzu. Standing on the periphery, Xiao Feng saw Hifangzu come out and gave a final word, and his heart was smooth to the extreme. These foreign devils really can't talk to them well. You have to let them see your fist and know that you are good. At this time, an even stranger scene appeared in the living room. The previous scenes of rattling swords disappeared after the AstraZeneca representative took the lead. The representatives of several pharmaceutical factories, like a pug, surrounded Hifangzu, flattering. Dr. He, I heard that you are going to establish a world new organ transplantation research center in country H. This is definitely for the benefit of the people all over the world. We Johnson & Johnson are willing to donate $20 million to this center. The pot-bellied executive director of Johnson & Johnson, surrounded by Hifangzu with a wine glass, said flatly, "Yes, Dr. Ho, your idea is really international spirit. We at Pfizer are willing to donate $10 million to this center, but every year. Starting this year, we will donate $10 million to you this center every year." The slightly bald business representative of Pfizer, naturally, can't let the representative of Johnson & Johnson specialize in the front. You have money at Johnson & Johnson? Are we at Pfizer short of money? We are also willing to donate $20 million to this center. The representative of Roche next to him is also unwilling to be lonely. Everyone knows that this is the moment to show your face in front of Dr. Ho. As long as he is satisfied with the service of Dr. He will work out guidelines for new organ transplantation in the future. As long as you give everyone a name to the pharmaceutical company, it is definitely more effective than any advertisement for their pharmaceutical company. The benefits that can be brought to them every year are definitely in the hundreds of millions. The East Wall was demolished by your doctor. You help us patch up the West Wall. Isn't this too much? The representatives of these pharmaceutical companies in the United States are all rich and powerful, and the representatives of European pharmaceutical companies are not to be outdone. We are willing to donate 3 sets of the most advanced robotic equipment to your center. The representative of Novartis Pharmaceuticals of Switzerland also stood up and said, in addition, we are donating $20 million. Speaking of pharmaceutical companies, the strength of several Swiss pharmaceutical companies is no worse than that of the United States. Therefore, the shot is also exceptionally sacred, and such a big man with the beginning of the gods is right in front of him, and he does not invest at this time. Shouldn't you wait until people board the altar, and then go to court? The Swiss pharmaceutical companies have all expressed their views, and the Bayer representative, who had always been arrogant before, could not sit still at this time. Speaking of German pharmaceutical companies, this is definitely a clear stream in the pharmaceutical industry. They have the usual rigor of the Germans, cold and stubborn, and arrogant. Of course, this is only for the people of each country. In front of the Americans, they are also licking dogs. But at this time, they didn't dare to put on airs in front of Hifangzu. Even their fellow Swiss people have been subdued. If you don't know the current affairs at this time, then your mind is really lacking. Well, we are willing to donate 30 Mercedes-Benz ambulances to the new medical center, and we are donating $30 million in cash. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was shocked. Are these Germans so crazy? They are just a research center, not an emergency center. Why are you donating 30 ambulances? I am afraid that others will not know. www.mtlnovel.com is the quality of the ambulance that you and Mercedes-Benz researched. Brother, Your motive is impure. Obviously it's advertising, and it's hot. Matter. Who would have thought that the Germans, who had always been so high and cold and arrogant, would actually have such colorful bowels? And everyone else donated 20 million. What do you mean by donating 30 million? Are we not as rich as you? You tried too hard to get a familiar face, right? At this time, the representatives of several US pharmaceutical companies who first called for donations could not sit still. This is in the US. Are we going to be compared to you Germans? That won't work. Ahem. We at Johnson & Johnson are willing to donate additional medical supplies worth 20 million. We Pfizer will also add. We Roche. For a time, the house was full of rainbow farts. In this scene, even Xiao Feng, who was standing on the periphery, was blinded. This group of guys, in order to flatter He Fangzhu, this is too hard. But he also understands that this is also the performance of these pharmaceutical companies in order to protect their own interests. Because they all understand that no matter who it is, as long as it can leave a good impression on He Fangzhu at this time, then in the upcoming new medical era, it will take the lead. If not, then waiting for their fate will be ruthlessly crushed by the wheels of history. And obviously none of them want to be that unlucky one. Chapter 1161 Shrimp Pork Heart. Congressman McCarthy, do you think the 3D imaging technology from China will threaten the health of us Americans? This is simply nonsense. In my opinion, you are simply slander. You are obstructing the right of the American people to pursue a happy life. In the parliament, a man with chestnut hair is firing violently on members of another faction. Soon the white-haired congressman couldn't help it. He stood up, picked up the microphone, and went straight back. You are nonsense. Don't we have a radiology clinic in the United States? Don't we have fluoroscopy technology? Why do we use this set of self-service medical examination equipment from H country? The technology of this set of equipment is indeed advanced, taking into account the characteristics of enterprises in country H. I am afraid that these equipment will steal the privacy of our people in country M, and send the body data of our people in country M to country H. The words of the white-haired Senator McCarthy immediately angered the chestnut-haired man on the opposite side. You bastard, for the sake of the equipment manufacturers you represent, you have simply scorned the lives of ordinary people. Let me talk about a personal experience. 3 months ago, my wife fell off the stairs. I took her to make an appointment with our family doctor, and the doctor told me that it was best to go to the hospital. My wife's condition is a bit serious. But we live on a farm in the suburbs of Rexford, Montana, unlike New York and Los Angeles, where there are big hospitals everywhere. Our hometown only has a hospital in Rexford, and this hospital does not yet have a dedicated fluoroscopy department. The doctor checked my wife's condition and thought that she had broken her ribs and had probably stabbed her internal organs. But we have to drive to Eureka 2 hours away to take CT and X-rays, because it is the only public radiology clinic in 3 small towns near us. The most annoying thing is that after we finish the film, we have to wait 3 days to get the film before we go to the hospital in Rexford. One time and again, my wife's condition was delayed for a whole week. In the end, she had to cut off half of her liver because her internal organs were pierced and infected by ribs and bleeding. What I want to say is that if we also have self-service medical examination fluoroscopy equipment, we can quickly complete the fluoroscopy medical examination. And we all know how advanced the technology of the H country is. It can be 3D imaging. This greatly reduces the difficulty for doctors to read the film, and the most important thing is that their imaging theory is completely different from our modern fluoroscopy imaging technology, and there is no radiation at all. It will not affect our health, and it will not cause cell canceration due to too much exposure. Even family members who are preparing for pregnancy don't have to worry about fetal malformations due to this fluoroscopy. Moreover, the whole process can be completely self-help, which greatly reduces the burden on radiologists and also reduces the cost of patients. I just don't understand. Why don't you approve the introduction of such a good device into the United States? You know, not everyone in our country lives in big cities like New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. We still have hundreds of millions of people living in rural areas with underdeveloped transportation and inconvenient medical care. We all need this kind of equipment. The chestnut-haired Senator Ashley's words immediately aroused the cheers of the Elephant Dispatch teammates behind him. There was thunderous applause in the parliament for a while, and the white-haired Senator McCarthy on the opposite side squatted his mouth. Finally, after Ashley stopped speaking, the applause behind him also stopped. At this time McCarthy opened his big mouth again. I don't care how advanced the equipment is. I only know that he is produced by country H. It is very likely that he has a spy chip installed in it. Before McCarthy had finished speaking, there was a boo from the other side. Ashley, who was impassioned before, interrupted McCarthy's speech. Come on, McCarthy, who didn't know you were a shareholder of Ch. The reason why you tried to prevent this kind of 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment from entering the US is not because you are worried that this kind of equipment will throw your CT and PET machines into trouble. You fart. Ashley went so straight, but he stabbed McCarthy's lung tube. Ashley, with white hair, became irritated on the spot, picked up the paper cup in his hand and threw it directly towards Ashley. Ashley with chestnut hair is young and vigorous, so naturally he won't suffer such a loss. He picked up the water glass beside him and poured it at McCarthy. Then he rushed towards McCarthy. With his physique and age, he could mash McCarthy into flesh with a few punches. The speaker sitting on the stage naturally couldn't watch the meeting place become a full-fledged fighter, and immediately summoned the security guard to come in and pull the two sides away. This is the site of Milliken's Parliament, but it is known as the beacon of the world's underworld. All martial arts have been staged in the parliaments of countries such as Eastern Europe, the Gulf, the Southern dynasties, and even Japan. But in Milliken, this is absolutely not allowed. If this spreads out, then they will be ashamed. In fact, such a situation will happen almost every time a legislative motion is made. It's just that these contents are generally not allowed to be reported. The main topic of today's parliament is that the Elephant faction hopes to introduce the 3D perspective imaging technology of the recently popular H country to the United States. Prior to this, Vogelin, who has already returned to the throne of the first chain pharmacy in the United States, has applied for it with the FDA. This kind of self-service medical examination center, which is popular in H country, should be introduced to the United States. And they plan to open such a self-service medical examination center in every Vogelin pharmacy. Originally, the FDA welcomed the introduction of this self-service medical examination center with both hands and feet. But recently they didn't know what was going on. They suddenly changed their attitude, and the approval of this project was delayed. Every time Vogelin's liaison staff went to them for inquiries, they were squirming and could not explain clearly. Until the first 2 days, a senator named McCarthy suddenly jumped out of the Senate. On multiple public occasions, it was declared that Americans should not introduce this kind of self-service medical examination equipment from H country. It is said that this kind of equipment is the same as Huawei's mobile phone and poses a threat to the national security of the United States. These self-service medical checkup devices are equipped with spyware, which collects various physical data of Americans and then transmits them to country H. This will greatly threaten the personal privacy of Americans and national security. And this set of rhetoric was strongly bombarded by the Elephant faction Councillor Ashley the next day, thinking that what he said was completely nonsense. This old guy is already confused. He has persecution paranoia. This set of equipment in the country of H was born specifically for medical purposes. What spy do you use? You have ulterior motives. You just don't want us American people to use the most advanced equipment. By doing this, you don't want us American people to understand their physical condition more easily. In this way, many of our diseases will be misdiagnosed, which will shorten the lives of American people. In the end, the country spends less pensions. What you do is to ask for shrimp and pig heart. You are too much. This time, it stabbed the hornet's nest, and the two sides continued to erupt fierce battles in various media and newspapers. The public says that the public is reasonable, and the mother-in-law says that the mother-in-law is justified. So there is today's parliament. and this time the motion is whether to approve the introduction of the self-service medical examination center in each country. Before, everyone was just arguing, but in the end Ashley simply exposed McCarthy's old bottom. In fact, the root of everything like this really lies in these large medical equipment manufacturers in the United States. For example, before this set of 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment, the most fluoroscopy imaging equipment used in hospitals in the world, that is X-ray machine, CT machine, MRI, and PET machine. Almost all of these equipment are monopolized by Philips of the Netherlands, GE of the United States, Siemens of Germany, and Panasonic of Japan. And none of these devices are cheap to use. The cheapest X-ray machine www.mtlnovel.com can cost hundreds of dollars at a time. Not to mention CT machines, MRI and the like. The most terrible thing is the PET machine, which costs tens of thousands of times to start up. And these equipment, it is tens of millions of prices. These large-scale medical equipment companies make a lot of money every year just by buying these equipment, as well as subsequent maintenance. At this time, you suddenly come up with a 3D perspective imaging device to grab jobs with them. How can they accept it? Previously, this kind of self-service medical examination center was spread out in a large area in China, robbing them of the Chinese market. They can only pinch their noses to recognize, after all, that set of equipment was jointly developed by the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital. Chinese people are willing to use the products of other Chinese enterprises, and no one can say anything. But now you are going to counterattack our US market and grab food with our US companies. Is it worth it? You must know that the major shareholder behind GE is the Morgan family. They are veteran supporters of the donkey faction. As soon as I heard that the US company wants to introduce this kind of 3D self-service medical examination center to the US, where can they sit still? Regardless of how advanced your technology is, if you want to come to my site and grab a meal with me, that's not enough. As a result, Senator McCarthy of the donkey faction was fired everywhere. As for the donkey faction's rival, the elephant faction's parliamentarians, naturally, they cannot let the donkey faction succeed. Anyway, it is not their interests that are hurting, let alone behind them. Mr. Pompeo, the first secretary, supporting it. Ever since Pompeo knew that the donkey had sent these bastards, he had arranged for 2 more guys to put eye drops on him. He has never been happy. Chapter 1162 Overwhelming Advantage. I have been thinking about how to get the place back. This is not right. Just after dozing off, the other party actually brought the pillow over. Congressman McCarthy, who raised his objection this time, happened to be a veteran of the donkey faction. And the most important thing, he was a shareholder of GE. And the major shareholder behind GE is the Morgan family, who are veteran supporters of the donkey faction. Anyway, if the enemy opposes, we will support it. This is always true. So Pompeo didn't need to show up, just give a hint to the friends in the elephant pie. Recently, he has just stabilized his momentum, and under some sort of show operation, he has not only made up the rift between him and the commander, still relying on his "we lie, we deceive, we steal." This book is a hit. Although the title of the book is very horrifying, but in this book, he has packaged himself as a full patriot. And the commander in this book was written by him as the greatest commander ever seen in the United States. This flattering shot not only led Long Yin Dayu, but also dissipated the bad influence of the secret history of the White House on the elephant faction that the traitor Bolton had published before. This also made him popular in the pie. His operation made everyone feel that this guy really looked more than just as simple as the Marshall canopy. It turns out that this guy is really smart, and there is a big guy behind him supporting him, so it seems that this guy has a promising future. So at this time, Payne was naturally willing to help him. For example, this time he jumped out and confronted McCarthy against the Montana Senator Ashley. This guy is actually from an extraordinary background. His father is the largest farmer in Montana, so he can say that he has a wealth of money. But when you look at the story he just told, he told the outside world miserably regarding oneself as a civilian. This kind of showmanship can naturally make a wave of goodwill in front of the rednecks in the Midwest. This can also help Pompeo and their elephant pie bring a wave of traffic and popularity. The debate on this day ended in chaos. Although this debate was not open to the public live broadcast, some people still leaked the content of the parliamentary discussion. The common people, naturally, are on Ashley's side. After all, how expensive it is to see a doctor in the US. This group of people knows nothing better. In the past few years, the radiologists in the United States often went on strikes and protests in the business community to demand salary increases. The reason is that the radiology department is too dangerous. They deal with those equipment every day, so they eat a lot of radiation. And these rays will cause them to get cancer, and even have a high rate of birth defects. In the end, the National Medical Workers Union stepped in, and major hospitals across the country had to agree to raise the wages of radiologists. And the money, of course, is the wolf from the sheep in the end. The salaries of radiologists naturally come from those they serve. Therefore, the cost of filming in the US medical fluoroscopy must be prohibitively expensive. If it is in China, an X-ray may be only a few dozen yuan, to more than 100 yuan. A CT scan is only 200,500 yuan. But if it is in the US, the price elasticity range will be greater. Taking an X-ray is indeed not expensive, only tens of dollars, but the price range of CT can be greatly changed. Basically, it ranges from $270 to more than $4,000. If the location of the shot is more special, the fee will be more expensive. Of course, this is also divided into regions, hospitals, and even doctors. Because some doctors have good reading skills, they charge higher fees. And some doctors, you just give him the film, he can't see why it came, so the charge is naturally low. But in any case, such a fee is still a bit expensive for ordinary Americans. The most important thing is if you don't live in the city. If you live in the suburbs, or in the country, then you can only go to a specialized radiology hospital. And this kind of hospital may be shared by several nearby villages and towns. Not only have to queue up, but the speed of film production is also very slow. It's really very likely to happen, the film hasn't come out yet, and your illness has recovered. Therefore, the American people are still very interested in the 3D perspective imaging technology that has just been released in each country. For one thing, the imaging is more accurate, allowing doctors to judge your condition more accurately. Secondly, it is this kind of equipment, unlike CT or MRI which has radiation. The third reason is that this kind of equipment is self-service. Even if you don't understand medicine, you can perform full-like self-service operations. And you just have to take the imaging film and go to the doctor for diagnosis. If you have some medical knowledge, you can really diagnose the disease yourself based on the film. For the United States, a country that likes DIY for everything, this can really greatly reduce the cost of living and seeing a doctor. Therefore, ordinary people in the United States naturally welcome this device with hands and feet. But now McCarthy of the Elephant School actually said that this device has a spy function, which may steal the body data of Americans and send it back to each country. But now the American people are annoyed. In particular, everyone saw that McCarthy was exposed to the truth by Ashley. It turned out that he was a shareholder of CH. His main purpose was to prevent this equipment from entering the United States. It is to drive this domestically produced 3D fluoroscopic imaging equipment out of the market, such as CT machines and MRI machines produced by CH, which cut his financial path. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that the people in America would really benefit from it. After the descriptions made by the media controlled by the Elephant faction, the American people were angry at that time. Regardless of the fact that the United States is known as the world's #1 medical power, the medical resources that ordinary people can enjoy are really not many. The technical level of ordinary doctors in American hospitals, especially those in ordinary hospitals, is really not that good. Some people even broke the news that novice doctors in some ordinary hospitals rely on Google to diagnose patients. He also posted a video of the doctor's Google illness on the internet, which caused an uproar on the internet. And now, with such a tool that can quickly improve the diagnostic level of doctors, you politicians, for their own benefit, have blocked this equipment from the United States. What kind of thoughts do you guys and grandchildren have on Earth? The people in the US stopped doing it that night, and some organizations started taking to the streets. In the beginning, everyone's destination was the White House area, but halfway through, I don't know who it was who posted the home address of Congressman McCarthy, who he strongly opposed today, on the internet. This time was incredible. Under the leadership of the caring people, the parade went straight to the community where Congressman McCarthy was staying. The security of the community just wanted to block it, but when he saw the mighty crowd behind him, he simply put his mind off. The marchers came directly to Congressman McCarthy's door, singing and dancing, and anyway, Congressman McCarthy didn't sleep at all night. He called the police several times, hoping that the police would come and drive these protesters away. But every time the police answered the phone, they hum-ha-ha and promised to send someone over. But the police car waited a full 2 or 3 hours before it came to the door of the councillor's house. Why is it so? That's entirely because the police are also the main supporters of the introduction of 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment. What kind of work is the most dangerous in the United States in the era of peace? Of course it is the police. You know, this is a country that allows legal possession of guns. There are more than 300 million guns in circulation in the United States. According to statistics, it can even reach the level of 1.5 per capita. And every year, many policemen in the United States are killed because of guns. And if 3D perspective imaging equipment can be introduced, this will also be an additional guarantee for the lives of the US police. After all, there is this kind of equipment, in case one of them gets shot in the future. With this kind of equipment, it is possible to accurately determine the situation inside the wound and the location of the warhead. This greatly improves the chances of survival of the injured police. Therefore, the police are naturally most welcome to enter the US market with this 3D perspective imaging device. But now McCarthy is trying to prevent this kind of equipment from entering the US for his own sake. Are you not working against all the American people who are saving their lives? Besides, www.mentalnovel.com, you said that there is an information collection device on this kind of equipment. Don't you think it is ridiculous? What do the people of H country want our body data for? Another egg use? Don't you think your spyware rhetoric is funny? In fact, who doesn't know that the most serious and most powerful surveillance in the world is the United States? This point, Mr. Snowden back then, had already revealed the news. Therefore, the marching people were extremely angry with the attitude of this big elephant sect. Even when the senator came out of the house to go to work in the morning, he was thrown a rotten egg. When the police attacked the senator, they pretended to take away the guy who threw the egg. As for this Mr. McCarthy, he could only get in the car and head to the Houses of Parliament. Yesterday in the Parliament, everyone debated whether to introduce the equipment. A few days are the days for voting to make a decision. As a result, the Ashley senator from the donkey faction won a big victory. The pros almost overwhelmingly surpassed the opposition. There are even a lot of people who donkeys themselves can see McCarthy's style. Oh, you are a shareholder of CH, and you strongly oppose the entry of this advanced equipment into the United States. Then those of us who are not shareholders of CH, why should we follow along and pay for you? If our family is sick, it's because of you and can't use such good equipment, so why? In this way, the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital jointly produced this self-organized medical examination center. At this meeting, the US Senate approved almost unanimously to allow this equipment to be exported to the US. It was even required to export to the US as soon as possible for the benefit of the American people. Chapter 1163 Native Products. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Naples in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets in Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed. He felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me the first time. Rather than waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help rolling his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and actually felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be more chic? You have time to escape? Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I haven't been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe, it's too cold there, and you know Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay, it's most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At the very least, it seemed to him that he had more muscles than his brains than Leaf and Li Kai. And he only knew that the guys who killed them were much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng changed the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue living. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange and Tokyo Stock Exchange. There are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all of this money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of this money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flour traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the capital accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I think renting a supercomputer to crack the password is not very expensive. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng said something, he lost 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack the account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is a complete plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. From Apaltado railway construction to Jurido port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing was to get APA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, his plan with Huayang Petroleum was to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it will be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. However, in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was too dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major shareholders in the United States, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 navigable ships each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship that crosses the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The charges for freighters are very high. For a freighter of 10,000 TES, the charge starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. Every year, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal, which is almost $20 billion. It can be seen how much this will increase the cost of goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum. Novel.com and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil, so he doesn't need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and get his own gas. So the tolls must be considered. He is unwilling to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the 2 ports of Apaltado and Jurido, together with the 2 oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway does not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But helplessly, the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of manpower transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how tossing, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1164 Farmer and Snake. Remember in 1 second. Owen naturally knew what Xiao Feng meant. Now that you have already set up a bargain with the elephant, you can't just hit a few young people. Xiao Feng wants these elephant pie people to know that they are not vegetarian, and they are not easy to provoke. The two congressmen who initiated the investigation of Pompeo this time are the elephant pawns, and what he is looking for is the fault of these two guys. In fact, the US senators have great powers. They can veto the House of Representatives proposal, and can also specify the country's development plan for the next 5 to 10 years. On the above, they can also restrict the power of the chief executive, restrict or even veto certain bills proposed by the chief executive. But that is the power of the collective, because these senators are either the sons of local powerful families, or they are the representatives elected by the old elites. If you really use a magnifying glass to check these senators, then there will definitely be something wrong with all of them, especially the two congressmen who initiated the investigation of Pompeo. One from Virginia and the other from Mississippi. These two states are not wealthy states in the United States, so as long as they are checked carefully, they can more or less find out some economic problems. Although Irving does not have any real evidence yet, Xiao Feng has already made a conclusion based only on the weakness of human nature. Owen gave the information to Xiao Feng and left, and Xiao Feng immediately called Pompeo. This guy was flying back to California from Washington, because the relationship with those old-fashioned celebrities on the East Coast has been very fragile recently. Xiao Feng does not live in the East Coast area. Instead, he has always lived in California on the West Coast, and Pompeo has recently traveled back and forth between California and Washington. As long as there is no official business to deal with, he will return to California, because the conflicts with those old-fashioned celebrities on the East Coast are now acute. He also feels that living on the East Coast is not very safe. And this guy was also happy when he heard that Xiao Feng had found the inner ghost. Don't look at the past few days. He has used several of his subordinates to send the elephants forward and backward. But in fact, his heart is always hanging. As long as the ghost of the CIA is not found, he can't sleep peacefully. Because this department is very important to him, even many people in it have participated in some of the shameful actions he presided over. Now these actions had to be terminated, because he didn't know who he should trust. And this has a great impact on many of his plans. Now that Xiao Feng has picked out the inner ghost, he is naturally very happy. After getting off the plane, Pompeo took a special car directly to Helen's winery. In the villa, Xiao Feng directly pushed the information that Owen had given him to Pompeo. Pompeo could not help but yelled at him after only a few glances. These two sons of a were raised by Lao Tzu to promote them. This Richard Leeson is an old pervert. He was previously having an extramarital affair with a female subordinate. As a result, he was boycotted by a colleague in the bureau. In the end, he could only be assigned to a certain Nordic country as a station intelligence officer. If I don't think he still has some ability, I have promoted him back to Germany, and he is still eating canned herring in the ice and snow. Looking at the first guy on the profile, Richard Leeson, the head of the German intelligence station, Pompeo was really angry. Because this polite old man is the one he pulls up with one hand, and he trusts it very much, and even plans to focus on training. This Richard Leeson is over 50 this year. Regardless of his age, his ability is very good. If it hadn't been for the haircut with the wife of a colleague before, and he was caught by someone, he would have been promoted to a higher position with his ability. But because of his moral blemish, he had been sent to a Nordic country to guard a radar station for 3 years before Pompey took office. In fact, the CIA has several branches in Europe. Among them, the branch that lives in Germany is the most important branch. It can be said that if you are transferred here as the station master, as long as you don't make a mistake, you will be transferred back to the bureau as the deputy director after a few years, and even the director will hold it in your hand. Pompeo pulled Richardson out of the cesspit and transferred to this position because he valued this guy's abilities. Unexpectedly, he was stabbed in the back by the guy he had saved by himself. And this Joey Barton, this bastard, he's just a culprit. At the beginning, he stabbed a small basket in Baghdad. It was me who wiped his ass. In the end, he was transferred to Kandahar. I didn't expect that he would repay me like this. Looking at another guy who betrayed himself, Pompeo really felt like he was going to explode. The same Joey was also the station master he pulled up with one hand. This guy had rotated several places before, in Baghdad and Syria. Yes, they are all deputy webmasters, which is the backpot man in everyone's impression. All the credit is forehand, and if there is any mistake, then a deputy like him is needed to back the pot. And the several failed operations of the MI army in Baghdad and Syria are all this guy's back. Speaking of this guy's fate is quite tragic. If it weren't for Pompeo, #0 remember in 1 second, save him. Just the few pots he carried before, this guy is likely to dig sand in Black Africa in the future. Unexpectedly, he also betrayed himself. Pompeo's mentality collapsed when he thought of the 2 cadres he had promoted, and was sentenced to himself in this way. In front of Xiao Feng, he yelled in the reception room for more than half an hour before he died. Of course, in the end, Xiao Feng drank a bottle of wine. Pompey finally calmed down after he had finished the kumquat wine in his last mouthful. At the same time, his face became cold. Recently, there have been some unusual actions in South America. I think many station masters in the CIA need to be rotated. The capable people need to be placed in the most needed positions. You said, how about I transfer these 2 guys to Copper Country? Even though Pompeo is no longer a CIA brother, but his authority is not less. With his status today, he is definitely the supreme emperor of the CIA. After Xiao Feng heard what he said, he could only shake his head and smile. Brother, even if you want to kill someone with a knife, you don't have to be so obvious, right? Besides, even if you transfer both of them to the Copper Country to be stationed, if I kill them, it will be different. At that time, if someone jumped out and said to investigate the cause of the death of these 2 guys, it would be troublesome. The Copper Country is his own place. He hopes there, before there is enough strength. It's best to stay hidden under the radar. He doesn't want to be someone else's target so early. I think you'd better not touch them. You should talk to them, Xiao Feng said to Pompeo. Pompeo was a little excited when he heard this, and the fire that had just been suppressed appeared again. What do you want to talk to them about? These 2 guys are poisonous snakes. Furthermore, I have received notice. 2 days later, Richard and Bird have notified me to go to Congress to attend a hearing. At that time, not only will there be an investigation team, but also reporters. These 2 are going to humiliate me on the spot, Pompeo said. His eyes were already red. I have to say that the United States is still doing a good job of restricting power. The power of the senator is reflected in this point. Even if it is the chief commander or the position of the first secretary, if they are caught by the senator, they can initiate an investigation. And you have to cooperate, and of course they will not send you to court directly. Instead, organize a hearing first and ask you at the hearing. If you can't answer their questions, then the fun will be great. Losing an official or neglecting one's duties is a trivial matter, and in serious cases it may even lead to a lawsuit. Of course, this is also a manifestation of the US version of punishment is not a literati. If it is an ordinary person who made such a mistake, the senator didn't have time to talk to you, and the land prosecutor might just get in and send you to court. But after all, they still have to give some decent things to the upper class. Generally, this kind of hearing is equivalent to a trial without a judge. It is no wonder that Pompeo became so popular when he heard that these two men betrayed him. Xiao Feng said with a smile to appease Pompeo at this time. In fact, you don't have to be too angry. Look at the information I gave you. You can control these two guys in the palm of your hand. If you want to round them, you can make them round, and if you want to make them flat, you can make them flat. Xiao Feng smiled and raised Pompeo. Pompeo was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately began to turn back the information that Xiao Feng had given him. Before he just saw the personal information of these two guys, he had already exploded, and he hadn't had time to read the content behind this pile of information. At this time, after carefully looking at the content behind it, Pompeo immediately laughed. Xiao, I am really more and more envious. You can have such a powerful subordinate. Can you find so many things in such a short period of time? www.untlenovel.com. These materials are really important. Pompeo smiled happily looking at the information. Those documents clearly described Richard Leeson and Joey Barton's little business that was not visible. The most famous local product of the country is naturally the flour produced in the Golden March region, and these flours are the main source of goods in Europe. However, these goods are easy to produce, but it has always been a problem to ship them to Europe. It's much easier for Joey Barton and Richardson to do this business. After all, there are still no daring guys who dare to check the CIA's containers. Through his informants, Joey Barton bought a large amount of flour from the country, then loaded it up on the plane and shipped it to Germany, Italy and Romania. And Richard Leeson is his partner in Europe. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. Carat 0. Chapter 1165. One arrow, three eagles. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go. let alone your place there. Going to Europe, it's too cold over there, and you know the Russians, I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced. and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American that's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TEUs across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum. Novel.com and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1166. I have never seen such a brazen person. There seemed to be a problem with continual cannons, and they spouted continuously from the mouths of Bird and Richard. And at this time, there was an uproar at the scene. There is no bidding for the purchase of 150 million yuan, and Pompeo actually received a $30 million rebate from it. Can you get this Nima? If this is spread, this will definitely be the biggest corruption case ever exploded by the US government. The reporters all seemed to have drunk 10 bottles of Red Bull at this time, and all their eyes were red. They all stared at Pompeo, panting heavily, and waited to see how this guy would answer. Ha. Pompeo did not rush to answer, but smiled first. And his smile at this time seemed so strange. However, the lawyer next to him seemed very nervous at this time and grabbed him. You can choose not to answer this question. Pompeo smiled. It's nothing I can answer. His words were very loud, and the reporters next to him were even more excited. Today is really not a mistake. There is so much fierce material here. At this time, Xiao Feng, who was watching the hearing while sitting in front of the TV, was quite satisfied with Pompo's performance. As expected to be the canopy marshal with a thick face, he could not panic at this time. "But you guys really greedy. I told me before that you only received a rebate of 6 million yuan. But now they are accusing you of receiving 30 million yuan. Really?" Thinking with his ass, I know that this guy must have collected 30 million, even more than 30 million, maybe more. First of all, I will answer Senator Bird's question. I remember the purchase you mentioned very clearly. In fact, in 201X, I approved it. The other thing is that you accused me of not bidding for this purchase. And I cannot accept this accusation, because the items purchased at that time were all very messy, not the same type of products. Moreover, most of the items purchased are office supplies, as well as office supplies in our headquarters and some office areas that are not convenient to disclose. A lot of things are very scattered and trivial, and it is even inconvenient to come forward for bidding. So it can only be delivered to one agent in the form of packaged procurement. Pompeo's answer was reasonable and well-founded, but the Virginia Senator Byrd sitting opposite McCarthy thought otherwise. It's very easy to sign, Mr. Pompeo. I can't agree with you. Since you said that this purchase is mainly for the purchase of some office supplies, then I'm very surprised that there is nothing in these office supplies that can't be tendered publicly. And according to what you said, these office supplies are nothing more than paper, pen and ink, and desks and chairs. How can you spend 150 million on these office supplies? Bird's question goes to the core. Anyone who knows the industry knows that the prices of these products are extremely cheap based on the purchasing power of the US dollar. For example, office pens, at a dollar store, you can buy 10 for $1. If the quality is good, you can buy 10 or even 12 for $2. As for paper, let alone the North American continent, which originally produces wood, these papers are dying to be cheap. Does the CIA have millions of employees? Otherwise, I really don't understand how the CIA consumes more than $100 million in office supplies. In my concept, such office supplies, as long as the purchase of $1 million, will be enough for your organization to use for several years. Senator Richard next to him also followed aggressively. This time the problem between these two people can be said to be directed at the core. The whole multifunctional hall fell into silence for a while. Pompeo played with the pen in his hand, and then did not rush to answer the question. The reporters behind were all holding their breath at this time, ready to see what will happen next. Whether Pompeo will collapse. If not, how can he resolve the other side's tricky problem? At this time, Pompeo finally put down the pen in his hand and said to Byrd and Richard as if he had made a lot of determination. Well, since you have to ask, then I will answer truthfully. There may be some state secrets involved, so I will try to avoid it. You two should also know that we, the CIA, have manned safe houses overseas. When the two senators on the stage heard this, they were also taken aback. They have naturally heard of safe houses, and even Hollywood has made many movies based on those houses. And these safe houses, just like those described in the movie, are for the CIA intelligence personnel to use. For example, when they perform tasks abroad, they will use this kind of safe house as a foothold. First, you don't have to worry about being monitored and monitored. Second, this safe house is also very safe. The internal institutions will be reinforced and transformed, and a considerable amount of materials will be stored in the safe house. In addition to food and water purification, there are also various weapons and combat equipment. Even the more advanced ones have operating rooms, various medical equipment, blood stations, and so on. Anyway, this kind of safe house is not only a place for CIA agents to carry out missions overseas. It can also provide them with a safe haven. When Pompeo said the name, Byrd and Richard felt that things were not so good, and the two exchanged glances. Then Byrd nodded. Yes, Mr. Pompeo, we know the safe house, but what does this have to do with your approved purchase? Pompeo smiled and nodded. Well, let me just say it. In fact, in that year, we plan to build more than 50 safe houses. These safe houses are mainly used by our special agents who perform missions overseas. These safe houses are not only to provide them with a safe environment, but also their last fortresses, so the construction standards of safe houses are very high. And in order to attract people's attention, we usually buy houses that are not very conspicuous, and then let our own people remodel the houses. This process is very costly. According to our standards, a safe house is often worth $3 million. Especially in large cities in many countries, the cost of this kind of safe house will be higher, but we have to do it, and this part of the cost cannot be reflected in the annual expenditure. And for such a project, it is even more impossible to open bidding. The reporters at the scene were silent. This Pompey really is a genius. Although everyone knows that he is talking about him. But you can do nothing about him because you can't find evidence of him telling lies. Richard on the stage was even more angry at this time, and he slammed the table. You are completely nonsense. I don't think I can understand why the basic cost of a safe house exceeds $3 million. Could it be that all of you safe houses were bought in Upper Manhattan? Pompeo was not angry either. He smiled and looked at Richard replied. Senator Daley, the safe house is not what you think it is. It is a luxury house bought in a high-end living area. The reason why the safe house is expensive is its interior decoration and consumables. For example, after we buy a house in an area, we will modify the house. Bulletproof glass must be installed in the house, explosion-proof doors and windows must be installed, escape routes and communication equipment must be designed. In addition, we have to equip the house with enough food and water, as well as various weapons and ammunition. The most important thing is that we have to install life-saving equipment in the house, such as a simple operating room. There is another configuration with the highest price, that is, we will configure the blood cabinet in the safe house. Various types of plasma will be stored inside to ensure that when our Secret Service is injured on mission outside, we can get the most timely treatment. And just for such a refrigerated blood cabinet, do you know how much it will cost? Moreover, the blood in this blood cabinet should be replaced regularly to ensure effective. Trust me, if you understand this, you won't think that this safe house is expensive. $3 million is definitely the price of cabbage for such a safe house. Pompey talked freely, but Xiao Feng, who was sitting in front of the TV at this time, couldn't help sighing at www.mentalnovel.com. These American politicians really opened his eyes and let him know what it means to be brazen. In front of the camera, you can lie like this. Wouldn't your conscience hurt? And Bird on the opposite side. McCarthy and Richard Daley, at this time, his angry face turned into eggplant color. Both knew that Pompeo was totally bullshit, but they had no evidence. You're all nonsense. Don't think I don't know. Are you really 007, and you are born to death every day? Finally Bird. McCarthy couldn't help but cursed. Unexpectedly, Pompey, who was sitting opposite, suddenly changed his face. Nonsense? Senator Bird, what do you mean? Is it wrong that I, as the director of the CIA, try my best to ensure the personal safety of every agent under me? Are you willing to watch my agents die in order to save such a small amount of money? Pompeo finally caught a loophole in the opponent's words and launched a counterattack. And his series of soul tortures actually directly took the opposite Bird. McCarthy was speechless to ask, what's so special? They came to tag Pompeo today, but they didn't think that this guy would give him the anti-general at this time. The faces of the two of them became pig-liver cold in anger, but they were looking at the reporters who had already pointed the camera at them. This fire can only be held back abruptly. After all, at this time, the reporters who are not too big to watch the excitement are all staring at them, and they are now being broadcast live in the United States. If you make a mistake, you will lose face. Chapter 1167. Turn around. The reporters were all excited at this time. Why did everyone come to participate in this hearing? Isn't it just for such a scene? In fact, for these reporters and media, it is not important at all whether Pompeo is corrupt or not. The most important thing is topicality. As long as there is a topic, there is something to watch, and it can attract enough attention and audience. that is the key. After all, with ratings, advertisers will find them to advertise. As for other truths, justice, that is all nonsense. Otherwise, when the US attacked Iraq, why didn't they stand up to help Iraqis uphold truth and justice? Why, no one jumped out to help Libya? After all, the United States overthrew the rule of these countries, but it really didn't even have any definite evidence. And Baird, McCarthy and Richard Daley also knew that he could not dwell on this topic at this time. Otherwise, if you don't cherish the lives of CIA agents, this hat will be put on their heads. At that time, if the nickname of the Butcher is really established, then their careers in the Senate will be over. The two exchanged glances, but fortunately they also arranged another assassin. Then Baird, McCarthy said to McGee Pompeo with a smile, "Well, since Mr. Pompeo, you don't admit that there was something tricky in that transaction, then you don't care if I ask a few witnesses to confront you, right?" This is their carefully prepared killer. You know, even though Pompeo has left the CIA, where he has been operating for 2 years, although it was not long, he bloodbathed the team left by his predecessor and replaced all of his personnel in important positions. These people were all very grateful to him after being promoted. After all, if a Pompeo does not bloodbath the people left behind by his predecessors, they will have no chance at all. So even though Pompeo left the CIA, the backbone of the CIA was still grateful to him. There are even many people who are still watching for him and secretly loyal to him. At first, Baird and Richard tried their best to find the right person in the CIA. At first, they spent millions on fishing, and finally they got Richardson and Joey Barton hooked. And these two men are considered by them to be the trump cards against Pompeo. Don't you, Pompeo, think that everyone in the CIA is loyal to you? Well, we have just found 2 dark lines for you from the CIA, so you can't defend against them. The two calculated very well, but Pompeo's face suddenly changed at this time. "There are witnesses? Are you suspecting me? Why didn't you notify me before?" Seeing Pompeo's discoloration, Baird and Richard were even more happy at this time. It seems that the 2 ambushes this time really caught Pompeo by surprise. He didn't even know. They also prepared witnesses. At this time, seeing his panic, the 2 were even more sure that they were determined to win this time. "The winning ticket is in hand. Mr. Pompeo, since you have been emphasizing that you are innocent, there is nothing wrong with that purchase. Presumably, you shouldn't be nervous about this confrontation. Besides, we just found 2 witnesses to explain to everyone." "You don't need to be nervous at all," Richard said, ignoring Pompeo's reaction, and called on the guard to bring one of the witnesses up. This witness is Joey Barton, the station master of the CIA living in Kandahar. He is in his 50s this year, not tall, but very stout. Especially the thick neck makes him look more like a boxer. He has thick chestnut hair, with a full face and beard. It looks completely like a typical Midwestern redneck. It's just that his eyes flickered a little at this time, and he didn't dare to look at Pompeo at all. And Baird and Richard on the stage, seeing the expression of Joey Barton, and looking at the expressions of Pompeo's anger on the opposite side, they knew that the witness they had found this time must have been the right one. "Hello, gentlemen, please report your identity." "Dear Senators, hello everyone. My name is Joey Barton, and I am the CIA." Joey Barton sat across from Pompeo and reported his identity and position with his head down. "Mr. Barton, in 201X, Mr. Pompeo, who was the director of the CIA at the time, approved a purchase worth $150 million US. Do you know?" "I know. You told us before that Mr. Pompeo embezzled $30 million in this purchase, didn't he?" Baird, McCarthy asked suddenly and straightforwardly. Joey Barton, who was sitting next to them, suddenly trembled, and the reporters behind them stared at this guy with red eyes. In the entire multifunction hall, it was as quiet as if you could hear a needle drop. This farce is finally about to enter the high C. Everyone worked so hard to squeeze in. Isn't it just for this moment? The Elephant faction is finally trying to see and reveal their assassin. So at this time everyone wants to hear this Joey Barton and give an affirmative answer. If he nodded, then the largest corruption case in US history may have been born. This will not only affect the fate of McGee Pompeo, but may even affect the trend of the general election at the end of this year. So at this time everyone was holding their breath, waiting for Joey Barton to give an answer. No, I never said that Mr. Pompeo has embezzled $30 million. Don't wrong the good guys. In fact, we all admire Director Pompeo's character very much. At that time, many leaders in the Bureau disagreed. Mr. Pompeo spent $150 million to build a high-level safe house to ensure the safety of our Secret Service personnel. In the eyes of those people, our ground services are consumables that can be sacrificed at any time. But Chief Pompeo doesn't think so. He insists that each of us is a soldier of Milken and deserves the best treatment. That's why he resisted dissent and insisted on building those high-level safe houses. And these safe houses also played an important role, saving the lives of at least 15 of our colleagues that year. He not only saved 15 lives, but also 15 families, leaving 15 missing names on the hero wall in front of the Bureau. What Joey Barton said, Byrd sitting on the table. McCarthy and Richard Daley was all dumbfounded. Mad, this is turning back. You know, he didn't tell everyone that way before. This bastard. At this time, the reporters behind them began to applaud wildly. I have to say that this Joey Barton is still quite good at acting. He gave a speech like this. It was so irritating to the lords on the stage, but it made the more perceptual reporters behind them dare to move in a mess. Especially the female hosts of the Big Blonde Bears were tearful, looking at the national heroes in front of the stage. Byrd and Richard exchanged glances. No way, I can't let this Joey Barton go on. Going on, there is no need to hold this hearing. Forget it. Joey Barton is out. They still have Richardson in their hands. You must know that these two people do not know each other, and they will be witnesses in this hearing. After they seized the handle of these two people before, they all attacked them separately. Okay, thank you, Mr. Barton. Although Byrd and Richard were already very angry at this time, it was not convenient for them to attack on the spot at this time. After all, their main goal today is Pompeo. As long as they bring down this guy, they will have the opportunity and time to clean up that button in the future. The Congressional Security Guard took Joey Barton down with insight, and then soon another man was brought up. This person is also of medium build, and looks like he is in his 50s. It seems that the image of this guy is similar to Joey Barton, who is not tall, but very stout. They all have big beards. The only difference is that this guy is black and has obvious baldness. Please introduce your identity. I am the head of the German intelligence station of the CIA, Richard Leeson. MTLnovel.com. Mr. Richard Leeson, we have received a report from you before, saying that your former director was very corrupt behavior. Excuse me, the supervisor you are talking about, is Pompeo sitting over there? Richard directly began the leading inquiry. Joey Barton had turned against him before, but he was terrified. Looking at Pompeo on the opposite side, there was a panic on his face at this time. On the contrary, it looked triumphant, and it was obvious that someone had leaked the news before. He had been in contact with Joey Barton before, so that guy just turned around. And this Richard Leeson, although he had been within their surveillance range before. But he was still worried that this guy wouldn't change his mind like Joey Barton. After all, Pompey had already shown his energy before. What are you talking about? Why didn't I understand too much? When did I report to Chief Pompeo like you? Don't wrong the good guys. In fact, Director Pompeo is the most capable and honest leader I have ever seen. How could he be corrupt? As for the $150 million purchase case you mentioned, I don't think there is any problem with that case. Chief Pompeo didn't bid for this purchase. It was entirely to keep us secret from the safe house. In fact, when he approved the bidding plan, he said that because of his approval, he is likely to be attacked in the future. But even so, he still approved the purchase and took the risk alone. Because of this, in my opinion, he is the most responsible and capable director. With such a noble character, how could he be corrupt? Chapter 1168 smashed to the end. WTF. Byrd sitting on the stage. McCarthy and Richard Daley felt like he was going crazy. This Nima, if it were not for having no guns, the two of them would really want to take out and grab this Richardson directly. This Nima, these two guys, turned back in court like this. Isn't this hitting them in the face in front of so many people? You know, before, the two of them in the Donkey faction and other members vowed to promise that they would defeat Pompeo this time. But now it's okay, let alone knocking down others. They think that the two king bombs in their hands have actually become laughing stocks. Originally this was supposed to be a hearing on Pompeo's corruption, but now it seems that it has become a flattering conference to praise Pompeo. Originally thinking that he could bring down this guy and completely abolish the emerging figures on the Elephant Pie side. By the way, it also cracked down on the image of the Elephant faction, so that the Donkey faction could take the lead in the next elections. But now that it's good, the hearing has turned into a celebration for Pompeo and the Elephants. The two guys who could kill Pompeo actually turned back in court. Instead of presenting any evidence against Pompeo, the two men praised Pompeo in front of so many people in front of the TV. This makes them two look like complete idiots. Pompeo became a hero for the sake of American agents, and the two of them became bully leaders who ignored the life and death of their employees and only knew how to squeeze them. Most importantly, this is also very detrimental to the image of the Elephant Pie. So Byrd and Richard were furious on the spot. At this time, they both wished to take the two Richardson and Joey Barton alive. You know, before, the two of them didn't say that to themselves. Before Byrd and Richard, the task in the collection was to find loopholes in the leadership of the Donkey group and then attack them. After the two of them accepted the task, they chose to keep an eye on Pompeo. After all, this guy appeared too fast. A few years ago, like them, it was a cannon in the Senate. The kind of catching who sprayed. The Owain High at that time, the first prince, and the current commander had all been hit by his cannonballs. But I didn't expect that this guy would be on the same footing in less than 5 years. Became the director of the CIA directly from a senator, and then became the first secretary. You know, there are some people, but they didn't have such an achievement as the 7 and 80s. And you can see his recent momentum and the support rate in the polls. If this continues, maybe in 5 years, after this guy has a solid foundation, he will run for the first brother of the United States. So Byrd and Richard decided to start with this guy. One is that this guy is too conspicuous now, and the other is that if he can be dealt with, it will be a great achievement for both of them. So they have been investigating Pompeo secretly since last year. It's a pity that they haven't found any loopholes in him until they turned their attention to the overseas branch of the CIA. Finally found two guys like Richardson and Joey Barton. But instead of saying that they found these two people, it's better to say that these two people contacted them on their own initiative. And the reason Richard Leeson and Joey Barton contacted them was also because they were too ambitious. It was the little business from Afrikaans to Europe that could not satisfy the two of them anymore. They want to make more money, but in this way, the two of them have to climb to a higher position. Originally they thought that after Pompeo left the CIA, they would promote both of them. But how can I think that after Pompeo left, he actually transferred a guy who usually didn't show much leakage? This made the two of them very dissatisfied. So the two of them took the initiative to contact Byrd and Richard. But now it seems that these two people deliberately find them. It seems that it is not that simple. At this moment, McGee Pompeo, who was sitting across from them, was looking at them with a big smile. The more the two looked at Pompeo's smile, the more they felt that they were being calculated by this fat man. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel even more chilled. It seems that he really underestimated this Marshall Canopy before, because it turns out that he still has such a mind. At this time, Pompeo looked at them with a smile and asked, "Two senators, the witnesses you've looked for have already spoken about it. How are you now? Do you have any other questions? I am usually very busy and don't have much time to waste here with you." Both Byrd's and Richard's angry faces have turned iron blue. In the end, he could only gritted his teeth and said, Today's hearing was successfully concluded. It seems that all we received before were rumors, so this investigation is over. I'm sorry to have delayed your precious time. Haha, all should be. It was supposed to be a fierce hearing, but it ended in a scribbled manner. Under the eye of his lawyers and security personnel, Pompeo left the hearing in a cool manner. Bird and Richard sat there for a long time without moving, because they really didn't know how to face their colleagues in the party. You know, before the hearing today, they promised their colleagues, even if Pompey can't be killed directly this time, he must be peeled off. If everything goes smoothly, not only will this time be able to kill a capable actor of the Elephant faction, but it will also be possible to reverse the situation of the end of their election campaign. But now it seems that they have completely failed. They didn't even dare to face their colleagues before, for fear of inviting cynicism from their colleagues. Relatively speechless, the two sat for a long time. Just forget it. Richard raised his head to look at Bird, and asked in a low voice. At this time, Bird had just finished smoking the cigarette in his hand. Although smoking is prohibited in this conference room, for privileged figures like them, this prohibition is equivalent to farting. He viciously put the cigarette out in the ashtray. No, I definitely can't just leave it like that. I'm going to fight to the end with We have been investigating this guy for a year, and we know him very well. We all know that this guy's money is not coming from the right path, but we haven't found evidence. But if I just give up like this, I'm really unwilling. Maybe we can make a breakthrough by exerting a little force in a certain direction. Besides, if we just let it go, what face do we have to meet with colleagues in the Penai? We must know that they have placed high hopes on us before. If we mess up this case, how can we meet them? If Pompey can't be sent in, then we will be in the pie, and I'm afraid we won't have the face to mix in. Maybe, in a few days, we even have to lose our position as a senator. Bird still has a good AC number in his heart. Richard was also rightly said by Bird, and it is true that this matter must not be settled so easily. They have been secretly investigating Pompeo for more than a year, although they have not found any tangible evidence. But one thing they can be sure of is that Pompey is absolutely unclean. Okay, that's it. I still have a list of witnesses here. I will contact them when the time comes. I don't believe that they can't ask anything from their mouths. As long as we can ask any valuable clues, we can challenge Pompeo again. Yes, we must not admit defeat so easily. Those who can get to this position today must be full of vigor. What's more, Richard and Bird are not ordinary people. Their native family education tells them that if you want to achieve one thing, you must stick to it to the end and never give up halfway. So after the two had fed each other a few bites of chicken soup, they got up and left the multifunctional meeting room. Bird from Virginia. McCarthy felt a little tired at this time. After all, he was in his 50s. He plans to go back to his home and rest for a while, and then make contact with some friends. He intends to ask from those friends to see if there is any other breakthrough in trying to conquer Pompeo. But he opened the beer and sat down just after he got home, when he heard the doorbell ringing outside. When he opened the door and saw McGee Pompey standing at the door, he was also taken aback. Mentalnovel.com. Mr. First King. Excuse me. Is there anything you are calling for me? McCarthy quickly settled his mind and asked Pompeo. And Pompeo smiled. It's windy and raining outside. Don't you plan to invite me into the house and sit down? McCarthy thought for a while, then answered Pompeo with a smile. Forget it, Mr. Pompeo. You should know that my house is not very convenient. No, I don't know. I only know that you are divorced, and now live by yourself. There is no inconvenience in asking me to go in. In addition, I want to tell you that if you don't let me in, you will definitely regret it. After listening to Pompeo, McCarthy frowned. In his capacity, if someone was discovered to meet Pompeo privately, then he would be in big trouble. Maybe there is an elephant pie who thinks he is an undercover agent sent by the donkey pie. But what exactly does Pompeo mean? The court hearing was just held for him in the morning, and he came to the door in the evening. What exactly does he want to do? After thinking and thinking, McCarthy finally started to give up a space. Yes, I didn't pay attention to it before. The wind and rain outside are quite strong. If Mr. Pompeo has anything to say, let's go inside the house and talk about it. Pompeo smiled slightly, then followed McCarthy into his villa. Soon I came to the fireplace in the living room, and McCarthy had already lit the fireplace. It's just that the fireplace in their home uses natural gas instead of wood, so it's very clean. Well, Mr. Pompeo, what is the matter with you asking me? This guy has nothing to do with the Three Treasures Palace. He must come with a purpose. Chapter 1169 Route 48 Baird. McCarthy was very rude to Pompeo. Indeed, he did not need to be very polite to Pompeo, because the two were originally from different sects. What's more, during the day today, Baird also presided over an investigation against Pompeo. Therefore, it can be said that there is an antagonism between the two people. But now Pompeo actually came to the door. No matter how stupid this bird is, he knows that this guy must be in the Palace of the Three Treasures. He wants to see what this guy wants to do. McCarthy hugged his arms and looked at Pompeo, who was shaking in the room at this moment. This house was left to him by his ancestors of the Bird family, so this is a mansion with a long history. It is no ordinary person to have such a mansion in Washington, D.C. and hold it for hundreds of years. Speaking of his ancestors, that can definitely be said to be a brilliant feat. Although their family is in the history of the U.S., it cannot be compared with the famous Gaylords. But you have to admit that the one that really supports the United States is officially a middle-class doorman like McCarthy. They are everywhere, and they are the small and medium shareholders of many established consortia. Speaking of Baird, McCarthy's ancestors started in Virginia and have been operating in Virginia. Several of their ancestors had served as high-ranking officials in Virginia, and even had 2 governors. So he actually came from a noble family in the United States. So he doesn't really like a guy like Pompeo who has his roots. And their family is an Anglo-Saxon with a strong roots. So the descendants of Italian immigrants like Pompeo are naturally out of his sight. In fact, there is also a chain of contempt among the white class in the United States. The top level is naturally the Anglo-Saxons from the United Kingdom, and then the white people from Western European countries such as the Netherlands, France and Belgium, who have close relatives with the Anglo-Saxons. Then came the Germanic immigrants from Germany, then the Italians, and then the Hispanic whites behind the Italians. Eastern Europeans and Irish people rank at the bottom of the white ethnic group. So McCarthy looked down on Pompeo, and the two had already known this. Otherwise, and Pompeo would have entered the drawing room of McCarthy's house, but McCarthy had no intention of inviting him to sit down. Pompeo was not angry either. He just wandered around in the parlor and admired the oil paintings in the parlor. These oil paintings are all portraits of McCarthy's ancestors. Well, Mr. First King, if you have nothing to do, please go back. Wait a moment. I have other things to be busy. Watching Pompeo wandering around in his house makes McCarthy very upset. And then Pompeo finally laughed. Wow, it seems that the McCarthy family is indeed our elite family in the United States. Your ancestors have almost participated in the war since the founding of the United States. That's right. Up to now, more than 30 people in our family have fallen on the battlefield fighting for the United States. Speaking of their ancestors, McCarthy couldn't help but straighten his chest. In fact, almost every family like them has many people with military history. No wonder it has been rooted in Virginia for so long. Pompeo's words seemed a bit yin and yang, which made McCarthy very uncomfortable. It is true that their family is a privileged class in Virginia, but in his opinion, it should be. For nothing else, there were more than 30 ancestors in their family who died on the battlefield where the U.S. waged previous wars. From the War of Independence, to the Civil War, to the Cuban War, World War I and World War II, to the Vietnam War. In almost every war, their McCarthy family has not fallen. If this is left to the ancient Chinese nation, it would be a local tyrant's celebrity. In the current U.S., it's not as good as it is. So in McCarthy's view, everything their family has today is what they should be. Your mudlegs are the descendant of Italian immigrants. Why are you crooked here? Mr. Pompeo, don't you think you are talking too much? Although Pompeo is the first secretary, McCarthy is not afraid of him as a family of magnates who have passed on for more than 200 years. Because Pompeo will step down sooner or later, but their family can be passed on forever. And Pompeo naturally knew what McCarthy dared to use this attitude to talk to himself. He smiled slightly. Is it too much? I don't think it. I know, McCarthy, why you dare to speak so hard, but do you really think your family can be passed on forever? Pompeo's attitude suddenly became tough, and his smiling face before suddenly became colder. Before, he was a smiling canopy marshal, but now he looks more like an iron-blooded politician. McCarthy had heard of Pompeo's many methods, and he had also seen it at today's hearing. Now that he said so suddenly, McCarthy's heart suddenly shook. What do you mean by that? Seeing that McCarthy was vacant, Pompeo sneered even more. What do you mean? I was just about to set up an investigation team recently to start an investigation in Virginia. McCarthy couldn't help but change his sorrow. Although you are the first Secretary of the United States, it seems that your scope of work shouldn't involve the judiciary. Haha, of course I am not interfering with the work of the Justice Department. I just received a tip. I heard that there are some terrorists in Virginia. And these people, many of the activities they are engaged in will endanger our national security. Hearing Pompeo's words, McCarthy's face suddenly turned pale. Indeed, Pompeo's usual scope of work should be focused on foreign affairs. When he was the first secretary and the first minister of the United States, he had great powers. The CIA in his hands really should not participate in domestic law enforcement investigations. But once a case involves national security, the situation is different. Although the CIA still cannot intervene, he can mobilize the National Security Bureau to investigate. And once the National Security Bureau intervenes, the matter will become a big deal, and the FBI can't intervene. The thought of this made McCarthy feel a headache. Their family has been operating in Virginia for hundreds of years. If they didn't do anything illegal, it would definitely be impossible. It can even be said that their family does the same thing for criminals. If they were found out by Pompey's people, their family's reputation would be ruined. So McCarthy had to be nervous at this time. He pondered for a while, and then asked, I don't know where the terrorists you mentioned, Mr. Pompeo, are operating. If there is any need, we are willing to help. After all, you also know that our family is in Virginia, and there is still a lot to do. Pompeo smiled. This McCarthy finally softened. He was testing. What exactly did he know? Pompeo coughed slightly and cleared his throat. That's the case. I recently received a wire report. I heard that there is a Route 48 in West Virginia. This road is also nicknamed the Endless Road, because this road has been repaired for 40 years. So far, this road has cost $1.5 billion US, and it is said to be completed by 2035, and it will cost $1.5 billion US. I don't know, Mr. McCarthy, have you heard of this highway? At this time, McCarthy just started to sweat on his forehead as soon as he heard the name Endless Highway Special. How did this guy know? He looked at the fat man on the opposite side, really wanting to rush up and jump up, give this guy 2 pesos, and kill this guy. However, after seeing this guy's physique like Marshall Canopy, McCarthy gave up the idea that he shouldn't have. It's just a highway. It shouldn't be necessary for Mr. First King you to send an investigation team to investigate, right? No. I think it is very necessary to send an investigation team, because according to the information I got, it is said that some terrorists intend to use this highway to conduct aircraft takeoff and landing training. Then, launch terrorist attacks on the US mainland. So I have to check the ins and outs of this highway. Mentalnovel.com so that I am responsible to the American people. Watching the Marshall Canopy on the opposite side talking, watching his fat head and big ears. The more McCarthy looked at it, the more he felt this guy's face was hateful. If it wasn't for fear that he couldn't beat him, he had long wanted to rush over and punched him in the face. Return Nima and be responsible for the American people. Responsible for my ass, you bastard. Don't you just make an excuse to want to me. McCarthy was already outraged, because Pompeo's right uppercut hit his weakness firmly. This Route 48 is his fate. He really couldn't figure it out. How did this guy find out to know this highway? It is very secretive. Speaking of this highway, it must start with his father. 40 years ago, his father was a senator from Virginia and the director of the road administration. This road was built by his father, who ordered it to be repaired. But there is a strange thing about this highway, that is, there is neither a beginning nor an end. The reason why his father ordered to start building this road was actually to create job opportunities. Let more Virginians find jobs and buy people's hearts, so as to win more votes for themselves and win elections. Later, his father withdrew from politics and took over the family business to take care of the family business. And his uncle took over his father's class, starting as an ordinary city councilman, and finally being elected as the senator of Virginia. Later, he participated in the governor's election and won a big victory in the general election, and was elected as the governor of Virginia. They all rely on this number 48 highway. It can be said that this highway is the legendary road of their family. Chapter 1170 Compromises and Art. Now Pompeo actually said to investigate this highway. Isn't this to investigate the lifeblood of their family? This makes McCarthy feel unacceptable. And this road was proposed by his father, and later it allowed every generation of politicians in their family to benefit from it. Almost every generation of their family enters the political arena. They will mention this road and promise to keep the road repaired. Although the starting point of this road is an inexplicable forest, the end point is still unclear. But just such a silly road that has not been repaired for decades has also made the people of Virginia love and hate it. I hate him because this road is a nightmare for many Virginians. Because of this highway, they are devouring their taxes all the time. And I love him because this road has been repaired for more than 40 years, and it has provided at least hundreds of thousands of job opportunities for the people of Virginia. It also rescued hundreds of small and medium-sized enterprises in Virginia. Because as long as you build roads, you have to have various service supporting measures, large to various special vehicles, such as asphalt trucks, road rollers and so on. As little as the work clothes, work boots, etc. worn by the workers, these are all purchased from Virginia. And this indirectly stimulated the economic prosperity of Virginia. You know, as a state next to Washington, D.C., Virginia's economic situation has not been very good, and it can only be ranked in the middle reaches of the United States. So they also need such a large-scale intercontinental project to stimulate employment and the economy. Because everyone knows that building such a highway will eat up the taxes of many people in Virginia. But this also accounts for 30% of the cost of highway construction, and the other 70% is paid by the federal government, and those money are transfer payments from other affluent states in vain. This is also the main reason why California and Texas, two tax-paying continents, always have to separate from the federal government. This road means even more to the McCarthy family. On the one hand, this highway is a good tool for them to win over voters. On the other hand, they can also squeeze profits far and away through this highway. Over the past 40 years, just repairing this highway has cost $1.5 billion US, which does not seem to be much, compared with the Boston Pit done by Thomas Loren before. It can't be compared at all, but in fact, their family made a lot of money from this highway. For example, his first fortune was at Yale University, where he started a supercar club. There are all kinds of rich kids in it. Many of these second generations are avid supercar lovers at the age of college. But in the United States, they are also facing the same problems as the H country. First of all, the supercar is too eye-catching, and it is too dazzling when driving out. This is inconsistent with their family's idea that they want them to keep a low profile. After all, they're second generation. Not all family members work on Wall Street and don't care about the outside world. Many families want their children to keep a low profile. So even if you buy them a supercar, you rarely let them drive out on the road. As for young people, after buying a supercar, naturally they like to go out and bomb the streets. But supercars can't help but drive fast once they get on the road. In this way, Accidents are very easy to happen in downtown or urban areas. The second-generation supercars need a fast-speeding venue, and those ordinary racing tracks can no longer satisfy them. So McCarthy thought of the Route 48 that his father advocated. This highway has been repaired for decades and has a length of hundreds of kilometers, but it has not yet been opened to traffic, because this road has no end, and it also has no beginning. Many people outside the state don't even know that Virginia has such a highway. Therefore, from the beginning of the construction of this highway until now, there are no people and no cars on the road. Then what else is more suitable for drag racing than this road? So he summoned those second generations to form a supercar club, and every weekend and holiday, he would come to this highway to drag racing. So the most common on this road are super sports cars such as Corvette, Porsche, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. And McCarthy also made the first pot of gold by providing services to these second generations. Now this supercar club is run by him and his son. He usually contacted his politicians and friends, and if there is a demand for drag racing, he would go to drag racing on that road. And his son, following his old path, established a supercar club in Princeton University. Over the past few decades, their father and son have made $2 to $3 billion just by relying on this highway. What could be more stable than this business? Now Pompeo suddenly said that he wanted to check this road. Isn't it about breaking their jobs? McCarthy is naturally angry. Pompey, this guy is completely lying and bullshit. What's so special? Terrorists have to use this highway to conduct aircraft takeoff and landing training. Why don't you say that it is a terrorist preparing for the moon landing? I drove supercars on this highway. I ran for decades without encountering any terrorists. Are you not putting eye drops on me in person? The blue veins on McCarthy's neck had already jumped out, and his eyes were flushed red. If he hadn't cared about his position, he would have been rushing to give this guy 2 punches a long time ago. Well, stop going around, Mr. Pompeo. Let's talk. What do you want to stop this fuss? McCarthy's fists were squeezed and loosened, and squeezed and loosened. Finally, he tasted a sulky breath, and then asked Pompeo. Pompey, who had been cold-faced, finally showed a smile on his face. That's right. As a qualified politician, compromise is an art. At this point, I think Mr. McCarthy, you know better than me. McCarthy was crying without tears at this time. What else can he say when he compromises? I hope that you will end the investigation of me, and end any hostilities against me. Pompeo smiled and said to McCarthy. When McCarthy heard this, he immediately put on a bitter face. Mr. Pompeo, you know this task is very difficult. In fact, there is no personal grievance between us at all, and the reason why I launched an investigation against you is entirely because of the apportionment within the faction. McCarthy started to have trouble with Pompeo, and his words were half-truths. The reason why he would fight with Pompeo is because on the one hand, he is indeed a big brother within the Donkey faction, and I hope he and Richard can stand up and make some trouble for Pompey and the Elephant faction. On the other hand, it was because he and Richard both wanted to gain a good reputation in front of the Donkey Gang. Now their first round of investigations against Pompey has failed, but he and Richard have no plans to give up, because they also knew that this Pompey had a low background and was more arrogant. So there must be many loopholes in him, and his enemies will definitely not be few. If you can catch 1 or 2 holes, you can bring this guy down. This is a great achievement for the Donkey faction. Both he and Richard will benefit from their political careers in the future. But now Pompeo actually wants him to suspend the investigation, which makes him put on the brakes. If this is not handled properly, it will not only offend the bigwigs in the faction, even his ally, Richard, might turn against each other. So this makes McCarthy feel very embarrassed. At this time, Pompeo smiled at McCarthy. As long as you are responsible for communicating well with the big guys in your party, it is good for us to keep the water in the future. As for Richard Daley, I will go over and persuade him. Hearing what Pompeo said, McCarthy felt that the difficulty of the task was much reduced. It is relatively easy to persuade the faction leaders to give up attacking Pompeo. It is rare that his partner Richard gave up and continued to find fault with Pompeo, because as far as he knows, Richard and Pompeo have private feuds. Pompey's current wife was formerly Richard's crazy pursuit, but it was a pity that Pompey was taken away by her. Although that happened many years ago. MTLnovel.com, Richard seems to have not opened this not yet. Therefore, Richard was very concerned and serious about investigating Pompeo, and he never intended to give up, even if their first hearing ended in a big defeat. If Richard can't agree with himself on this point, then even if he talks more in front of the gangster, it's useless, because that guy will always have a way to pull his hind legs. Are you really sure to convince him? After all, thinking of this, McCarthy couldn't help but ask Pompeo. And then Pompeo smiled again, and the smile on his face looked very strange. Don't worry, if I can find Highway 48, I can definitely find a way to persuade Richard. Okay, you can talk to Richard. If you can persuade him, then he'll send the bosses in to propose an armistice agreement. Pompeo smiled and nodded, and then stopped talking nonsense, just got up and said goodbye. Leaving McCarthy's villa, he got in the car and asked the driver to drive him directly to Shinan District. Richard Daly's house is here. After getting in the car, Pompeo dialed Xiao Feng's number. Ha ha, Xiao. McCarthy has done it. Thank you so much. The information I found is really useful. That's good. Are you going to persuade Senator Daly next? Yes, I'm on my way to persuade him now. Is there anything I can use on your side? Pompeo cautiously asked Xiao Feng. That this time the information on Route 48 was found by Xiao Feng's people. So now he is very convinced of Xiao Feng's intelligence gathering ability. Chapter 1171. This operation is real. To be honest, Xiao Feng came to the United States to do business and make money. How can I think of being involved in the struggles of the US political faction time and time again? But these things encountered in the US also let Xiao Feng understand a truth that is in the American business community. Here is a jungle society of red fruit. If you want to survive here, then you have to show your strength, or you will become someone else's dish. Here, the domestic rules of forbearing the wind and the waves for a while, taking a step back and broadening the sky are not valid. In this world, they only believe in fists. You can only hurt those guys, be afraid, and make them afraid of your fists. They will respect you and treat you as an equal person. So now he is already in the arena, supporting Pompeo. He can't stop. However, he is really tired from this battle until now. He no longer seems to continue to wrestle with these Americans. After helping Pompeo find the information about the two inner ghosts, he didn't let Owen and them call it a day. Instead, they were sent out and continued to search for information about the two senators who led the hearing, because through the previous fights, he knew that the donkey faction guys in the United States were very difficult, and this group of guys are still very resilient, and they will definitely not give up because of the two inner ghosts' rebellion. So, he was looking for information about these two guys and asked them to stop. At the same time, it is also a warning to the other senators of the donkey faction. Don't think that the dirty things you do are very secretive. Originally, he didn't believe that these politicians were clean, but he did not expect that the information that Owen and the others found would really open Xiao Feng's vision. This group of Americans are really good at playing, and they are so blatant about corruption. A highway can be built for 40 years, and according to other people's announcements, it will be built for 15 years. If this NEMA was in China, the person in charge must have been invited in for tea. And after learning about the lobbying system of the United States, Xiao Feng was even more stunned. No wonder there are so many public relations consulting companies in the US Congress. They are employed by major companies and even other countries. They wandered between the offices of the White House and were guests of the senators. Offer them various preferential policies, and some even simply donate various political donations to them. Then let these senators speak for them and formulate policies that benefit these companies and even the country. Even more frightening is that these actions are actually legal. This makes Xiao Feng compelled to admire the Americans. No wonder they rank so low in the United Nations Corrupt Countries Index. This reminded him of Master Xing's movie of 9th-grade Sesame Officials, in which Leopardhead once said such a sentence: "Female ticket prostitution is illegal? Then if I don't pay, it won't count as female ticket." It now appears that the people of the lighthouse are simply verifying the authenticity of this sentence in Kaigyuogo, but this is not something he can manage. But the more he understands the urinary nature of Americans, the more confident he will be, because he knows that this group of American politicians cannot be clean in such an environment. Sure enough, Owen and they found Baird. Not long after McCarthy's fierce anticipation, Richard was found again. Daly's information. And this man's material looks better than that of Baird. McCarthy's material is stronger. Pompey's motorcade drove into Richard Daly's villa compound, and then he entered Daly's villa. However, the Mississippi senator's attitude towards him is not as friendly as Baird. "I don't know what Mr. First King is coming here to talk about. If there is anything you want to say as soon as possible. If not, please go back." Richard's attitude can no longer be described as indifferent, even very bad. And Pompeo wasn't angry. He knew that Richard had always hated him because of his wife, but as the victor of that love war, he thought he should be more generous. Not to mention that he came to Daly this time to persuade him, not to get angry with him. "Richard, be reasonable. You should know why I came to you." "Yes, Bird called and told me before." "Okay, then I hope you can persuade me to change my mind. Otherwise, I don't mind changing a partner and continuing the investigation against you. I believe that the big guys in the faction will continue to support me." Richard's attitude can be said to be the stone in the pit, smelly and hard. At this time Pompeo was finally annoyed, and he stared at Richard ferociously. "Do you really think I don't know about the USS Delaware amphibious assault ship?" It was a rotten ship with an unreasonable design and very poor wave resistance. It was an amphibious assault ship in name, but it couldn't be close to the coastline. "He has all kinds of problems. He doesn't pretend to be much, but he consumes a lot. The Navy doesn't want him, and the Marine Corps doesn't want him." But the people at Pascagoula shipyard contacted a group of designers and house builders as a delegation to lobby the Pentagon and Congress. In the end, the federal government paid $19.5 billion for this bad ship. Whose pockets did this money go into? Did you divide a lot, Senator Daly? Because the person they were looking for in Congress at that time seemed to be you. Pompeo's words were like a cascade of guns, one shot after another, hitting Daly's chest. Pompeo had just finished speaking, and Daly's face here was already pale. "You. How do you?" He thought he had done this very secretly, but he didn't expect that he would still be unable to escape the caring people. In fact, almost all senators are doing things like this. For example, Bird built an endless road in his home. Mr. Thomas Loren created an incomplete Boston pit in Boston. But as a senator from Mississippi, what's wrong with supporting his hometown enterprise? That's right, the Pascagoula shipyard that Pompeo said is located in the capital of Mississippi, on the shore of the Caribbean Sea to the south of New Orleans. The Delaware was a warship tendered by the U.S. Navy more than 10 years ago. At that time, the U.S. Navy wanted an amphibious warship that could launch offshore attacks. Their requirement for this type of warship is that it can transport Marines ready for landing operations, and it can transport a large amount of weapons and equipment. For example, tanks and helicopters can also be used as medical ships to provide medical support to the Marines on the shore. Later, this mark was taken down by Pascagoula Shipbuilding. However, after they won this bid, the infantry team redesigned an offshore battleship in accordance with the requirements of the Navy. What they did was to find out the drawings of the previous helicopter carrier, and then use this helicopter carrier as a model to change an amphibious assault ship. Just such a broken ship, they actually modified it. It took 5 years to build it, and then it was delivered to the Navy. As soon as the Navy took over the ship, it only tested it for a month and wanted to return it, because they feel they have been tricked. What they want is an amphibious support ship that can support offshore operations. In their understanding, this type of warship can at least rush to the coastal waters, then opened from the bow and sent the Marines directly to the shore. But it was sent by Pascagoula shipyard, but it was a helicopter carrier at all. Although it is claimed to be an amphibious assault ship, how can I look at it as a helicopter carrier? The shipboard of a warship is very high, and the buildings on the water are also very tall, so that the sea area of the warship is very large. Not to mention the difference in wave resistance, it is very easy to be locked by local radar. If you use such a warship to land and fight in the local coastal waters, it will be a death hunt. A warship full of Marines may be locked by enemy missiles before it approaches the enemy's coastal waters. At that time, the Marines in the cabin would not even have a chance to escape. And because the hull of this ship is very tall, it is not suitable for beach landing at all. Marines can only be transported to a place 10 kilometers away from the coastline, and it may be stranded near the shore. Just such a bad boat. MTLnovel.com. How can the Navy be willing to pay for him? The Navy doesn't want it, and the Marines don't want it. But Pascagoula shipyard doesn't admit it. So they contacted a lot of designers, and the most funny thing was that they actually bought out a lobbying group of construction contractors. Let them go to the White House and the Pentagon to lobby. What's even more jaw-dropping is that they actually succeeded in lobbying. Finally, the Navy held its nose and purchased 4 such amphibious assault ships for a total of $19.5 billion. And Richard, who is behind the scenes and the majority shareholder of Pascagoula Shipyard, Daley naturally played a huge role in secret. He even came forward in person and found the senator in the White Room who approved the military spending and completed an exchange with the other party. He will agree to the other party's proposal for a house renovation plan in a certain area, and the other side must put pressure on the military to let the Navy take over these warships when it allocates funds to the military this year. And the purchase quantity cannot be less than 20 ships, and this is Richard. Daley never told anyone a secret, and he is the major shareholder of Pascagoula Shipyard, but not many people know about it, because he controls most of the shares of the shipyard through a fund company, and that fund company does not disclose its performance to the outside world. So not many people know about this matter. But now Pompeo suddenly mentioned the USS Delaware amphibious assault ship, which made Daley hesitate. How did the news leak out? How much does Pompeo know? Daley's eyes wandered, and Pompeo finally relaxed at this time. Chapter 1172. No tears without the coffin. Daley, who was still arrogant just now, fell into silence after listening to the evidence he threw out. What does this show? He is guilty. So at this time Pompeo felt that he had a chance to win. But a few seconds later, he saw Daley, who was opposite, suddenly raised his head, with a decisive look on his face. "I'm sorry, Mr. First King, I don't know what you are talking about." "What is the USS Delaware amphibious assault ship? What does it have to do with me? I am not from the military. If you have nothing else, please leave my house as soon as possible." Pompeo squinted his eyes, and he stared at this Daley fiercely. This guy obviously doesn't shed tears if he doesn't see the coffin. If this is an ordinary person, listening to these things he talks about, I am afraid that he would have panicked a long time ago. After all, these are his fate. But this Daley is not afraid. This guy is either a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water, or he is betting that you dare not explode the evidence, or he was betting that he could be safely extracted from this matter. But now is not the time to ponder these things, and Pompeo also put a smile on his face at this time. "Well, then I wish you good night." "Thank you. You should worry more about yourself. Regarding your investigation, I will definitely not stop, even if Baird McCarthy quits. I will find other partners to continue. So Pompeo, you better be careful. Don't let me grab the handle, or else." Pompeo really hated this Daley at this time, and it seemed that this guy was going to play against him. At this time, he didn't worry about his embarrassment at all. but threatened him. It seemed that he was really confident. He looked at Daly with a sneer, then didn't talk nonsense, got up and left Daly's villa. When he got back in the car, he sent him to the airport directly, and he was going to San Francisco to find Xiao Feng. He wants to discuss with Xiao Feng how to deal with Daly. These materials did not scare off Daly, and he also wondered what he might use to give these materials to the media. Because this is different from the materials of Bird McCarthy. Those materials of Bird McCarthy are very straightforward. As long as it is handed over to the media will naturally go back and check Highway 48. As long as they find this highway, then there will be big report, and Bird will be finished by then. Because this road was built by their family, and a large part of the money that has been spent was subsidized by the federal government. This means that they spend a lot of money from people in other states, and people in Virginia know this highway. I won't be so angry, because after all, many people in Virginia have benefited. But ordinary people in other states are different. Many of them have nothing to do with Virginia. Even many people may have never been to Virginia in their entire lives, but they actually have to spend money on a highway in Virginia that has been built for decades. Do you say they are angry? So that Bird McCarthy was naturally afraid of his exposure. But this Richard Daly's material is another matter. Although they all know that the major shareholder behind the Pascagoula shipyard is Richard, they have no evidence. The other is that Richard, who exchanged interests with the other senators who are responsible for approving military expenditures, is doing very secretive things. If Richard is exposed, then the other senators must also be brought out. In this way, it will be very involved, and they will offend many people. In this way, the gain is not worth the loss. So Richard figured this out, so he was so Pompeo. To deal with this Richard now, Pompeo really felt unable to start for a while. So he planned to just chat with Xiao Feng and see if he had any other information in his hands. At midnight, his plane finally landed in Los Angeles. However, considering that it was getting late, he did not go to Xiao Feng. Instead, I went directly to Xiao Feng's villa to find him the next morning. After spending a few days in the winery, Xiao Feng also felt a little tired, so he returned to Helen's mansion in San Francisco to live. Xiao Feng did not feel any surprise to Pompeo, who came for breakfast early in the morning, because Irving and the others had given an analysis of their personalities when they were investigating Richard and Bird. That Bird is fine to say, but this Richard is a very difficult guy, because his character is very persistent. To put it bluntly, he likes to be horny. Pompeo's current wife had a relationship, but he couldn't get together in the end, so he kept on it. And now there is a large part of the private anger in Pompey's chase, so he will not give up so easily. So when Pompeo went to negotiate with this guy yesterday, Xiao Feng had already estimated that things might not be so easy to handle. At this time, seeing Pompeo with a tired face and a little languid spirit, Xiao Feng knew that this guy must have failed last night. Xiao, do you have any other information about that guy? Him going to kill this time? Pompeo felt about to explode when he thought of Richard's arrogant attitude towards him yesterday, and Xiao Feng smiled and pushed him a cup of coffee. Don't be angry, eat breakfast first. The servant quickly brought them a well-prepared breakfast. Today Xiao Feng ordered an American breakfast, bacon, fried eggs, and waffles, plus a large cup of American coffee. Pompey was busy all night, and last night was even more angry and didn't fall asleep all night, and he was also hungry. After taking the breakfast, I just gobbled it up and wiped out my own breakfast within a few minutes. Then he picked up the coffee, took a big sip, and then turned his attention to Xiao Feng. At this time, Xiao Feng was enjoying his breakfast unhurriedly, until he was so uncomfortable being stared at by this guy that he put down his fork. Okay, you watch TV first. Then he picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Pompeo was also taken aback. What does this mean? And Xiao Feng smiled and pointed to the TV. Look at. Pompeo raised his head and looked at the big TV in the restaurant, and the picture on the TV made him stunned. Dear viewers, we will temporarily broadcast an urgent news. At 8:10 this morning, a warship of the Second Fleet of the U.S. Navy, docked at the New York Naval Port, suddenly uttered a spontaneous combustion incident. As soon as Pompeo heard this, even the female anchor Big Bear didn't even bother to watch it, and immediately watched the TV screen. At this time, the TV camera also happened to switch from the hostess Big Bear to the live scene. What appeared on the screen was a scene of billowing smoke, which was taken by people from outside the military port with their mobile phones. Obviously all tourists visiting the New York harbor were frightened by the sudden fire. You must know that a huge explosion and fire just happened at Yokosuka Naval Port in Japan not long ago. That fire burned more than half of the 7th Fleet of the United States, and it is still in a state of vitality. The US Navy and Japan are still arguing about how the fire started. Both parties are accusing the other party of mistakes that caused the fire. Now the warship in the New York Naval Port is on fire again, and this has stimulated the sensitive nerves of the Americans. The screen of the mobile phone was shaking, but it was still clear that thick smoke was rising from a warship parked in the military port at this time. At this time, the camera quickly switched to the air, and the TV stations in the United States were all rich and powerful. Sometimes in order to track the hottest news, they even give you a helicopter. Therefore, we can often see on TV the scenes of the police chasing after the police and the bandits shot by the news channel. Obviously this time, the TV station sent a helicopter again. The naval port is inside the naval base. They can't get in, but they can take a bird's eye view of the warship on fire from the air. It can be seen from the picture that the fire is a warship similar to a light aircraft carrier. The fire should be under the deck. Although it has only been on fire for 2 hours, the fire has burned a big hole in the deck. Mentalnovel.com, and the fire seems to be very large. Although there are ships at this time, the damage control personnel on the ship were constantly calling their companions to come over and put out the fire. But the effect does not seem to be very good, as can be seen from the fire below the deck. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. Dear friends, we can see from the ship's serial number that this ship is the Usula 1 warship. Just now our choreographer conducted an investigation on this warship. This is an amphibious assault ship belonging to the Second Fleet of the US Navy. His name is the Goodman Richard. We can see that the damage management personnel on the warship are actively helping themselves. From the other two sides, 2 firefighting boats also came over and started to help put out the fire. But the fire is difficult to control for a while, and it seems that the fire is getting bigger and bigger. What caused this? Are there other powerful weapons on the warship? Will the fire on this ship ignite those weapons and ammunition? If there is an explosion in the ammunition depot on the ship, will there be a crisis to New York Harbor and the people nearby? The reporter on the helicopter issued a series of questions. At this time, Pompeo, who was sitting opposite Xiao Feng, was stunned. He couldn't understand why the warship in New York Harbor suddenly caught fire again. You must know that the tragedy at Yokosuka Naval Port was not long before it was suppressed. If the people are reminded of the catastrophe at this time, it would be great fun. But he seemed to remember something suddenly. He lowered his head suddenly and looked at Xiao Feng. Why are you showing me this? Hey! This ship is the sister ship of the Delaware. Chapter 1173. Goodman Richard. Pompeo stared at Xiao Feng with wide eyes. This ship is the sister ship of the Delaware. Xiao Feng just finished his last bite of omelette at this time. He smiled and pushed the plate to the side, and then gave himself a hot American style. Recently, he likes this American breakfast very much. Especially after breakfast, a cup of bitter American coffee is really refreshing. And coffee beans from the Caribbean really have a tropical flavor. The kind of rejoicing after suffering is really unique. At this time, looking at Pompeo, who was stunned, he smiled and took a sip of coffee, and then said with a smile, "Didn't you mention it in the information I gave you?" Although the Navy didn't like this ship very much at the beginning, but in the end it still pinched its nose and ordered 4 ships, and later, especially during the Second Iraq War, more than a dozen ships were ordered one after another. Although Pompeo was born in the Navy, he has retired for many years after all. And even though he later became the director of the CIA, he didn't care about the Navy's procurement. so I really didn't know that the Navy actually ordered so many such junk ships later on. No wonder. The information you gave me shows that the Navy later paid $19.5 billion to the Pascagoula shipyard. I thought there was any high technology on this ship. Why is it so expensive? Pompeo seemed to understand at this time, and Xiao Feng nodded with a smile. That's right. In fact, the single cost of this warship is not expensive, but it can't stand the Navy's procurement. Pompeo scratched his head again. But the information you gave me clearly stated that there was a problem with the design of this ship. Doesn't the Navy like this ship very much? The information clearly says that the Navy didn't want this ship at first, and the Marines didn't want this ship either. Then why did the Navy still purchase more than a dozen? Xiao Feng smiled again, then took another sip of coffee. Indeed. When the Navy first took over this ship, it really didn't like this ship because its design was really bad. But later, when they performed the task, they discovered that because the opponent was too weak, even if the ship had many weaknesses, but the opponents they faced couldn't threaten this ship at all. So they endured it. The most important thing is that they found that this ship has many problems and needs frequent maintenance. Pompeo can also understand the previous points. After all, the most powerful opponents of the United States are Russia and Country H. If they are against these two opponents, they will definitely not dare to send this ship out. When facing other opponents, sending this boat out is definitely enough, just like the fighter jets in the Air Force. When there were no F-22 and F-35, it was completely F-15 Hornet and F-16 Fighting Falcon. Many people even thought that F-16 was the strongest fighter under Mi Jun's command. But those who really know how to do it know that, in fact, the real strongest fighter of the US military at that time was the F-14 Panda fighter. The Panda is the real top fighter that can compete with Teddy Bear's Su-27. It is a pity that the Soviet Union disintegrated and the maintenance of the Pandas was too expensive, so the Mi Army retired the F-14, developed more advanced F-22 and F-35. Therefore, the mainstream weapons used by the Mi Army are not necessarily the most advanced, but they are definitely the most suitable. For example, this amphibious assault ship was actually modified from a helicopter carrier. At first, the US military felt that it was not good. But later I found that using this boat to bully those weak countries was enough, so I endured it. But Xiao Feng's last sentence confuses Pompeo again. Why does this ship often require maintenance and upkeep, so it becomes a good thing? This is not clearly a troublesome thing. Should it be hated? He can only ask Xiao Feng for confirmation. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. You forgot this. Richard is Daley from that faction. In his faction, there are many bigwigs who are closely related to the US military, especially the Navy. For example, the Second Fleet, the logistics supply of this fleet, and the renewal and iteration of weapons and equipment are all forbidden by the Morgan Consortium. When Xiao Feng said this, Pompeo felt as if he had been initiated. Oh, I get it. Can't you understand? Perhaps the generals of the Navy hated this ship very much at first, because his combat ability is average, and he often has problems of one kind or another. He is repairing for half a year. But this is a good thing for the captain and the people in charge above it. This principle is the same as a road that has just been repaired a few days ago but has to be dug to bury pipes. After repairing, we are digging, and then backfilling. After a while, we are digging and backfilling. Although the process seems a bit cumbersome, everyone who handles it can get benefits. After the Navy purchased so many such ships, there must be a series of people behind. There are various generals, as well as various donkey sect bosses. In short, they will definitely purchase from these ships, and make a lot of benefits from the later maintenance. Pompeo thought about it thoroughly, and now he was turning his attention to the TV. In the TV picture, the fire on the good man Richard was getting bigger and bigger. It can be seen from the aerial photography of the TV station helicopter that a large hole has been missing from the deck of this ship, and this hole is getting bigger and bigger, already spreading towards the ship island next to it. Although the damage management personnel on the ship were desperately fighting the fire, There were two small boats nearby that were constantly watering the ship, but the fire was still difficult to control, and even the crackling sound of the explosion could be heard from the screen. Pompeo was also a soldier, and he felt bad when he heard this voice, because it was the sound of bullets and shells exploding on the ship. He couldn't help but burst into his heart at this moment. Don't really make big news. If the ammunition depot on the ship is really detonated, it will be a big trouble. At this time, it can be seen from the air that the other warships in the port have already begun to pull out their anchors and are preparing to leave the port. Obviously, the Yokosuka bombing tragedy not long ago has left the US Navy's memory particularly deep. They don't want to repeat the tragedy at their doorstep. So although the fire on the Goodman Richard is not completely uncontrollable, the other ships have already begun to make preparations. It can even be seen from the air that the barracks near the base have begun to evacuate. There were other firefighters on the shore, driving their cars straight to the fuel and snow storage area in the harbor. Although the fire has not spread over yet, they have already started spraying water jets over the fuel warehouse, and the temperature has begun to drop. It seems that the US people are quite well versed in taking precautions. Pompeo withdrew his gaze from the TV again at this time, and he seemed to suddenly remember something. At this time, his expression was very strange, as if the constipation couldn't be pulled out and it was uncomfortable. He obviously wanted to ask Xiao Feng some questions, but he didn't know how to speak. Xiao Feng just glanced at him and knew what he was thinking, so he chuckled. Don't guess, I didn't set the fire on this ship. Besides, I don't have such a big ability. I lurked in the naval base and set fire to warships. Hearing what Xiao Feng said, Pompo's face looked a lot better, and he explained with a smile. Look at you, I didn't say it was you who set the fire. Xiao Feng cursed in his heart. That's what you think. In fact, this fire was really caused by Owen and the others, but he couldn't tell Pompeo clearly. If it is true, then Pompeo might still think of him. Good guy, even the US warships dare to burn. What else in this world you dare not do? At this time, Pompeo raised his head to look at Xiao Feng, and then asked with a question mark on his face. Then how do you know this warship? Hi, I told you before that there are problems with the design of this warship and there are many potential safety hazards. We are not talking nonsense. They are all investigated. Until novel.com as early as 15 years ago, his sister ship Iojima had a fire in Yokosuka. Last year, 19 years, it was his sister ship Austin, and there was a fire in the port of Bahrain. And my people looked up the investigation data inside the Navy. They were all vague, and claimed to the outside world that they never found out the specific cause of the fire. In this way, I know that there must be a problem with this ship, and the Navy clearly does not want this ship before considering it. So this type of warship will still have an accident sooner or later. It's just a coincidence this time. We just found Richard, the agent, and Pascagoula shipyard. Their warship has an accident. And I let you watch the news so punctually because my friends over there in New York had notified the New York harbor that a warship was on fire early on. Xiao Feng's words are easy to understand. Pompeo also found his statement acceptable. It's just that Xiao Feng won't tell Pompeo that the good man Richard went to Hong Kong for repairs some time ago. Owen and the others just added some materials to the new motors that are about to be shipped. Just install the new motor on the ship. Hey, it won't take long for the ship to explode. It was a matter of time when it caught fire, but Xiao Feng didn't expect that this day would come so soon. The ship just burned up, and the evidence in Pompeo's hands was even more powerful. Pompeo was at Richard yesterday. Daly had a flat meal there. But I believe if Pompeo goes again today, that Richard's attitude will definitely not be the same as yesterday. He will definitely become a good person like this ship named after him. Chapter 1174 Be Hammered. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, The Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business, and Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Jirado Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Lee Xing-kai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xing-kai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you, and now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xing-kai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xing-kai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xing-kai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Lee Xing-kai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Lee Xing-kai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Lee Xing-kai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Lee Xing-kai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it. But it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the round worm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1175 Rain and Cloud. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At least in his opinion, it is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TEUs across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. www.mtnovel.com. He doesn't have to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1176 Revive. In the past, chain drugstores like Vogelin were able to compete with giants like Walmart. It depends on the various brands of health products that they can provide in their stores. However, after the emergence of e-commerce, people prefer to buy health products through e-commerce instead of visiting pharmacies. Especially the Amazon platform. In recent years, it has snatched a lot of business from Vogelin. In this way, Vogelin's traffic was greatly reduced, and their sales income was also greatly reduced. And this cooperation with the Ninth Laboratory, especially the explosive sales of the Rejuvenation series of healthcare products during the epidemic, surprised Vogelin to revitalize the glory of the year. In one fell swoop, the scene of that year was restored. Recently, Vogelin introduced a self-service medical examination center from China, and this news even detonated the medical community in the United States. Previously, major hospitals in the United States wanted to introduce new 3D imaging fluoroscopy equipment from China, but they have not yet reached a conclusion. But now Vogelin has actually introduced the entire self-service medical examination center. How can this not make the American people crazy? Prior to this, American people have all felt the pain of the public medical system in the United States. The United States is the only developed country in the world that does not provide universal medical insurance. People in the US want to request medical treatment, so they must have their own insurance. Otherwise you will just wait for bankruptcy. For ordinary Americans, there are a few who can afford expensive medical insurance. If you buy general insurance, you can only go to a general hospital for medical treatment. The general hospitals in the United States, the operating mechanism, and the level of doctors are similar to those of public hospitals in other Western countries that have universal medical insurance. You have to wait for everything. If it is not a critical illness, you may be cured by the time it is your turn to see the doctor. Even if you suffer a serious internal injury and the doctor asks you to take a film, you may have to wait in line for a week. And even if you take the film, the doctor in the hospital may not understand it. After all, the Google doctors in the US are not one or two exposed. And if the self-service medical examination center in China is introduced, it will be different. Before going to the hospital the day before, or before going to see your own personal doctor, you can perform a basic self-service medical examination in the self-service medical examination center. Blood test, urine test and even feces test, while taking a 3D fluoroscopy imaging. The fluoroscopic film is much clearer than that of CT and MRI, and it is still color and three-dimensional. In the past, PET may be needed to diagnose the disease, but with this fluoroscopy device, it can be seen clearly in a single film, and seeing the condition of the patient's body clearly allows the doctor to make a diagnosis more quickly and start treatment. Therefore, ordinary Americans welcome Vogelin's introduction of the self-service medical examination center with their hands and feet. It can even be said to be looking forward to. And long before Vogelin announced the news, Xiaofeng has quietly transported many self-service medical examination centers from China to the United States. It had been waiting in warehouses in San Francisco and Los Angeles. Some time ago, Pompeo took advantage of his efforts and pressured the FDA commissioner to quickly pass the bill to approve the introduction of self-service medical examination equipment. In less than 2 weeks, all the Vogelin chain pharmacies selected in the United States have begun a new round of renovation. Of course, they are not all equipped with such self-service medical examination centers in more than 7,900 stores in the United States. They just chose the 1,000 branches with the best operating conditions based on the operating conditions of the stores and assembled this equipment. After all, although the equipment is good, they can't steal the hospital's business. You know, hospitals in the United States are the big sellers of this 3D imaging equipment. Since Pompey put pressure on it, the FDA approved this device to enter the U.S. medical market. Many hospitals in the U.S. have already started contacting the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital and are preparing to introduce this kind of equipment. In fact, whether this kind of equipment is good or bad, the hospital can't be more clear. The reason why it was not introduced before was because on the one hand the FDA has not approved it, and on the other hand, because it still weighs heavily in everyone's mind. After all, before this equipment, it was the largest provider of medical fluoroscopy equipment in the United States, and everyone had to give them a bit of face. But now the FDA has allowed China's 3D perspective imaging equipment to enter the US market, and Vogelin has stepped up to become the first person to eat crabs. If the hospitals in the United States are not following up, it would be too ignorant. We must know that most hospitals in the United States are privately owned, and the common people judge whether a hospital is good or bad, except for whether the doctors in the hospital are superb. Another point is whether this hospital has the most advanced equipment in the world, because it is the most advanced equipment to help them look after the disease. Other hospitals use the most advanced 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment, and your home still uses old machines like X-rays and CT machines. Do you say that the patient is willing to come to your home to see a doctor? That's why the FDA has announced the lifting of the ban. Vogelin has just announced that they have reached a cooperation agreement with the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital to introduce the self-service medical examination center to the United States. Numerous U.S. private hospitals also followed the news, contacted the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital, and wanted to introduce 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment to the US. As a hospital, they have a blood test center, so they don't need the blood test equipment in the self-service medical checkup center. But 3D perspective imaging equipment is what they want most. So recently, this kind of 3D perspective imaging equipment has been the hottest topic of discussion among Americans. Everyone has different opinions about whether this device is so magical in the legend. When will it be truly introduced to the United States? And when will the people really use it? As for the White House, who has been evasive and condemned due to inadequate epidemic prevention in the recent period. They also deliberately lead the topic. They are naturally happy that the people will pay more attention to the epoch-making medical equipment that is about to be introduced to the United States, instead of paying attention to the nonsense and backlash of a certain leader in front of the TV. Epidemic prevention and control. Don't be entangled in this aspect and cling to it. Therefore, under the enlightenment of many forces, this new generation of 3D perspective imaging equipment imported from China has actually become the hottest topic in all walks of life in the US society. Today, one of the important reasons why Xiao Feng and Helen want to go out to explore the shop is that today is the day when the first self-service medical examination center landed in the United States. Prior to this, Vogelin already had 1,000 stores across the United States, all of which had begun to break ground, renovate and prepare to assemble this self-service medical examination center. However, the fastest progress is naturally the Vogelin on San Francisco's Main Street. This store is located in the San Francisco area, which is equivalent to a flagship store. It is located on the Main Street near Union Square, inches the city center, surrounded by the core business district of San Francisco. The financial center and commercial center of San Francisco are located here. There are tens of thousands of white-collar workers who go to work in this neighborhood every day, and this shop is on the first floor of Greystone Plaza. This building, on the first and second floors, is a commercial area, is a comprehensive shopping mall. Above is the hotel and office buildings for rent. This Vogelin Pharmacy is located just on the southeast corner of the best aspect on the first floor of the building. The upper and lower floors cover a total area of more than 400 square meters. Usually, many white-collar workers who work nearby come here to buy medicine every day. The addition of the first self-service medical examination center in the United States this time makes this store more eye-catching. Xiao Feng and Helen's car had to slow down just as they turned on the square road. Although it was only 7:30 in the morning, the roads had already begun to be congested. You must know that this road usually starts to be congested after 8 o'clock in the morning. But today the morning peak here unexpectedly appeared half an hour earlier than usual. The reason for this is that this self-service medical examination center in Vogelin will soon be opened. Although ordinary Americans have been on TV before, they have seen reports about this self-service medical examination center hundreds of times. But when this kind of self-service medical examination center landed in the United States for the first time, MentalNovel.com, he still inevitably attracted everyone's attention. At a distance of a kilometer away from this shop, it has already become blocked. The vehicle can only move forward at turtle speed. Which is the reason? It is because many TV stations across the United States have sent interview vehicles, and those interview vehicles are now crowded on the road near the entrance of the Vogelin store. These live broadcast vehicles are relatively large, and some have large satellite pots on top of their heads. One car occupies half the width of the road, and there are many people who drive over from other places to join in the fun, which leads to congestion on the whole road. And on the sidewalk on the side of the road, it was even more crowded with people in line. There were even a lot of people who came in line the night before. This can be seen from the tents and sleeping bags placed on the side of the road. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Feng and Helen were not in a hurry, and asked the driver to move forward slowly. Helen even took out the tablet and placed it in front of Xiao Feng. At this time, a number of TV stations were conducting interviews in front of Vogelin Pharmacy. Because the pharmacy is open for business at 9 o'clock in the morning, there is still 1 hour before the door opens. So the reporters were idle as well, and they simply started interviewing the people in the front line. The guy at the top of the line was brought by the family. This is a greasy middle-aged man who seems to have just woke up, still holding a little girl in his arms. The little girl was coughing constantly, and his wife was rummaging in the bag behind them. A reporter from NBC, interviewing him at this time. Chapter 1177. Do not look at the advertisement to see the effect facing the camera. The middle-aged man named Sam did not panic. Yes, we came here yesterday afternoon. Because this Vogelin was under renovation and has not been open to the public, we came early when we heard that it was going to open today. Why are you here? Is it just because of the self-service medical examination center here today? After hearing the reporter's question, the man gave a wry smile, and then replied, yes, actually, we didn't come because we were new to their new equipment, but we really needed it. Recently, the pandemic has raged everywhere in the United States, and hospitals across the United States are overcrowded. People who are sick cannot be easily admitted to hospitals for treatment. My daughter has congenital heart disease. Recently, her condition has been getting worse. We have already visited many hospitals, but the hospital refused to accept us, saying that it was because there were not enough beds. Finally, there was a hospital 2 days ago, willing to accept us, but he needs us to take a film. But their hospital will have to wait a week before it can be our turn to film. We simply can't afford to wait, and we also asked other hospitals, each of which is almost the same. Until we heard that Vogelin's self-service medical examination center was about to open, so we came in line yesterday. I heard that their 3D fluoroscopy imaging technology is very powerful, and I hope that this time I can shoot a clear film for the doctors to see. In fact, I want to take my daughter to China now for treatment and heart exchange surgery. Thomas succeeded, and he recovered very well. I also hope that my daughter will get a chance to try. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, China does not allow non-Chinese nationals to enter. Here, I also want to call on the Chinese government, hoping that they can open up a special family network like ours so that we can enter the country this morning and treat our children. Sam's words made the surrounding crowd sigh. The recent epidemic is indeed too serious, and it has seriously affected people's daily lives. Many people have lost their jobs because of this pandemic, and because of the loss of work and food, there are many people living on the streets. Moreover, hospitals in the United States are now full of pandemic patients, because the main focus of the hospital is on treating these patients. Therefore, the treatment of other patients is naturally not enough, and many patients with other diseases are required to stay at home. Unless the condition is very serious, even to the point of life-threatening, the hospital will accept you. Otherwise, you can only stand firm at home. Because of this, many patients are forced to become Google doctors. If you feel uncomfortable, you will ask Google. Although Google is better than a certain degree, it is not much, because patients have the habit of cranky thinking. Google sees a doctor, and the start of cancer is basically the same as a certain degree. But I still like more real people. After learning some self-diagnosis knowledge, I hope to be able to diagnose my illness accordingly. And this is the time for the self-service medical examination center to show its talents. So this is also the main reason why there is such a long line in front of the self-service medical examination center today. At this time, ABC TV reporters were interviewing another group of people behind. Excuse me. Why did you come so early today? Are you also here to experience this self-service medical examination center? The female reporter of the Big Blonde Bear, scratching her head in front of the camera, interviewing a young man, and this young man directly shook his head and denied her questioning. No, I didn't come for that machine. Then why are you here? I'm here to buy a new health product from the 9th laboratory that their family represents. The young man's words clearly aroused the interest of the female reporter. Oh, can I ask which new model it is? I know that the 9th laboratory only rejuvenation series is very useful, but have they launched a new model? I haven't heard of it yet. Yes, they recently launched a healthcare product based on extracts from herbs, which is very effective for lung maintenance. I only saw it on the internet that this product was already on the market in country H, and it was robbed crazy as soon as it went on the market. It is said that this health product has a very clear effect on the pandemic. Many consumers in country H have already experienced it firsthand, and they have also posted their experience online. We have seen many articles and videos. Now I have a family member who has been infected with a pandemic and is now lying in the hospital. As for the hospital, There is no good way other than getting her to breathe oxygen. Although I also used the Rejuvenation series of healthcare products for my mother, because my mother has other underlying diseases. Although the Rejuvenation series of healthcare products can help her to some extent, it still cannot make her recover quickly. So I thought about buying this health product and going back to my mother to try it. It turned out that it was his mother, who was seriously ill, and now lying in the hospital. It is no wonder that this young man looks so dignified. The reporter expressed his understanding, but in the end he couldn't help but ask the young man, "Man, what is the name of the new drug you are talking about?" Lotus particles. In fact, this drug is not originally developed by the Ninth Laboratory. This medicine belongs to Chinese medicine and has existed for a long time. Prior to this, it has always been a kind of medicine and method used by domestic Chinese medicine practitioners to treat lung diseases. This drug was taken to patients during the previous domestic pandemic. As a result, the doctors found that patients who took the drug recovered significantly faster than those who did not take it. Then this medicine became a major medicine to fight the pandemic. But because this medicine is a traditional Chinese medicine, there has been no double-blind experiment in accordance with the Western double-blind experiment method before. There has not been a large-scale clinical trial, so there will be no side effects, so no one can tell. Therefore, this medicine was initially used on a large scale in China. But later, as the pandemic began to raging around the world, doctors around the world were helpless with this particular virus. As a result, many Western countries have started to purchase this kind of special Chinese medicine and plan to go back and try it. You know that before this group of proud Westerners, they absolutely didn't believe in Chinese medicine. There are even a lot of Chinese medicines that they have degraded into witch medicines, and they are said to be useless. And this time, some hospitals in Spain and Italy purchased some of this drug to try it out. But soon there was a Nordic country that jumped out and said that they went back to study this medicine, and there was nothing in it except menthol. It can't play an antivirus effect at all. To be honest, the people of H country feel very annoyed by what these guys say. Well, we tested it personally, and this medicine is still so hot now. If you sell it to you, you still don't appreciate it. So good, I won't sell it to you in the future. So the transaction with Europe stopped, and this very good Chinese medicine was not sold. But after Xiao Feng knew about it, he didn't think so. The curative effect of this Chinese medicine was tested by people in H country. Although this Chinese medicine cannot really fight head and kill the pandemic virus, but he can obviously alleviate the patient's pain, make the patient's lungs quickly restore health, and clear cough and clear phlegm. This shows that the medicine is real and effective. As for the symptomatic principle of this medicine, it can be attributed to the category of healthcare products. That is, although it cannot kill the virus head, it can improve the patient's lung environment, enhance the patient's immunity and resistance, and help the patient quickly recover health. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Feng contacted He Xiaojun and asked him to contact the manufacturer of the Lotus capsule. The two sides have launched a cooperation. If this is a Chinese medicine, it will make the Europeans in the glass heart jerky. Then might as well change this Chinese medicine into a health product made of various plant extracts. In this way, he is no longer Chinese medicine, but healthcare products. Nowadays, the regulation of drugs in countries all over the world is very strict. mentalnovel.com not only do double-blind experiments, but also several years of clinical trials to collect data. The time to develop a new drug is very long, and the investment is also very large. But health products, that's another matter entirely. And with the reputation of the Ninth Laboratory, they want to launch a new product and enter the American market. It is very easy. The FDA generally chooses to turn a blind eye to the products they launch. Think about it. During this period of time, many politicians in Europe and the United States, in order to get rid of the pot, but gave country H a lot of bad hats. When he thinks of this, Xiao Feng feels a little angry. Obviously, because of ideological problems, They patronized the jokes of Country H at the beginning of the epidemic. He didn't take the control measures preached by his own citizens too seriously. Later, after the epidemic spread to the United States and Europe, as the epidemic became more and more serious, they tried every means to start throwing the pot. Naturally, the main target is Country H. As a result, various remarks have been very upset recently, which makes Xiao Feng feel very upset. Think about it, how they stuck our necks before and made our money. If he didn't make a move this time, and gave these a few slaps and letting out the blood, Xiao Feng would feel sorry for this opportunity. So he asked the 9th laboratory to tinker with such a healthcare product, intending to buy it in the United States. Anyway, I am not a medicine, nor is it important. I am a healthcare product, and it is a plant extract specifically for the lungs. Although it can't fight the virus, it can improve your immunity if you eat it. Is it specific to use? Haha, let's not look at the advertisement to see the effect. Chapter 1178 Straight Mouth. Speaking of Chinese medicine, Xiao Feng also feels quite a pity. On the one hand, this Chinese medicine is a precious cultural heritage handed down by our Chinese ancestors. But some medicines are indeed dross. For example, some medicines that require pangolins and tiger bones are used as medicine. The pharmacology of these medicines is really awkward. I think that pangolins can drill mountains, so it's good for men. As for the tiger bone, it is because the tiger is domineering. So the man ate the tiger bone wine for impotence. These pharmacological effects do sound blushing. Some Chinese medicines contain some highly toxic crops, and long-term use can indeed cause liver and kidney failure. And these were taken away by the Western medical community, and they were written in great books. And the reason why they attacked Chinese medicine in such a frenzied manner is actually nothing more than the exclusivity of Western culture. It also shows the correctness of their Western medicine. In fact, there are many drugs in their Western medicine that can cause liver failure and kidney failure. But they never said anything, they just kept talking about some medicines of Chinese medicine. In the end, the Chinese medicine was simply described as a witch doctor, which made the people in the West abhorred when they heard about Chinese medicine. In fact, there are still many very good essences in Chinese medicine. For example, the life-saving Angolnyang pill, and the Lianhua Qingwen capsule, which performed exceptionally during this pandemic. The reason why Western medicine tries its best to discredit Chinese medicine has another purpose, which is to prevent these low-cost Chinese medicines from entering the Western medicine market. Because once this medicine enters the Western market, how much business will it have to rob them? You must know that they sell medicines on a per-pill basis. A cold medicine can charge a patient a few dollars, and a cure for a cold can charge a patient hundreds of thousands. Although the state and insurance companies pay the bill in the end. But if ordinary people can sell a large number of high-quality and inexpensive Chinese medicines for common diseases in the market, who will buy their expensive Western medicines in the future? Therefore, they slandered Chinese medicine in various media, on the one hand because of ideological needs, on the other hand, because of the need for propaganda of superior race, and the third reason is economic needs. Therefore, it is very difficult for Chinese medicine to enter the European and American markets. Earlier, when Xiao Feng learned that Lianhua Qingwen capsule had special effects on this pandemic, he could not make money abroad. This gave him the feeling of sitting on a golden mountain begging for food. Think about it. These pharmaceutical companies in Europe and the United States have developed those special drugs and sold them for a few $100s. But we wanted to go to their site to sell medicine, but we couldn't find a way, which made him feel very annoyed. After talking about it with He Xiaojun, the two discussed for several nights. So they thought of another way. Since Chinese medicine, you won't let it sell, then let's play a side ball. We don't say that this is a Chinese medicine, we say that it is a healthcare product. It is a healthcare product made from various plant extracts and then fused together through a special process. Moreover, it is specifically aimed at lung health care, which is good for people who smoke for a long time and people who have lung diseases. It's all right now. Of course, there are some contraindications to using this health product. You must meet certain symptoms before taking it, and it is forbidden for pregnant women and children. These are all explanations, otherwise some people will get sick, but they will cause lawsuits. Anyway, this Chinese medicine has been taken in China for hundreds of years, and there are no toxic side effects, so they plan to try it out in the United States. The FDA soon allowed the approval of this new health product for marketing, and they also turned a blind eye to this drug. They also know that the current pandemic situation in the United States is very serious, but the domestic medical resources in the United States have been used to the limit. The hospitals are already overcrowded, and the doctors are helpless with this new virus and can't come up with any special medicine. So, let's try these health products. After all, the previous Rejuvenation series of health products in the 9th laboratory have confirmed their efficacy in major hospitals. The Rejuvenation series of healthcare products have even been used as prescription drugs for patients with frail health. Taking the Rejuvenation series of healthcare products does have a very obvious effect of improving immunity and resistance. Patients who basically take the Rejuvenation series of healthcare products, no matter how old they are, can save their lives. So now the 9th laboratory has launched such a targeted health product. They naturally don't mind. Let the American people try it. If it is really effective, it can also be widely promoted nationwide. As for the future, after all, he is a medicine, and certainly not like healthcare products. Normal people can eat and play without problems. After this health product has become famous, the hospital can upgrade this health product to a prescription drug. When it is not on the market, it will be okay. Xiao Feng's ideas coincided with those of the FDA. After all, if one item is important, it is so blatant to land on the market in the United States, which is a bit too bad for the FDA's face. So this is the right way to take the curve to save the country. The face can be preserved, and the lining can also be held. Therefore, the FDA approved the approval of this plant extract health product in the US at the speed of light. When this health product was approved, Vogelin and the 9th laboratory began to take the opportunity to speculate. However, considering that the definition of this health product is very vague, it is very likely that it will be attacked by some interested people in the future. Therefore, the two sides did not advertise the drug positively, but through other channels, such as the very popular form of self-media. They found a lot of internet navy forces and made hype on various social media. So recently, there have been many internet celebrities and internet celebrities from the United States who have appeared on the internet. There are even people who found a patient from country H, took this health product and then quickly recovered from the video. The flow and heat have been brought up every minute. However, Lab 9 and Vogelin did not show up from start to finish. In this heat, they picked themselves clean. On the contrary, they have repeatedly emphasized that because of the special nature of this healthcare product, people who are in good health should not eat it indiscriminately. As long as there is a problem with lung health, and the patient must meet certain symptoms, it can be taken. As for those of you who have no problems, if you buy them back and eat indiscriminately, we will not be responsible for the problems in the end. But the more they say this, the more people in the United States don't believe it. You must know the common people of the United States, many of whom are notorious for being out of wisdom. An organization once conducted a survey to find out which country in the world people believe that God really exists in the world, and which country people believe that there are angels. As a result, the final answer was also surprising. It is actually the world's #1 power. So I don't know which guy is leading the internet. People said, don't believe Vogelin and the 9th lab. This medicine is easy to use, but they have insufficient production capacity now, so they just want to give priority to selling this medicine to the wealthy, regardless of the life and death of ordinary people like us. They launched this healthcare product. If you are not ill, you can protect yourself. If you are ill, you can quickly recover. The effect is so awesome, believe it or not. So, in just a few days, the name of this Lianhua Qingwen extract has spread throughout the country. After all, it is now the internet age, and the speed of information circulation is very fast. So people in the US soon learned of such a special medicine, and it will be officially launched on Voglin today. So this is another main reason for the long queues at the Voglin flagship store in San Francisco today. Xiao Feng was in the car, watching the tablet computer, and various TV stations reported, interpreted and interviewed the grand scene at the entrance of Voglin. I feel that it must be stable this time. I was worried that the American people would accept this kind of plant extract-based health product. Now it seems that I am completely worried about it. In front of life, everyone knows how to choose. The American men are notoriously straightforward. MTLnovel.com. Although they call that Chinese medicine is a witch doctor and Chinese medicine is a witch medicine every day. But when TCM and Chinese medicine can save their lives, they will also unscrupulously stage a scene of uselessness for you. No matter what witch doctor or witch medicine you are, as long as it can save lives, it is a good medicine. Originally, I wanted to go to the store and see for myself, but now it seems that I don't need to be there at all. With the flow of people on the street like this, it is difficult for them to get to the store on time at 9 o'clock. And with so many people queuing, the store will definitely be a mess of porridge, and there is no need for them to mess with the staff when they go to the store. Xiao Feng instructed the driver in front to turn around at an intersection ahead and stop going to the pharmacy. Just at an intersection, the convoy turned in, leaving the main street. The convoy drove onto the highway going out of the city, immediately speeding up much faster. Xiao Feng handed the tablet to Helen, and then asked her about Voglin's future and what plans they had. Helen told Xiao Feng again about the issues she discussed with Chamberlain about the future development of Voglin. In the recent period, although Voglin's business situation in the United States has improved greatly, its profitability has rapidly risen and reversed. However, Chamberlain did not allow Voglin to re-expand after judging the overall economic environment of the United States. According to the general business logic of a company, when the company is on the right track and starts to make a lot of money, naturally, it is necessary to take out profits and carry out a new round of expansion. However, Chamberlain and Helen did not do this. Their first choice was to pay off the loan owed by the company. After all, when Xiao Feng took over the company was still carrying more than $18 billion in debt. Chapter 1179. Where there is danger, there is opportunity. Back then, this debt was caused by loans from many banks by the former head Stefano for rapid expansion. However, Voglin's business conditions went from bad to worse, which was also caused by the huge financial pressure brought about by this huge loan. It can even be said that Stefano finally shot Voglin because he could not repay that huge loan. At that time, Voglin was a listed company, and their market value was mostly paper wealth. When the stock price is high, the value of the company's assets is high, and each quarter's financial report is a barometer that affects the company's asset scale. When Voglin's business conditions were good before, their stock prices were good. But later, because of this huge debt, their annual net profit was all swallowed up by these debts. Even their quarterly profit is not enough to repay the interest generated by these debts. The straw that crushed the camel appeared, and Voglin had suffered losses for the first time since 3 years ago. Since then, they have suffered losses for 3 consecutive years. At the same time, their stock price dropped from the highest peak of $72 to $56. If they could not reverse the decline, their stock prices would continue to fall. If that situation continues, then sooner or later, there will be insolvency. By then, Voglin could really only declare bankruptcy. It was at that time that Xiao Feng took over Voglin. The first thing he took over was to privatize Voglin and delist. In this way, Voglin's financial report does not need to be announced, and it will not affect Voglin's stock price. Moreover, during the acquisition process, Xiao Feng also lowered prices several times, and finally the cost of repurchasing Voglin was much lower than his previous estimate. So he used the remaining funds to pay off part of the loan. During this period, because Voglin's business conditions improved rapidly, they used the profit to repay part of the loan. After all, The company is now privatized and there is no need to distribute dividends to shareholders, so the company's profits are spent as they wish. In Chamberlain and Helen's opinion, paying off the loan is the most correct approach. Xiao Feng also agrees with them very much. After all, debt management is not a good habit, if it is really an upswing in a major economic cycle. When the global economy is very optimistic, debt management is naturally no problem. But now, obviously because of the downward cycle of the global economic downturn, it would be too irrational to operate in debt at this time. And the most important thing is that during this period of time, the Central Bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve, in order to save the economy of the United States, has begun to flood the water. Now that the US can easily borrow money everywhere, Chamberlain and Helen decided to borrow new debts and repay old debts. Because before, Vogelin borrowed from banks and financial institutions. Most of them were borrowed during Stefano's business period. To be honest, the interest on these loans is very high. Some have an interest rate of more than 3 or 4, which is generally borrowed from the bank. Some even borrow as much as 7% and 8% from some financial institutions. If such an interest rate is in the country, it must be considered normal, but in the United States, where the financial industry is extremely developed, such an interest rate is definitely very high. As the world's financial center, the world's hot money distribution center, the US market can circulate a lot of funds. Therefore, the interest rate for borrowing money from the United States is generally very low. Especially large companies with good qualifications and bargaining power want to borrow money. At the lowest point, they can even receive a few percent of the interest rate. Throwing away the cost of operation and time, the money is almost all for nothing. Don't really think this is an exaggeration. In fact, it is quite common in the US market. Stefano, the former head of Vogelin, obviously lacked in this aspect. Because the interest rate on the money he borrowed is very high, some of the most outrageous are even as high as 12%, 13%, and the highest can even reach 15%. This interest rate is almost comparable to the loan interest rates of those bad companies in a certain country's financial market. The first thing Xiao Feng took over Vogelin was to arrange for Chamberlain to negotiate with banks and financial institutions with high interest rates. Ask them to lower interest rates or extend the repayment period. Of course, the people who got the most answers were rejected, so Xiao Feng simply used the remaining money in his hand to repay all the loans. But even so, the company now has a loan of nearly 10 billion, and these loans can generate 4 to 5 billion in interest every year. Although it is not high, it is not low. And recently, just as the US Central Bank released a lot of water, Chamberlain and Helen discussed it. I immediately decided to find a new bank loan and pay off the original loan. After all, low-interest loans are now everywhere on the streets, and the fees are even lower. Compared with the previous loans, financial expenses alone can save more than 1 billion yuan. In fact, the most important thing is that Xiao Feng arranged for them to secretly bring in Southern Cross Bank. Anyway, the money is made by the bank, so who is making money for? Southern Cross Bank, or its own bank, can also provide cheaper loans. The most important thing is the diamonds and gold he bought from other worlds, as well as the gold he bought from Sunan, and some ugly wealth he bought from South America. Through this channel, you can go to the US market, take a wash, and then return to the Southern Cross Bank account. In this way, the money will be clean as soon as it enters and exits from the United States. In this way, once in and out, it can also be mortgaged to the collateral of other banks and financial institutions. For example, part of the real estate in the store, as well as the company's equity, are transferred to Southern Cross Bank. This is more secure. This is a very good opportunity for asset transfer. Chamberlain and Helen did very well, and Xiao Feng was also very satisfied. At the same time, they also formulated a series of new business plans. Recently, the overall economic environment of the United States has been hit by a pandemic, and economic growth has experienced a large-scale decline. And recently, because of BLM, American people have begun to take to the streets to obtain production materials for free. The real economy of the United States has suffered a huge blow at this stage. It is obviously unwise to expand and open stores on a large scale at this time. But as the saying goes, there are dangers, there are opportunities. In the eyes of Chamberlain and Helen, in fact, now is also the best time for Vogelin to expand. But this expansion is not about opening new stores all over the world. Instead, they started to make arrangements and waited for the BLM situation to calm down and expand the scope of business after the epidemic passed. Now is the economic downturn in the United States. But you have to know that the United States has a very strong economic background. After going through this difficult period, the US economy is destined to recover quickly. And this cycle is slow, which means 2 to 3 years. If it is fast, 1 or 2 years is enough. If you wait until then to formulate a development plan, it will be too late. And now is indeed the best time to start the layout, especially under the influence of pandemics and BLM events. Many physical stores in the US have closed down one after another because they could not continue to operate. If you are lucky, you close the door, and if you have bad luck, you basically go bankrupt. As a result, in many major cities in the US, shops in prime locations have become vacant. You must know that when the economic environment is good, the rents and prices of these shops are very expensive. For example, in New York, Uptown Manhattan, a set of shops in prime locations. In normal times, it is absolutely priceless in the market, and no one will sell it to you if you want to buy it. And even if it is sold, the price is still sky high. For a set of street shops on Fifth Avenue, the kind with an area of 200 square meters facing upwards can cost tens of millions of dollars at every turn. Don't be too expensive. But now, because the owners have financial needs, such properties are being sold in large numbers. Stores that used to be tens of millions of dollars are now basically sold at a 20% discount, or even half price. This gave Vogelin a chance to get in. We must know that the reason why Vogelin was able to crush CVS when the number of stores was a few thousand less than CVS. www.mentalnovel.com relied on the high quality of the stores, and their stores often chose to open in the wealthy area, or neighborhoods where middle and high income classes live. The reason why Vogelin would carry a heavy debt of $18 billion before is because it is too expensive to buy a house in such a neighborhood. As the nation's leading large chain at the time, they never bothered to rent a house in the wealthy area. Of course, they also have the experience of renting a house, but some of them ended up unhappy in the end. The landlord sees that they are making money, so every time they renew the lease, they will ask for a price increase. Or if Vogelin wanted to rent a house, he would simply offer a high rent price. It is precisely because of such unpleasant history that Vogelin opened a shop later and simply chose to buy a house and open it himself. In this way, on the one hand, operating costs can be greatly reduced, and on the other hand, the company's asset valuation can be greatly improved. This is also a support point for Vogelin's stock price, and it is also the main reason why Xiao Feng knew that Vogelin was not doing well and was willing to buy Vogelin for more than 40 billion yuan for Stefano, because Vogelin has brand value. He still has a lot of real assets. Of his more than 7,000 branches, 90% of them are in his own shop. Even if he fails to do business after he takes over, he can get back part of the capital just by buying real estate. And now, when there is a large-scale bankruptcy wave in the United States, Chamberlain and Helen intend to continue to maintain Vogelin's original business philosophy, and even carry forward. For them, now is a good time to make a big splash. It is also a good time for them to prepare for the future. Chapter 1180. The world's #1 chain pharmacy. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, He no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States? The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogotá and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, The company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile. And Lee Xing-kai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xing-kai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor that they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maoxung? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high. And Maoxung is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maoxung gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xing-kai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xing-kai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xing-kai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Lee Xing-kai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Lee Xing-kai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Lee Xing-kai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Lee Xing-kai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Lee Xing-kai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, Many prudes. Parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1181 Reborn. He Fang's operation was to perform ligament replacement sutures on domestic flying people. This flying man can be regarded as a superstar of H country. In recent years, as some superstars in the domestic sports industry have retired one after another, there have been few superstars in the domestic sports industry. Not long ago, when He Fang's gave the American Golden Boy Thomas Brady a heart exchange operation, He Fang's became the top surgeon in China, especially after he announced that he wanted to set up a sports medical center. His phone call almost never got blown. That Thomas Brady's performance after returning to the game was seen by many people. Ordinary athletes, if they are injured, especially heart injuries, they can basically be declared scrapped and retired directly. And if it is a muscle or ligament injury, even after recovery, there is a risk of becoming a glass man. It's even harder to get back to the top. And this Thomas Brady's performance is impressive. After a heart-changing operation, this guy not only did not scrap, but after returning to the game, he played more beautiful data than before. And anyone with a discerning eye can see that his athletic ability and confrontation ability are actually stronger than before. If understood according to traditional medical thinking, this guy's performance can only be described in 4 words as incredible. If he didn't tell the result himself, I am afraid that many people would have to wonder whether this guy took medicine to be able to perform so vigorously. And Thomas Brady, also in an interview not long ago, revealed the secret that he will become stronger. That was Dr. He Fang's. When he operated on him again, he took into account the issue of compensation. So he adjusted his heart and blood vessels. The so-called compensation is to take into account that the patient's heart function may be degraded by certain factors in the future, so the function is larger, and to put it bluntly, it is to make more redundancy. It's like a 2.0 liters 4-cylinder engine is enough, but the owner of the modified car is afraid that it will not be enough. So they replaced it with a 3.6 V6 engine. So Thomas, not only did Brady not become weaker after the operation, but he became stronger without becoming bald. And he's still cheating legally. You say it makes people look upset? The benefits of this operation are no different. So it has brought him a second chance of development. So his athletic ability and confrontation ability are greatly enhanced than before. With this effect, other athletes I watched are extremely jealous. Many athletes who are serious about competing with more serious events are wondering whether they should also find He Fang's for a heart. Of course, this will definitely not pass easily on He Fang's side. Originally, this new technique grabbed the jobs of many people, but now countless people are staring at him, looking at him with a magnifying glass, waiting for him to make a mistake. He Fang's would naturally not take the initiative to send them the handle. He Fang's had eaten the losses of this group of decent guys once before, so naturally he couldn't fall into the same pit for the second time this time. Besides, by relying on this heart-changing operation alone, he can already become famous in the world, and he can make endless amounts of money. He really couldn't make it up for those athletes to give them the high surgical fees to exchange their hearts. However, although heart exchange surgery cannot be performed casually, Many athletes have also seen the hope of He Fangzhu's team regarding the treatment of sports injuries. For example, the remote mobilizer who came here this time is a very pity. As early as his early 20s, he helped China win a gold medal in track and field competitions. You must know that it was an Asian, a yellow race, who made the first zero breakthrough in Olympic history and won the gold medal in the race event. In the following 2 years, he broke world records frequently and won gold medals in obstacle races many times. It is a pity that the peak period of his sports career, like other H country athletes, is very short. He was only glorious for more than 2 years, after which he was wounded by injuries. In the 2 years after that, the trapeze stopped running, participated in several international competitions, and then rested for a long time. But the injury hasn't been smooth. And his Waterloo appeared in the second Olympic Games. In this competition, he was a gold medalist who was placed high hopes by the Chinese. Unexpectedly, he had to stop after only tens of meters in the race, and finally withdrew from the race. It can be said that his retirement was very disgraceful and caused a lot of scolding from the people all over the country. You say that you are injured, and the people of the whole country can understand it. You can choose to withdraw from this competition. But since you are in the competition, then you have to fight to the end. You said that you ran halfway and then retired. What's the matter? After that game, the word of mouth of the Flying King collapsed all the way in the country, and he was scolded by the common people as Xiang. In fact, Xiao Feng felt very sorry for his past. And he felt that, in any case, as a flying man who broke history and broke records, our countryman seemed a bit too harsh. Even if he did not finish the game in the end, the Chinese should not scold him with that attitude. And he also heard people talk about it later. In fact, the flying man himself told the leader a long time ago that he wanted to give up the game. It's a pity that when he reached his position at that time, he could no longer withdraw if he wanted to, because there are countless advertisers behind him, and countless vested interests do not want him to quit. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and participated in that competition. As you can imagine, the fame he had worked so hard for was lost all at once. After that, the dead king also announced his retirement directly. In fact, at that time, it happened to be his golden age. If he were healthy, he could still run for 5 or 8 years. But who would have thought that he would have retired like that? Recently, he suddenly contacted He Fangzhu, which also surprised both He Fangzhu and Xiao Feng. Because this person has a special identity, He Fangzhu also reported his situation to Xiao Feng. That's why Xiao Feng knew so much. It turns out that the reason why Friend Han Wang chose to retire after that Olympic Games was also plagued by injuries. It turned out that 2 years before he retired, he had already caused inflammation of the Achilles tendon on his right foot due to overtraining. After that, the Achilles tendon inflammation could not be cured, and finally the Achilles tendon ruptured and the ligament ruptured. Because of this injury, he was treated in the United States for more than a year. I found the top sports doctor in the world at the time, but in the end he couldn't solve his injury. So after the Olympics, knowing that he had no hope of recovering from his injury, he simply chose to retire. Although he has retired, he has always been unwilling. But no matter what, he can only bow his head to fate. In the past 2 years, he had already bid farewell to the arena, married a wife, and was ready to live an ordinary life. But after reading the news report that He Fangzhu operated on Thomas Brady recently, his already dead heart suddenly became active. Thomas Brady, such a serious heart injury, can be cured by Dr. He Fangzhu. And when he changed his heart, not only did Thomas Brady still be alive and kicking, he could actually perform better on the court. Can I also try He Fangzhu? So he contacted the He Fangzhu team and put forward his own ideas. At first, He Fangzhu was very surprised when he knew that he had come to the door. After all, a few years ago, this flying man was the king of sports in China. After all, he is the only one who has won a gold medal in the Olympic racing arena and has broken the world record. Even though he has been disarmed and returned to the field for a few years, He is still a hero in many people's hearts. So He Fangzu received him cordially and reported his situation to Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun. Although he is confident that he can help the trapeze recover, after all, this is not an ordinary operation. He must report to Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun to make a decision. He Xiaojun and Xiao Feng only discussed for half an hour before deciding to treat him. And no matter what methods are used, he must be cured. Although the Achilles tendon and ligament of the trapeze have been connected to www.metalnovel.com, the continuous inflammation caused the Achilles tendon muscle and ligament to be very brittle. To put it bluntly, it is easy to break such Achilles tendons and ligaments. If they are ordinary people, there is absolutely no problem. But if he wants to return to the game, it's definitely not enough. Especially he still wants to return to the game to prove himself. After all, at his age, he does have a chance to return to the game. And in the past few years, his body has been well maintained, and he hasn't reached the point of being scrapped. If he replaces his Achilles tendons and ligaments with new ones, as long as he recovers well later, he will definitely return to the game in the future. So after getting the approval of the big bosses, He Fangzu personally formulated the operation plan for the Flying Man. It is to replace his Achilles tendons and ligaments that have not been cured after repeated treatments. The foreign devils have been cured and returned to the game. Our national hero must also be treated like this, and even the foreign devils are better than the foreign devils. So some time ago, He Fangzu had already started cultivating artificial ligaments for the Flying King. But this artificial muscle, he still can't handle it. In order to make this operation perfect, Xiao Feng directly dispatched Karapag's medical expert Helma. When Xiao Feng went to another world last time, he saved the wizard Framel's senior brother Granger. That guy can master a set of primitive regeneration techniques for severed limbs, and the core of that technique is to hit special materials. One of them is to use a special material to replace human muscles. After returning from the alien world, he handed over the research and development of these new materials to the cloning expert Helma, and this time he could finally come in handy. Chapter 1182 Recreating the Godhead. The wizard, Flamel, played a very important role in the Great Qin Kingdom. He was equivalent to the role of the head of the Mo family in the ancient Warring States period, and when Xiao Feng explored South last time, Flamel entrusted Xiao Feng to find his senior, and when Xiao Feng was exploring South, he really found his greedy and lustful senior by accident. His senior brother Granger was also a remarkable guy, and he wore a hat for the king in the role of a national teacher. Later, the kingdom was destroyed by the orcs, and Xiao Feng took the guy to Penivera. But this time, he didn't work in vain. He got a very complete set of techniques from this old guy, that is, the regeneration of the limbs. You must know that in their ignorant era, this kind of regeneration technique of severed limbs is nothing more than a kind of magic. Even in today's society where medicine is prosperous, humans have never been able to break through the technology of regeneration of severed limbs. So Xiao Feng studied the regeneration technique of the old wizard Granger's severed limbs. Although he is not a scientist, through Granger's explanation, he roughly understands the theory of regeneration of severed limbs. In fact, this guy found very suitable materials, and then pressed these materials onto the human body. Let the human body and these foreign objects smoothly combine together. And this set of technology, advanced cattle breaking, is just the materials used in Granger. It is really suitable for combining with the human body. In his world, throughout the ages, countless doctors have studied how to make a person have the ability to regenerate a severed limb. For example, in medieval Europe, there used to be crazy doctors who tried to transplant limbs from someone else's body to another person. But the severe rejection reaction made this operation unsuccessful. Even now, after people have understood the theory of human rejection, they have not been able to complete allograft surgery. However, Xiao Feng found a reasonable solution based on the new materials given by Granger. After returning from another world, he gave all the new materials to Helma, an expert in cloning medicine, to study and cultivate on the earth. This is not a problem at all for Helmer. In fact, in their era, they had more advanced means to solve the problem of physical disability. Regeneration of a severed limb was as simple as an appendix cut operation for the medical circles of their time. But after all, the current environment is not the interstellar age that Helmer and the others are in. They don't have the drugs and medical equipment of the interstellar age at all. So they can only use other methods to complete the technology of regeneration of severed limbs. The materials that Xiao Feng brought back from another world this time just solved this problem. This time Xiao Feng arranged for Helmer to assist He Fangzi in the operation. And it was also the first time this material appeared in the world. In fact, it is also deliberate to gradually lift the veil of new technology. Talking about the Karapag Islands, and the people there, slowly unfolded before the world. In fact, with He Fangzi's current technology, they can also use stem cells to print a large dendron through 3D printing technology. But if you use this method, the price is too expensive. After all, stem cells are still very expensive nowadays. If their sports medicine center opens in the future, they may have to use a lot of muscles, tendon transplants, and use stem cell printing, which will be unbearable for many athletes. After all, not all athletes are stars, and not everyone can earn tens of millions of dollars in annual salary. The survival status of most athletes is to barely mix food and clothing in a year. In order to take care of these people, He Fangzi and others have been considering finding suitable substitutes. And Helmer, the artificial muscle provided this time, is a very good solution. This artificial muscle comes from a kind of laurel that Xiao Feng brought back from another world. This laurel tree is different from the spice-producing laurel on Earth. In fact, this thing looks very much like a giant cactus in Mexico. Only after being cut open, the meat inside is 99% close to human muscle tissue. This is really a creature that is difficult to explain. After Granger connected the broken limbs to a person, he cut the fleshy substance from this tree and stitched it onto the human body. After combining the blood vessels and nerves, resting for a week, this kind of plant tissue can actually become human muscle tissue, and 100% will not have any rejection during this period. If Xiao Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard for him to believe the magic of this plant. And this time, it will be the first time this material has appeared on the Earth. Originally, He Fangzi did not intend to conduct a global live broadcast of this operation. Unexpectedly, Ding Xiangyuan came to the door early. The current He Fangzi is not the same as the rat crossing the street a few months ago. Now he is the top representative of the medical field of H country, the facade of a new generation, and the future Nobel Prize winner in medicine. Naturally, someone was staring at his every move, especially after he announced his intention to establish the first professional sports medicine scientific research institution in China. In the recent period, countless units have called to ask for cooperation, but He Fangzi didn't directly agree, and this time he actually wanted to perform an operation on the former flying man to help the flying man completely cure his old wounds. This has caused considerable concern, not only in the domestic medical community. Even the world's authorities in sports medicine are paying attention to this operation. Famous doctors in the field of sports medicine all over the world know the injuries of the trapeze. In fact, his injury is very simple. It was tendinitis at the beginning. The cause of tendinitis is fatigue caused by overtraining. This disease is a common disease for athletes. Don't you see that many athletes will suddenly suffer a serious injury after they have just reached their peak age? Then it will become a glass man, and then it will enter a kind of comeback, and then be injured, in a comeback, in a state of injury and stop. After tossing a few times in a row, the athlete was basically abandoned. And such injuries are basically caused by muscle inflammation. A large part of this disease is caused by long-term high-intensity training and a special way of exerting force. But athletes rely on their bodies to eat, so this kind of injury has become a natural enemy injury that all remote mobilizers face. In general, if athletes have muscle problems, the advice given by experts in sports medicine is to recuperate or use physical therapy to recover. Most of them are not recommended to take medicine, because the consequence of taking medicine is that it is easy to relapse. After repeated times, the muscles will become brittle. Once the muscle becomes brittle, it will be troublesome when the next attack occurs. It is not as simple as a strain or verification. It is likely to develop into a torn muscle or serious injury such as a ruptured ligament. This is the case of the flying man He Fangzi wants to cure. He was injured in the early stage. Because the domestic sports doctor is not professional, he prescribed anti-inflammatory drugs. After eating, I did recover very quickly, and then continued high-intensity training. After that, the injury recurs. And after taking medicine, when the number of times reaches a certain number, the bacterial flora in the inflammation site has already become resistant. When the medicine doesn't work well, there is no other way to treat it. This is why, later he will develop severe injuries like Achilles tendon rupture and ligament rupture. And this time, He Fangzi, the solution given is to replace all the previously broken Achilles tendons and ligaments. They can solve ligaments of this substance. We must know that when they made artificial hearts before, they solved the biggest problem of artificial heart regaining. That is, they used stem cells and small molecule collagen to use 3D printing technology to create the most difficult part of an artificial heart, sarcoplasmic network. It is this substance that ensures that the human heart muscle can beat at a stable frequency. To put it plainly, this sarcoplasmic reticulum is actually another form of ligament. And this time they used these two raw materials to easily create a new ligament. Before performing surgery on the traps.metalnovel.com, they used 3D fluoroscopy imaging technology. A fluoroscopic imaging of the trapeze's right foot has been carried out, and the shape, width and thickness of the ligament of his right heel have been determined. The trapeze originally had old wounds on his foot ligaments, which had been broken. Although it was sewn later, the ligaments after this suture can only guarantee him to live an ordinary life. It's impossible to return to the arena again for serious and high-intensity training and competition. So this time they plan to cut off all the broken ligaments and suture their artificial new ligament. It is not an exaggeration to say that the ligament they made, plus the strength of their stitching, is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the original ligament of the flying man. Even when the trapeze is healthy, the ligament strength is not as strong as the one they made. This can be confirmed by Thomas Brady's performance on the field. The other is the Achilles tendon. The cloning expert Helmer also brought the muscle materials he prepared for the trapeze. Use laurel meat to create artificial muscles. It has been repaired and can be implanted into the human body immediately, and the strength is at least 1.5 times stronger than the original Achilles tendon. These are all tested, and this is also a gift that Xiao Feng specially prepared for them and gave them to the flying people. It can be said that after this operation, the trapeze has a golden ankle. As long as his physical condition allows, he can return to the game anytime, anywhere. This time Xiao Feng's instruction to He Fangzi was to recreate the godhead of a flying man. To get him back on the court, even to ensure that he can regain the championship. If this plan is successful, then their Institute of Sports Medicine will be. Chapter 1183 Explosive APP. He Fangzi naturally understood Xiao Feng's proposal, and he did not oppose it. As long as the trapeze can return to the arena, then he will win. Once the trapeze can regain the championship, their position in the world of sports medicine research institute will be established in one fell swoop. By then, this place will be a holy place for athletes all over the world. And the sports medicine studied here can not only be applied to athletes. Research on muscle and orthopedics will benefit all mankind. For He Fangzi, this operation has another significance. That is, he will prove his medical theory like the world in the medical world again. The previous set of post replacement parts is definitely not as easy to use as the original set of theories, and it has been completely out of the medical world. In fact, such a theory has been circulating in the medical field. That is, no matter what parts are, they are still original. For example, the heart, liver, spleen, lung and kidney, even if these organs are diseased, the method doctors used to deal with before was to cut off a part of it. If you can't sew it, continue to use it. If you can sew it, continue to use it. As a last resort, we will never remove all of them and replace them with other people's organs. One is because the human body will produce a strong rejection reaction, and the other is no matter how other people's organs fit in with your body, it's definitely not as good as the original organs, and there will always be problems of incoordination of one kind or another. In this situation, until recently, after he led the team to conquer artificial organs and replace the entire procedure of transplantation, some people still mentioned it from time to time. There are always jealous doctors or scientific researchers who make irresponsible remarks about his surgery on the internet, in front of the media, or on TV programs. And what they said is nothing more than don't look at Brady's joy now, but there must be hidden danger in his heart. Maybe something will go wrong someday. In other words, this kind of success is just a case, and it is impossible to promote so many things on a large scale. He Fangzi knew that the new technology he introduced must have harmed the interests of those people in certain areas, so those talents will eagerly jump out to pour cold water on him. Before this, he had no intention of responding to these jumping clowns, because history will tell them the answer. But this time, he planned to use trapeze surgery to give them a slap in the face. Put away your careful thoughts, little tricks. Either learn from Lao Tzu's skills or just wait to be eliminated by history. Originally, he didn't plan to broadcast the Operation Live. But I didn't expect that when Ding Xiangyuan, a well-known doctor forum in China, knew that after they planned to perform this operation on the flying man, they came to the door and asked to cooperate with them. The one who came here together was Penglai Pavilion, the most popular medical consultation app in China. In fact, since the launch of Penglai Pavilion, Ding Xiangyuan's business has been affected a lot. Originally, Ding Xiangyuan was the first medical software company in China to transform from offline to online. However, the rising star Penglai Pavilion has become a rising star because of its wealth and a good combination of online and offline resources. At present, Penglai Pavilion has become the leading app in the domestic medical field, and now it has only completed the second round of valuation. The market value has already broken 200 billion. No way, who makes the domestic medical market so huge? However, Penglai Pavilion has precisely solved the problem of how to enable the modern urban population to seek medical advice in a fast-paced life. Now there is a saying circulating on the internet in China: go to Penglai Pavilion for minor problems, and go to the hospital for major problems. This shows that this medical app has largely won the hearts of users. Now the number of downloads nationwide alone has exceeded 300 million. And the daily activity has exceeded 50 million. This alone has become Rang Penglai Pavilion, the most popular and practical app in China. The two internet companies came to the door and both wanted to broadcast the Operation Live. Naturally, He Fangzi did not refuse. After contacting the two companies, he finally agreed to live the operation on the two websites at the same time. It's just that the audience for their live broadcasts is not the same. The live content of Ding Xiangyuan is mainly domestic. After all, this online company is still the website with the largest number of registered physicians in China. Many domestic doctors like to watch surgery videos through this website. The group's Penglai Pavilion targets are different. This time they are broadcasting live to overseas audiences. This is also a key step for Penglai Pavilion to start its overseas expansion. In fact, Penglai Pavilion had already begun planning to expand overseas markets. Lord Wan had discussed this matter with Xiao Feng several times. The current Prince Wan has officially made his debut as the CEO of Penglai Pavilion. The great success of Penglai Pavilion also made people look at their home with admiration. At first, people thought that their family would collapse after they withdrew from the real estate industry. Who would have thought that Xiaoan would be back in people's field of vision by relying on the hottest internet at the moment? And he made this app so popular. It is different from other apps that rely on aggressive advertising and burn money to retain users. This app of their home has quickly captured the hearts of users since it was officially launched. Because he really solved the pain points of current users. Patients can be in contact with doctors online. and the doctors can diagnose the condition online based on the medical examination report of the Self-Service Medical Examination Center. The pandemic that broke out some time ago made this app quickly popular across the country. Because of the sudden outbreak of the pandemic, many doctors have been transferred to support key disaster areas. Even hospitals in some areas have closed their outpatient clinics due to insufficient doctors. People are also afraid of being infected by going to the hospital, so if there are problems, they dare not go to the hospital at home. At this time, this app is like a pearl in the dark night, suddenly attracting everyone's attention. For the first time, people discovered that there is still such a software that allows them to seek medical advice without leaving their homes. And the time is very flexible. You don't have to go to the hospital to register and wait in line for a few hours. You have to participate in various tedious physical examinations before you can finally get the chance to meet with the doctor. If the doctor is busy, the meeting will take less than 5 minutes. Then I took the incomprehensible list written by the doctor and went to the pharmacy downstairs to grab the medicine. After going to the hospital for a medical treatment, it took me $1,000 to get together with the doctor, and I spoke less than 20 sentences before being dismissed. Finally, I went home with a sigh of anger. After using this app, they found that the problem of seeing a doctor is much simpler because they don't have to get up early to go to the hospital in line, and here they can get in touch with experts from all over the country. In the past, there were difficult and miscellaneous diseases, and the small local hospitals could not see it. The patients had to go to the big hospitals in Beijing, Puhai or Yangqing. You have to hang up the local expert account to get a clear picture. But now, it's easy. They can hang up the expert number as long as they make an appointment on this app. However, the numbers of these experts are very expensive, which can reflect the level and value of doctors. The more famous a doctor, the stronger his strength in a certain field, the more expensive his registration fee. And if you think you are a minor problem, you can go to those online celebrity doctors. These internet celebrity doctors may not be as famous as those famous brand names. However, their basic skills are very solid, their temperament is good, and their service is more attentive, which makes those who see them feel very comfortable, because the app will recommend such ordinary doctors. This is because after patients have finished their consultation, they can give doctors a score. Those who have a good attitude and good skills will naturally be topped, and such doctors will naturally receive more attention and recommendations from the website. For example, if you are a user in Puhai area, you have a small cold, and you think it's expensive to be an expert. Moreover, it is also expensive to register with a doctor at Puhai University Hospital. You can go to those online celebrity doctors based on the recommendations of the website. These doctors may not be doctors from the top 3 hospitals in first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. They may be Mengjiang, or doctors in small hospitals in small cities in the southwest, www.mtnovel.com in the northeast. They may not have so much experience in the diagnosis and treatment of various problems or serious illnesses, but in dealing with colds, or solving some minor problems, they are all at their fingertips. Moreover, their registration fees are cheap. The most important thing is that people can communicate well. Without the arrogance of doctors in big cities, the most important thing is that the service is good. After a consultation, the interaction is full and the patient feels very comfortable. In this way, it not only helps hospitals in major first-tier cities, but also solves a large part of the medical pressure at the same time. It also greatly reduces the risk of the outbreak of conflicts between doctors and patients. Moreover, the doctors on this app of others do not expect to earn your medical expenses. Because this app does not sell drugs, they are only responsible for diagnosis. As for buying medicine, they will recommend you to log into the Neptunus app or go to the Neptunus pharmacy at your door to sell the medicine. Because this pharmacy is really affordable. Many medicines are cheaper than other pharmacies. And they also have many foreign imported special medicines that other chain pharmacies don't have, so Neptune's pharmacy now has a very good reputation in China. Only about this chain pharmacy, Lord Wan didn't plan to put it on the market. After working with Xiao Feng for a long time, he also became accustomed to Xiao Feng unknowingly. That is, if a company is running well and is not short of money, there is no need to go public at all. Because only by not going public, he can better control this company, and doing a good company is the real career. This is also the experience that Wan Gongzai got after a big loss in the circle of financial capital. Chapter 1084, A New Direction for All. When Wan Gongzai had just come out of the house before, his father gave him a sum of money to start a business. At that time, he was also thinking about making quick money. In those few years, the domestic internet was the hottest and the financial capital was the craziest. In those few years, I really answered that sentence, as long as you find the right outlet, the pig can fly. At that time, Mr. Wan had just invested in several internet industries, and this happened to be the right direction for him. At the very beginning, the generous 10,000 suns were really dry. But he did not expect that when the funds he brought from home burned out, he would have to face financing problems. Having just entered the era of Internet Plus, most internet users are wondering how to connect with capital and realize cash. Few people are wondering how to do a good job and expand the business. At that time, the hot-headed son, Wan Gongzai, had docked with many capital predators. The capital crocodile is very optimistic about Wan Gongzai, because on the one hand, they are optimistic about the direction of Wan Gongzai's election and his influence among young people. On the other hand, it is because Wan Gongzai is backed by his family business. So the big guys don't worry, he will swallow them and run away. So Wan Gongzai quickly got more than 2 billion in financing from the capital crocodile. It's a pity that he is still tender after all. When he took the money, maybe because he was too optimistic, he actually signed a gambling agreement with the other party. It is guaranteed that the company will be listed on the market within 3 years. If it fails to succeed, he will return the money to others with profits. As a result, it was this gambling agreement that caused him a big loss. After taking other people's money, they naturally want to send people in to supervise the operation of the enterprise. It's a pity that this group of people who have been queued in are simply not capable of doing it. The nepotism of the 7 aunts and 8 aunts who are all capital bosses, a group of second generations joined the company and couldn't do business. But intrigue, wrangling, and hooking up with the female employees of the company, they did it very smoothly. It didn't take long for the company to be a mess. Even if he wanted to manage, he had to take into account the identities of these people. I can only watch these people destroy the company system. At the same time, another wave of big names who have invested in stocks, looking at this situation, know that the future of the company is not good. However, the Chuaia chosen by the son of Wan is still very particular about it. After thinking about it, Master Wan signed a gambling agreement. Anyway, this investment won't go wrong. What are you doing with him then? Why don't we just start over ourselves? Anyway, this is also a method they often use. What's more, when Wan Gongzai signed a gambling agreement with them, he didn't sign a competition agreement with them. Didn't you say that they are not allowed to start anew? So the team behind this predator simply set up a stove and quietly wielded a small hoe. They dug up the corner of Wan Gongzai. Their resources are better than Wan Gongzai, and their channels are better than Wan Gongzai's. So it didn't take long for the employees of Wan Gongzai to be poached away. Faced with such a situation, Wan Gongzai can only do nothing. In the end, I had to wait for the expiration of 3 years, and lost 2 lump sums and closed the company. Since that time, Wan Gongzai has been wary of these capital predators. Coupled with the somersaults that they planted before, it made him see a lot of facts clearly. That is, if your company goes public, no matter how high your valuation is, it is still paper wealth. And once it goes public, if you encounter any disturbances, you may be designed by others. If you go around a few times, your business might not be yours anymore. But if your core company does not go public, there will not be so much trouble. Maybe your core company will not make so much money if it is not listed, but he wins in safety and stability. He can bring you a lot of cash flow every year, especially the kind with a certain technological moat. For example, his current Neptune chain pharmacy, although it is a chain pharmacy, it also has a technological moat. First of all, this is the first private chain pharmacy that can be opened all over the country. And it is also the Rejuvenation series of health products of the 9th laboratory, the only exclusive agent pharmacy in the country. In addition, they are also acting as agents of many special medicines from major foreign manufacturers, targeting leukemia and cancer. And the price is at least 25% cheaper than other hospitals and pharmacies. And this is his confidence, the moat of the Heiwang pharmacy. The reason why Neptune Pharmacy has been able to expand so fast, and its reputation among the people is so good, it depends on the words of high quality and low price, real materials. His Neptune has been in business for less than 2 years, but it is now profitable. Moreover, the scale of profitability is not low. At present, the net profit of this pharmacy has reached 1 billion in the second quarter. It is estimated that by the end of the year, the net profit will reach about 2 billion, and of the 2 billion, he intends to use half of it for the further expansion of Neptune Pharmacy. In China, he plans to open at least 10,000 stores. In addition, he also plans to integrate several pharmaceutical factories previously acquired. On the one hand, expand the scale of production of various basic drugs to meet market demand. On the other hand, he intends to invest in original research drugs and replica drugs. Having been with Xiaofeng for a long time, he also knows what is most important to the company. That is the technological moat, which is the key to whether a company can survive for a long time and gain a foothold in the market. And after doing a pharmacy business for a while, he discovered that this business is actually promising, especially after learning about the weak domestic technology in the field of medicine. Needless to say, our domestic pharmaceutical companies have no original research drug capabilities. The talent and technical reserves are insufficient. After all, I owed too much homework before, so it is understandable that the original research drug did not do well. But you can't even do the copy medicine, which is a bit unreasonable. It's not an exaggeration. The longer you have been in this field, the more shocking you will feel. It's not an exaggeration to say that we can't even do penicillin. Even though our country is the world's largest supplier of raw materials, we actually import the most basic penicillin from Switzerland. It's not that we can't produce it, but the penicillin we produce, whose efficacy can only reach 90% of that produced in Switzerland. The reality is so cruel. The same dose of penicillin, produced by Roche, Switzerland, is of better quality than domestic ones. After taking the medicine, how long can it enter the blood circulation? How long can it reach the peak concentration in the blood? And how long can the drug effect last? They are all mastered to the minute. After using our medicine, from entering the blood circulation to reaching the peak concentration in the blood, to the duration of the drug's effect, it is worse than others. This allowed Lord Wan to see the huge business opportunities in it. Don't underestimate the research and development of replication of these basic drugs. As long as you can do it, you can talk directly with the domestic top 3 hospitals. You must know these basic medicines, but the major domestic hospitals consume the most medicines. They are not willing to use a large amount of imported high-priced medicines every year. If Guangxi's pharmaceutical factory can beat the price down, they are naturally willing to cooperate with Guangxi. Therefore, Guangxi intends to continue to develop the pharmaceutical field in China. And there is another reason why he has such an idea. That is, he was stimulated by the richest man in China this year. In the past 2 years, the richest man in the country was a few big men engaged in the internet. But this year, the medical sector has sprung up. A couple in a certain place once became the richest man in China thanks to their pharmaceutical factory. Although it didn't take long to sit on it, it also made people really see the explosive power of this field. After planning to work hard in this field, Mr. Wan also called Xiao Feng and consulted many matters concerning the pharmaceutical industry. And Xiao Feng deeply agrees with Wan Gongzi's decision, because now in China, there is really a shortage of entrepreneurs who can do things steadily and steadily. He and Mr. Wan said on the phone, "Don't hesitate to say hello if you need anything in the future." Because of this, he was the entrepreneur who made him take a high look. Young Master Wan was very touched by Xiao Feng's name. You must know that he and Xiao Feng used to be friends of wine and meat, as well as partners. He also knew that in Xiao Feng's eyes, he was the image of a second world master and a capital player. And now, I finally entered his Dharma eye, and became an entrepreneur whom he wanted to see right away. But now in China, there are really few people who really deserve the title of entrepreneur. However, Xiao Feng is definitely one, and he didn't expect that one day, he could actually assume the name of an entrepreneur. However, he also knows that to engage in original research drugs and copy drugs requires persistent long-term and large-scale investment. And this is what he can bear. The endless profits of the Haiwang pharmacy can be invested in, and he himself is not short of money. Although their home is in the industry, you read www.youcansu.com is getting worse. But their family is still the overlord in that field. He can still make a steady stream of profits every year, so he doesn't have to worry about money for survival. The other is the Penglai Pavilion app. This online consultation company has not yet been listed. But in just 2 rounds of financing, he took out 15% of the shares, and he has already returned more than 10 billion in financing. He only intends to spend a small portion of this money to invest in this app. For most of the others, he plans to invest in his own pharmaceutical factory. Now he still holds 40% of that company's equity, and there will be 2 rounds of financing waiting for him in the future. After those 2 rounds of valuation, he estimated that he would be able to cash out tens of billions from this company by the time it finally went public. With all this money, how could his pharmaceutical company make a noise? Chapter 1185 Penglai Pavilion. With strong momentum after playing with Xiao Feng for a long time, Wan Gongzi also has a correct understanding of how to run a business correctly. If you really want to be a company, then you must be a high-tech company. This is because only high-tech companies are able to get ahead and live longer in a fully competitive market. And companies that rely on market size to grow larger, unless they are like the initials in the Chinese character, or those with a background. Otherwise, sooner or later it will be eliminated by the economic cycle, such as those real estate predators now. Each one looks huge, but which one is not a foreign debt? After a big wave, I don't know how many more are left. There are also internet companies that are calling for the wind and rain, regardless of whether these companies are all giants in China. But their potential has basically been exhausted, and they can only dominate the country. They can't go out at all, because the economic and ecological environment of foreign countries determines the upper limit of their competitiveness. Because they do not have core technology, they have no competitiveness. But if you are a real high-tech entity, it will be different. For example, if the pharmaceutical factory he currently invests in produces several original research drugs with good effects, then you will definitely be able to go out and earn foreigners' money, and you can make all the money. In the past, domestic pharmaceutical companies were unwilling to engage in the development of original research drugs, and there was a big problem. That is, there were no channels for listing and distribution. And at that time, because the country did not pay attention to intellectual property rights, you came up with the original research drug, once you applied for a patent. I am afraid that within 2 days, other generic drugs will emerge in China. In the domestic market, you can only fight price wars, and you can't make money at all. Even if you make some money, it's hard money. In foreign markets, you have no channels, and foreigners have consistently discriminated against Huago medicine. If your medicines cannot be distributed, you cannot make foreigners money. In this way, you simply can't form a healthy closed loop of making money and then investing in scientific research like foreign pharmaceutical factories. In this way, which other company is willing to work hard to develop original research drugs? Maybe the cost of the input was not earned back, and it was squeezed out by the copycat counterparts. Now it is different. Xiao Feng has taken Voglin, which is equivalent to mastering the channels for new drugs to be sold overseas. If you can develop a new drug, even a new drug with similar efficacy to a new foreign drug, Xiao Feng can help you here, after passing the FDA review. And he can help you put your medicine directly on the shelf and sell it to foreign consumers. You know, foreign medicine is quite profitable. And in foreign countries, no one dares to copy your medicine. If not, you can bankrupt him. Moreover, in the past 2 years, domestic issues concerning the protection of intellectual property rights have gradually been paid more attention. With the strength of his 10,000 sons, I believe that if the original research drug has a breakthrough, there are few in China that dare to imitate it. And even if the original research drug does not make a breakthrough, it can be a good generic drug. For example, Gleevec, this kind of generic drug is very promising. Didn't you look at India's generic drugs? Have they become popular internationally? India's generic drugs are one of the few pride of Indians. And now in the international arena, although China is known as the world's factory, there is only one thing that China can't make right now. That's medicine. Even the list of materials purchased by the United Nations in support of Africa is clearly stipulated. Only Indian generic drugs are allowed to be purchased, not any generic drugs from country H. I don't know what people will think of this news if it goes back to China. And Lord Wan plans to make a breakthrough in this regard. Moreover, as long as the industry does well, it will not only make profits, but also gain a good reputation. This is also Lord Wan, who is most important now. Now he has channels for the sale of domestic drugs, and he also has channels for the sale of overseas drugs. If so, if he can do a good job in the pharmaceutical factory, it will form a natural closed loop. At that time, he can just sit at home and count the money. Pharmaceutical factories are real high-tech companies, and the gross profit of high-tech companies basically starts at 30%, and there is no ceiling. Compared with this gross profit, the other industries he has done are simply a joke. Therefore, the current Prince Wan is full of confidence. He has already made a clear plan for his future development direction, and has already started to do it. His pharmaceutical factory is also planned to be built in Benxing, because it is next to the 9th laboratory. One thing is to ensure that the two companies are close to each other. The main reason is the convenience and the care of the 9th laboratory. The 9th laboratory specializes in high-end medicine, so his pharmaceutical factory can undertake the research and development of low-end medicines. Secondly, it is more convenient for him to recruit people. Many people who can't apply for the 9th laboratory can go to his pharmaceutical factory. You must know that the 9th laboratory is now the most sought after and hottest enterprise in H domestic. Countless engineering men, the most desirable unit for medical graduates. Great reputation, good welfare. The most important thing is to have a future, and it will definitely not force you 996. Which unit doesn't like this? So now every recruitment season, in addition to the personnel department of the 9th laboratory, it will send people to major famous universities across the country to recruit. There will also be various outstanding university graduates or practitioners with relevant work experience. A steady stream from all over the country, and even all over the world, flew to Benxing to participate in the application meeting of the 9th laboratory. Of course, it's impossible for all of these people to be looked at by the 9th laboratory, and if the fish slip through the net, if they could be recruited into Wang Gongzi's pharmaceutical factory, it would naturally be good. This was named Wanjie Pharmaceutical Factory by Mr. Wang, and it has become the core enterprise of his future family in his mind. But this time, he didn't plan to put this pharmaceutical factory in a first-tier city like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. After being in contact with Xiao Feng for a long time, his thinking will inevitably be affected by Xiao Feng. In Wan Gongxi's view, those first-tier cities may have various good policies, which will make it easier to get the attention of capital. But the environment is too impetuous. The high housing prices and living expenses are not suitable for young people to struggle. On the contrary, a second-tier city like Benching is not bad, and prices and housing prices are relatively low. The environment is also pretty good. Very suitable for young people to struggle here. And the most important thing is that the quiet development here is not easy to be targeted by capital early. And Wan Gongxi, who has suffered a capital loss, attaches great importance to this pharmaceutical factory. He didn't plan to wait for the company to grow bigger before being picked by capital. Therefore, this company is suitable to be placed in Benching. There is a big tree like the 9th laboratory in front of it to shade, and their family still has a considerable network of resources in the local area. So it was such a happy decision. At the same time, in order to divert the attention of greedy capital, there are more and better ways to make money. His first job now is to make the Penglai Pavilion APP bigger and stronger. After all, capital and greedy wolves are most interested in this kind of internet plus financial things, because this kind of company comes quickly. Just look at the internet companies that make explosive apps on the market. Which one is not crazy sought after by capital? In the past few years, there has been a coincidence. And in the last 2 years, there has been TikTok, and both are the objects of capital enthusiasm. Now it's finally his turn to Penglai Pavilion. Although his Penglai Pavilion users are not as many as those of the internet companies. However, the characteristics of his app determine that the user viscosity of his app is very high, and it's not a one-time use. After the user uses it once, as long as the experience is not bad, it will definitely be used the second time and the third time. And with the increase of users, his app does not have to worry about money like other apps. In order to improve the user experience, other apps have to send out coupons and burn money to retain customers. But he doesn't need this app. As long as the user experience is good, the user will naturally stay and will use it frequently in the future. Because the user experience of this app is so special. As for the funds to maintain the normal operation of the company, don't worry at all. Because there are too many pharmaceutical companies advertising on their app. Everyone knows that their app has a high user stickiness and good loyalty. Therefore, major pharmaceutical companies don't hesitate to spend money and smash advertisements on their app. www.metalnovel.com. You know these pharmaceutical companies, but it's never bad for money. And not only the domestic pharmaceutical companies are spending money, but also foreign pharmaceutical companies. Because there are too many of the same general drugs. For example, an antibiotic such as roxithromycin is produced by hundreds of pharmaceutical factories in China alone. There is also Pfizer abroad, as well as Roche. But who do you tell the people to buy? In the past, it was always the pharmaceutical companies who contacted those pharmacies, and then the pharmacies' sales commission rebates, in order to put their drugs on the shelves. Either go to the hospital for sales promotion and let the hospital use your medicine. But now with Penglai Pavilion, the pharmaceutical factory suddenly discovered that they also have a direct channel to consumers. So how do you make your own medicine more competitive for the same medicine? Very simple, smash the ad. Therefore, Penglai Pavilion now accepts advertising fees only softly. Of course, they can still take part of the doctor's registration fee. In addition, they also have an important profit channel. That is, they will sell courses and organized training. For example, they will cooperate with many industry leaders and let them sell their courses publicly on the internet. These bigwigs may be experts in the well-known large-scale tertiary hospitals in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and their technical strength must be top in the industry. Countless little doctors in ordinary cities worshipped these big brothers. I usually don't have the opportunity to learn from others. At this time, on this app, I saw a training class given by a big boss. Do you think these young doctors who want to make progress will spend money to buy? Chapter 1186 Medical Database, especially the surgical videos of those big bosses. It is usually a resource that a daughter can hardly find. Just watching the video of the big guy's surgery can benefit these young people a lot. But Penglai Pavilion used this method to curry favor and bind the big guys, and at the same time cut the leaks of the little doctors. With one kill, two birds with one stone. The company will naturally make a lot of profits. And this operation has another advantage. That is, it will greatly increase the viscosity between the doctor and the website. In fact, after the Penglai Pavilion became popular, many capital bosses wanted to imitate the model of Penglai Pavilion and set up such a website. Some time ago, several such apps have emerged one after another, and the content is very similar to Penglai Pavilion. It's a pity that it was quietly finished after a while at first. And the popularity in the first month was also because these big guys burned money madly, which really brought a lot of traffic and users to those apps. But why can't it last for a month? Because medical websites are very different from websites purchased online. The speed at which this app burns money, even those big guys can't afford it. But the most critical point is that those apps are in the wrong direction, still using traditional internet thinking to make this kind of medical app. They think that making such medical apps is very simple, just like their previous websites for online shopping, group shopping, and takeaway. As long as there is enough flow to attract users, then it is enough to ensure user viscosity. But they just turned the direction in reverse. For apps like this, the most important thing is not the user, but the doctor. This kind of medical website is very suitable for the sentence, if you are in full bloom and breeze. If you have famous doctors, traffic and users on this website, you will naturally come to you. But Penglai Pavilion has taken a step ahead in this field. They have found top-notch doctors in all major medical fields in the country early on. Invite them to come to their app for a consultation, although only in their spare time. And which of the experts dislikes too much money? Especially those veteran experts, who are getting older, have unstable hands, and can't hold a scalpel anymore. Such old experts usually either change careers to engage in administration, or teach, or they retire. But their experience is indeed very valuable. Maybe they can't hold the scalpel, but their experience in diagnosis is not comparable to that of young doctors. And this app also gives them a platform to continue to use their waste heat. The other thing is that for those famous doctors in their years, it is true that they can make a lot of money by doing flying knives. But if the video of flying to the operation is made into a teaching film, and then I can explain the details myself and make it into an online class. Selling online, doesn't this provide them with a platform to monetize their capabilities? A doctor, from entering the profession to entering the heyday, at least 35 years old, and the true peak period, that is, about 15 years, when all kinds of functions are degraded by 50, he must be off the operating table. So which doctor doesn't want to make more money during his peak period? I usually don't have time to be busy, so I do a few online classes, and some people spend money to buy it on the internet. Isn't this money making a good thing? And while making money, you can also enjoy the fun of teaching and educating people and spread your reputation in the medical industry. For many famous doctors, why not do it? For those little doctors, they can only enter the hospital after 8 years of master's and doctoral studies. It will take 2 years to hook people, and it will be more than 30 years before it is possible to go on the operating table in person. The chief doctor I met is good, that's okay. It will let you follow the operation and learn some techniques and even some unique skills early. But if you meet a narrow-minded master, haha, don't talk about learning techniques hidden every day, using you as a errand boy. Don't you have to endure it? At this time, I was able to spend money to buy online courses from the big brothers who were only known by their names in the past. You can see the operation of the big guys with your own eyes. Although the price is a bit expensive, you have to buy it even if you want to buy it with Northwestern next month. For this reason, the Penglai Pavilion APP has firmly attracted the top famous doctors in the medical field, and rookies who have just entered the industry. Because of this, they are not afraid of no traffic at all. On the other hand, Penglai Pavilion is still doing one thing, and that is to train his own direct line doctors. This was also the decision made by Lord Wan after discussing with Xiao Feng. The two of them are the largest shareholders of this APP. When the company was founded, Mr. Wan was the company's largest shareholder, and he held 60% of the company's equity. In order to pull Xiao Feng into the company, he gave Xiao Feng 30% of the equity. The remaining 10% was given to the other friends of the young Master Wan. If it was before, if Wan Gongzai greeted him and said that he wanted to start a business, there must be countless second generations, and capital and financial institutions, who are willing to come and cooperate with him with money. But because of the previous business failure, many people now regard Wan Gongzai as a joke. Especially in the past 2 years, their family has shrunk in their traditional fields, which makes many people feel that their family is not good enough. So when Wan Gongzai said that he was going to start a business again, many people turned a blind eye to him and didn't take him seriously. But this also made Wan Gongzai feel a lot easier. At least he didn't need to hand over a lot of equity as soon as it opened. Now that the stock rights are so concentrated, it is more conducive to his management. However, in order to make it easier to get through the joints, he still took out 10% of the equity and distributed it to many of his second-generation friends. Although these people can't get things done, they can really help him a lot. After the establishment of Penglai Pavilion, these people did help him a lot. Later, Penglai Pavilion made 2 financings. Wan Gongzai's equity was distributed by almost 20%, and Xiao Feng's equity was also diluted by 10%. However, now that the two people's shareholdings are added together, there is still 60%, and they can still firmly grasp the control of the company. However, after the C round and D round, and after the listing meeting, their shares will definitely not be much left. However, the two have also decided that at that time they will adopt a policy of different rights in the same shares. Anyway, they have to firmly control the control of this company. As for the others, just wait for the dividends. Because of this, Lord Wan also values this Penglai Pavilion very much, because this company is a company that he took out to cut the meat to the capital and some people to distract attention. As long as they can drink blood and eat meat in this company, they will not pay attention to his Neptune chain pharmacy and his drug factory. When his Heiwang pharmacy and pharmaceutical factory have grown to a certain scale, even if those people wanted to come over and get a share, he would have the strength at that time, and they would have broken their teeth. So at this time, he was also quite concerned about how to operate Penglai Pavilion. Now that Penglai Pavilion has reached this point, it has basically reached a bottleneck. What should I do next? He is also a little confused. Penglai Pavilion is not short of money at all, but after the B round of financing, it has already shown a profitable model. The 2 rounds of CD financing in the future will definitely have a higher valuation. You should know that many unicorn companies are still losing money even after they are listed on the market. Like him, there are really not many companies that have already started to make money before they go public. But although the company is still making money, he did not relax his vigilance, because the previous failure experience was really terrible. Half a year ago, his company was still a leader in the industry, and half a year later, it had fallen into bankruptcy. The change in form is just that moment, so this time he is going to fight a beautiful turnaround. Naturally he can't relax a little bit, so he has been thinking about how the company should go next. Although several similar apps are completely at a disadvantage in competition, the stamina of those capital bosses is very long. How should Penglai Pavilion maintain an advantageous position in the competition? Xiao Feng pointed out a clear path for him, that is to train his direct line doctors, and then we will open the hospital ourselves. Now, there are hundreds of thousands of medical graduates in China every year, but how many people can find a job in a hospital? Moreover, the initial treatment at the hospital was very low. Until Novel.com, many doctors felt that it was not cost-effective, So they switched careers but bought medicines. There were many people who bought medical equipment. Isn't this a waste of talent? As for the Penglai IJPP, he shouldn't just stay on a platform that only provides services. He should also be used as a talent training base. To know this platform, you can now sign up to the most doctors in the country and have the most resources in the medical field. They can rely on the big data of these doctors to select the most talented and promising geniuses from these doctors. Then invest in these doctors and train them to grow. Even if there are only a dozen or so doctors in the end, these doctors are enough to become bigwigs who can change the Chinese medical profession. This is the ultimate development direction of the Penglai Pavilion platform. When the time comes to open so many own hospitals, that will be enough. Are you still worried about having no customers? Users on the platform alone can squeeze those hospitals. To Xiao Feng's proposal, Wang Gongzai naturally readily agreed. This is indeed a good way. It is also the best way for online resources to transform offline. There are tens of thousands of medical students in China, but how many of them can become experts and even Cheng scholars or academicians? And with so many experts and scholars, how many of them are finally recognized for their strength in the world? Many talented people were eliminated because of accidents in the process of growing up. The Penglai Pavilion APP is willing to provide those talents with another opportunity. In the system, those doctors, perhaps because of one kind of restriction, failed to grow up in the end. But on the Penglai Pavilion APP, it won't. Chapter 1187 Develop overseas markets. Here, you don't need to slap your head, and you don't need to greet you. As long as you do your job as a doctor and upgrade your strength to the best, it's okay. This is another point that Xiao Feng told Wang Gongzai, that if you want to keep people, you must do this. A situation like China's messy moving bricks on the construction site is absolutely not allowed to happen on the Penglai Pavilion APP. Young Master One also thinks that this is the case. Private companies should reduce the and focus on professionalism, provide a comfortable environment for talents, and they will naturally return to you to create profits. Moreover, the hospital they are about to set up, but Xiao Feng Sunshine Hospital, has a different positioning. The hospital they want to set up in Penglai Pavilion is high-end, and most of them are external. This time Penglai Pavilion contacted He Fangzi to live broadcast the Achilles tendon repair surgery he performed on the trapeze. But it was specifically aimed at overseas markets, because they had to use He Fangzi's surgery to make Penglai Pavilion famous. The purpose of this is to expand Penglai's business overseas. You must know that the Penglai Pavilion APP, although it has only been in existence for about a year, has spread overseas with the people of this country. Just like Prestige and TikTok, because Chinese people use it a lot, and there are frequent international exchanges, there are also a large number of users overseas, especially overseas Chinese. Now almost 90% of them are prestigious users. As for TikTok users, there are even more. As for Penglai Pavilion, there is also a tendency to catch up from behind. The reason for this is entirely because overseas Chinese also have a large demand for medical treatment. While overseas, it is really too inconvenient for the Chinese to seek medical treatment. Although on all kinds of social software, everyone can often see all kinds of outsiders boasting that it does not cost money to see a doctor abroad, and it does not cost money for children to go to school. Some of these rumors are true, but they have also been exposed to the truth by many people, especially the statement that it does not cost money to see a doctor abroad. It is true that in the Commonwealth countries that have public medical insurance proposals, it does not cost money to see a doctor. But you have to wait in line. For example, if you are not in an emergency and you have a fever, you may not be able to see the doctor until you get better from the cold. It is not an exaggeration to say that someone went to the hospital for registration because of a broken bone, but was told to go home and wait 3 weeks before seeing the doctor. But after he saw the doctor asked him to take the film again, and then it took about 3 weeks before he was queued for filming. But when he went to see the doctor again with the film, his fractures were all healed. On the other hand, Seeing a doctor abroad is very expensive. For example, a minor operation to cut the appendix can be done in China for a few $1,000s. But if it's in the US, it's not worth tens of thousands of dollars. Even if you purchase medical insurance, in addition to part of the insurance company's reimbursement, you still need to pay thousands of dollars yourself. The most important thing is that you still need to line up, waiting for the scheduled surgery. With that effort and expense, you can fly back to China, register for surgery, and be discharged from the hospital. The more terrifying thing is the treatment of teeth. It is very expensive to see dentistry abroad. Treating a tooth and slaughtering you tens of thousands of dollars is really fine. Therefore, many Chinese in the United States, if they know that they have a tooth decay, they simply choose to fly back to China for treatment. In this way, the cost of additional dental treatment is cheaper than that of the United States. This shows how profitable medical care in Europe and the United States is. And if Penglai Pavilion plans to open a hospital in China, then they will definitely affect the business of those tertiary hospitals in China. Taking into account some special restrictions in the country, plus they do not have the strength of Sunshine Hospital. Therefore, Xiao Feng suggested that if you open a hospital, then you might as well open a hospital specifically for overseas Chinese, because this is also a huge market. There are millions of Chinese in the United States, Australia, and Canada alone. And these people, not all rich people, many people are sick. They can only hold on to the hospital without daring to go to the hospital. If such a hospital is opened in China to target these people, there should still be a lot to do. Although the price is higher than that of domestic hospitals, the charges of this hospital are much cheaper than those of Anglo-American hospitals. The most important thing is that Xiao Feng discussed with Wang Gongcai. If this hospital is opened, then Xiao Feng can help sell insurance through Voglin. Voglin already sells a lot of medical insurance, and he usually faces Europeans and Americans. If this hospital is established, then Xiao Feng can use Voglin's powerful channels in Europe and the United States. Special medical insurance is sold specifically for these overseas Chinese. And this is a very profitable business, which can help Penglai Pavilion's hospital and open up a source of customers. It can also open up financial resources for Voglin. Anyway, this is a good deal in one fell swoop. And Lord Wan, for Xiao Feng's proposal, he clapped his hands and exclaimed. Originally, when he heard that Xiao Feng asked him to use this hospital specifically for overseas Chinese, he was still a little confused as to how to do this business. And now I think about it, with Xiao Feng's helper, this business won't be too easy. Because of this, he also specifically ordered the back-end technical team of Penglai Pavilion to collect big data on medical consultations from overseas Chinese. As a result, this look really shocked him. It turns out that there are so many overseas Chinese, and they have already exceeded 35 million. Among them, the Chinese living in Thailand and Malaysia not counted. In Europe, there are more than 500,000 Chinese in Britain and France alone. In Canada, it has an effect of more than 1 million, and Australia also has a small 2 million, and the United States has the most, which has exceeded 4 million. Among these Chinese, immigrants from the mainland alone accounted for more than 80%. In other words, there are almost 8 million immigrants from the mainland, and these people have a natural affinity for apps from the mainland. There are more than 5 million Chinese users of Penglai Pavilion in the United Kingdom, France, the United States, Australia, and Canada. Among them, there are many people who go back to China for consultation, hospitalization and even surgery during the holidays. Obviously, those who understand the mainland's medical system have considerable trust in the mainland's medical system. I also know that medical treatment in the mainland is cheaper than that in Europe and the United States, and the doctors are very capable. Of course, these people have lived abroad for a long time, and they still have complaints about the medical environment of domestic hospitals. After all, the domestic population is large, the flow of hospitals is large, and there are people of all qualities. Therefore, regardless of how the hospital keeps the environment clean, it is inevitable that there will be people who like to spit or smoke in the corridors. This makes these Chinese who have lived in a superior environment abroad for a long time feel a little uncomfortable. If they can provide them with a slightly more expensive hospital with a better environment, they will naturally be willing to accept it. And this is the result of market segmentation. Even from these overseas Chinese, 1 million or even 100,000 loyal users can be found. Then this is enough for them, and even young Master One dared to rent a route specifically for these users, to ensure the customer's transportation back and forth. Moreover, with these high net worth, high-quality overseas customers, it is also possible to develop a ticket of foreign customers. Don't think that foreigners can afford medical care in their home country. Even with insurance, many foreign families still cannot afford the high medical expenses, especially many retired elderly people. Why do European and American elderly people like to go to Thailand for retirement? Because it is not only cheap, but also suitable for life. The most important thing is that the medical treatment there is also quite cheap. There are also many British people who like to go to India to see dentistry, because even if you add the air ticket money, the cost of a trip by the way is cheaper than seeing a dental in the UK. Of course, the price is cheap, and the quality is definitely not much higher. And it is this market that Xiao Feng wants Guangzhou to compete with. If the name of the hospital starts, it can also attract a considerable number of domestic high-net-worth clients. After all, rich people don't like it. They go to crowded places. Moreover, many wealthy people also like to go overseas to see doctors, and they always think that foreign experts are just as good. In fact, what they don't know is www.mentalnovel.com. Our domestic experts are just as good. Especially when it comes to surgery, domestic experts can absolutely crush foreign experts. However, foreign doctors are really good in the field of surgical innovation. To put it bluntly, they have enough brains. We can often make some innovative techniques, and in this regard, we are really inferior to others because of the restrictions of domestic public hospitals. But the hospital to be opened by Penglai Pavilion is definitely an exception. There will not be so many restrictions on public hospitals here, and Mr. One also wants to understand that this hospital is destined to be an overseas high-end market. What is going on is a new road, which is different from the previous hospitals. In the past, our domestic hospitals used to stir horses in the domestic market, and many of them relied on scale to make stable money. But the competition is very fierce and the environment is very tiring. But what they are heading towards is a blue ocean, as Xiao Feng introduced. If they do well, that just the wealthy overseas Chinese class is enough for them to make a lot of money. In the future, it will become more famous. And you can also increase investment in scientific research like academic changes. In the future, the Penglai Pavilion Hospital may also become the Mayo and Cleveland Clinic in China. Therefore, Mr. One also confirmed the next development direction of Penglai Pavilion, which is to make reasonable use of big data. Look for talented seedlings, cultivate them, and then open a hospital on their own, bringing all these talents to their subordinates. On the other hand, Xiao Feng also reminded Mr. One that he would increase investment in medical equipment research. Chapter 1188. The clause reaching Japan. Speaking of the field of medical devices, this is also a promising field. In this respect, we are even farther away from the world, even bigger than the gap between our medicine and the world's medicine. It is not an exaggeration to say that many scalpels used by doctors in tertiary hospitals are imported from abroad. Maybe when it comes to this, many people will scold it. Isn't it possible that even scalpels are not made well in China? To be honest, we really can't make advanced scalpels. There is a gap in materials, especially for many special models of blades. We all rely on imports from Germany, Japan and the United States. This is the reality. As for other medical consumables, let alone if you have relatives who go to the hospital for surgery, you will often hear the doctor mention that when you need to use consumables, people will ask you if you want to import them. For example, bone joints that need to be replaced. such as blood vessel stents for the heart. As far as the vascular stent is concerned, the cost of a stent is only a few hundred yuan, but when it comes to the hospital, it costs tens of thousands. The domestic ones are much cheaper, but why no one wants to use them? Because the quality is really not good. As for the bones and joints, let alone the titanium alloy replacements for the ankle and hip joints, basic doctors will recommend foreign products like the patients. On the one hand, it is because they are imported from abroad, which makes them profitable. On the other hand, you have to admit that the quality of foreign products is indeed better than that of domestic products. Some people may not be convinced. Many medical devices can be made in China, so why do we have to use foreign ones? You are so fond of foreigners. But in fact, if you have been in contact with people in the medical industry, you will know that this is really not a fetish for foreigners. In terms of quality, medical companies produced by large foreign companies are really better than domestic ones. For example, the cardiovascular stent made in Japan can hang less adhesions. The domestic stent, after a few years of use, is likely to become a blood vessel garbage collector. Within a few years, thrombosis and obstruction will form again, requiring a second operation to replace it. The Japanese product tells you how many years it can be used, and how many years it really can be used. Speaking of roots, in fact, there is a gap with others in terms of materials. The metal used to make stents, scalpels, and joint replacement joints are all special metals. The smelting of this special metal is a unique skill of others, and in this respect, it is precisely what our country lacks. So many times, when we see people's medical devices, we often only know what they are, but they don't know why. Even if you imitate the cottage, you can only imitate the appearance of the cottage, but you can't imitate the essence of others. So in this field, Xiao Feng told Master One that this is definitely promising. For example, during this period, due to the pandemic, the global economy was shut down. Many small and medium-sized enterprises in Europe, America and Japan are unable to stick to it. Xiao Feng proposed to Mr. One that at this time, he would quietly acquire small and medium-sized medical device companies in these countries, especially in Japan. In Europe and the United States, small and medium-sized medical device companies have long been annexed by large companies. There are also some in Germany, and Japan is the one that actually has a large number of such medical device companies. Many of these SMEs were originally from small workshops. Later, when Japan's large medical device companies emerged, they did not annex these small workshops. Instead, they will be incorporated, and then in the form of subcontracting, let them help large companies produce. In this way, these small and medium-sized enterprises can cultivate deeply in a certain field, and even in a certain field for decades. It is precisely the accumulation of technology in the past few decades that allows them to become more detailed and refined in this field. The most typical of these is the Hidlock Company of Japan, a small company with only 30 or 40 people, but every year it can make billions of dollars just by selling fasteners. That's right. It's the company that has been scolded by countless people in our country, saying that this is a day-to-day hype. It is said that our country's fasteners have long been able to replace their products and have been used on high-speed rail and aircraft carriers. It's a pity that the cruel facts will slap those pink faces fiercely. If you go to really investigate, you will know that we are not only using many key parts of the high-speed rail, but also using other people's fasteners. Even our aviation mothers are purchasing other people's fasteners in many parts. No way, even if we can do high-strength tightening, we are far behind others in terms of rust prevention. Other people's fasteners can be used for several years without rusting, but domestically produced fasteners can't be done. It stands to reason that people have already put the drawings of the fasteners on the internet, so you are not afraid of copycats. But why can't you make a copy? Because the materials used for the screws and nuts are made of special steel. The strength, toughness, and anti-rust function are guaranteed during smelting, able to withstand huge torsion without slipping. And it's not just a matter of materials. Even during the smelting process, Other people's craftsmanship and procedures have left you 100,000 miles away. And these are all people who took a lot of energy to figure it out. And this kind of crazy investment in material research and development is what we are most in short of now. The same applies to medical devices. The price of a scalpel is several times that of domestically produced scalpels, when it is available. The cut feel is smoother than yours. The most important thing is that they are resistant to rust. We just can't do it. You say you are not angry. But now, there are not many domestic companies willing to work in these fields. I have already owed too many debts. After all, everyone knows that this kind of scientific research is hard bones. It is to invest heavily every day and spend money, not to mention the long cycle. It may not be able to produce results. In such a business, how can you build a house every day and get money quickly? So now domestic businessmen and capital are frantically looking for the next outlet, and no one really settles down to engage in business. This is very undesirable in Xiao Feng's view, but in his view, this is also a very good opportunity. The market inside is really too big. And Mr. Wan doesn't need to make any innovations at this time. Just fill in the holes in ordinary medical equipment and replace the debts we owe in this field. As long as he can master the skills of producing ordinary medical devices in Japan, then the domestic market alone will be enough for him. His Pendlai Pavilion has so many doctor resources. You said that by then they will develop medical devices that are no worse than foreign ones. Do you still need to worry about selling it? Why was nobody willing to touch the medical device industry in the past? On the one hand, it is because the technology and quality of the same product are much worse than that of foreign products. The second aspect is because they don't have channels, and they don't want to use hospitals and doctors for the medical equipment they produce. Even if you agree to use it, Dark Knight needs heavy bleeding. In the end, not only did they not make money, but they also lost money. Do you think they are willing to do this? But Master One is different from those companies. First of all, he has so many doctors in his hands. This is equivalent to having channels. As long as he can make medical devices whose quality is not foreign products, even ordinary scalpels, metal joint replacement parts, blood vessel stents and the like. The price is a bit cheaper than imported ones. And these doctors are also willing to use them. On the one hand, it is because they have taken advantage of the Pendlai Pavilion platform and it is not easy to refuse. On the other hand, it is because they are also from the H country. The quality of domestically made equipment is not inferior to foreign countries, so why not support domestically produced equipment? This is the same as domestic mobile phones in recent years. The price is cheap and the quality is not bad. Why use Apple? What's more, Xiao Feng pointed out a clear path to Master One. Many of the Japanese companies he bought were with very high technical content. It's not just the kind of scalpel and heart stent. For example, he asked Wan Gongcai to acquire 2 companies that manufacture endoscopes. Many people may have some associations when they hear the endoscope, but don't think about it. In recent years, various minimally invasive surgeries have appeared continuously, and this is mainly due to the persistence and breakthrough of the Japanese in this field. Yes, although Japan's medical industry has developed rapidly in recent years, they have found that in the high-end medical field www.mentalnovel.com, European and American countries have always occupied the high-end market. So starting from the end of last century, the Japanese started to specialize in endoscopic surgery, which is now more and more popular minimally invasive surgery, and a major breakthrough was quickly made in this area. And now, in the field of minimally invasive endoscopic surgery, Japan has become the world's #1 power. In particular, the various cavity mirrors they produce are sold on 5 continents. Almost all hospitals in the world that can perform minimally invasive surgery use endoscopes, 80% of which are made in Japan. Panasonic, Omron, Toshiba, etc. Almost any major Japanese company with a medical division can produce this stuff. But there are many, and they are not produced by themselves. Many of them are suitable SMEs they find in Japan, and OEM products produced by these SMEs. And these small and medium-sized enterprises, Almost everyone has its own unique technology. For example, the lens polishing of the cavity mirror, or the wire, etc. People have unique skills in this respect. But because of the sudden blow of the pandemic, Japan's economy has also fallen into a halt. Those big companies have cut their backs to survive and seek self-protection, so they can still take care of these small and medium-sized enterprises. Some large companies have their own funds, and some have government support, so the living environment is not too difficult. However, these small and medium-sized enterprises, who waited for the next meal after the first meal, were not able to rely on it. In this way, the devil's claws extended to Japan by the Prince One, quietly settled a lot of homes. Of course, the cooperation of Japanese traders must be indispensable. After all, the Japanese are quite sensitive to the acquisition of Japanese companies by Chinese people, especially those with technology. Chapter 1089. I want to come back. However, although the life of Japanese companies is not easy now, it is still very cautious to acquire these Japanese companies. After all, don't look at Japan's recent easing of relations with us. In many respects, it is not provoking as frequently as in previous years. But in fact, they didn't do anything less about damaging things. The reason why the relationship between Japan and country H has eased in recent years. On the one hand, country M has been very strong in recent years, especially under the leadership of the chief. Several traditional allies were frequently pressured and a lot of money was extorted. And here, the one who is most hated by the ripped off is undoubtedly the fresh and juicy Japan, almost asking for it. Of course, the leaders of the Foot Basin nation also presented a symbolic appearance in front of the people, and finally agreed to the search by the United States. But in fact, I am still very dissatisfied with the behavior of the United States. On the other hand, it is because of the global economic downturn in recent years and the recent outbreak of pandemic diseases. As a result of the global economic shutdown, Japan must pay attention to the H country market if it wants to quickly recover its blood. Therefore, in recent times, the Foot Basin has been very polite to the sex, and it has not been provocative several times a few years ago. But in fact, they still actually control a certain sensitive area, and recently they have actually spent hundreds of billions to support the relocation of domestic enterprises from country H. So no matter from which angle Xiao Feng looks at, he can see the jealousy of the Foot Basin country towards H country. So this time he encouraged Wang Gongtsai to go to the Foot Basin country to dig a wall. Naturally, he had to be cautious. On the other hand, this is also a trial process. The small accessory companies that Wang Gongtsai acquired are all those small accessory companies, and these companies have their own set in many unique technical fields. After the successful acquisition of Wang Gongtsai, the first thing he did was to photograph his own people in the past to take over the company. Then he bought the technical backbone with high salaries, controlled the company's core technical data, and then brought the core technology back to China. Like some bullies who spend a high price to buy the shells of foreign companies, Wang Gongtsai will never do it. That company has now become a laughing stock in the country, a garbage company that everyone scolds. And Wang Gongtsai's bargain hunting action in the Foot Basin was actually a temptation for Xiao Feng. If Master Wan succeeded this time, then it was time for him to take action. Dr. He Fang's actions are bold. He directly cut through the skin of the trapeze Achilles tendon. Sure enough, as we expected, Dr. He directly reduced the scarred Achilles tendon of the trapeze. We can take a look at the lost Achilles tendon in the trapeze. We can see multiple stitches on it. It is said that the trapeze Achilles tendon has been torn once and broken once. And this is the main reason why he announced his retirement early. He Fang's Achilles tendon surgery on the trapeze took place as scheduled. Dingxiang.com and Penglai respectively conducted domestic and global live broadcasts of the operation. There are not many domestic experts in sports injury science, but there are many experts in muscle and ligament treatment. Although their treatment of professional athletes may not be as good as those of foreign experts. However, ordinary patients usually have a lot of contact, so I can see He Fang's operation clearly. As for Ben Bly's live broadcast to the world, it has attracted more viewers. These audiences are not only experts in sports medicine, but also many professional athletes. These athletes more or less have muscle or ligament problems. At this time, they were naturally very concerned about whether He Fang's operation could be successful. Because once the operation is successful, it means that their injuries can also be solved. One piece of the Flying Man's ligament was lost, and then He Fang's took out a brand new ligament and sewed it on the Flying Man. Looking at the white ligament, almost all the people watching the operation held their breath. Finally everyone's guess was fulfilled. To be honest, the He Fang's team used 3D technology and stem cells to manufacture and replace the first artificial heart. Medical researchers on the planet are all speculating about where that technology will go next. Artificial internal organs such as artificial liver, artificial kidney, and artificial lung have all been brought up on the agenda. Moreover, He Fang's once said in public that these artificial organs are the main direction of his team's next step. But recently when he announced that he was going to open a sports medicine center and would perform operations on the trapeze, everyone is wondering if he has solved the problem of artificial muscles and ligaments. And now it seems that this has all come true. They really did it. Don't underestimate this technology. Although these technologies are not as important as artificial hearts, this technology can shock the entire medical world, especially when the audience sees when the ligaments are stitched up. He Fang's actually cut the Achilles tendon muscle of the trapezius heel again, and then put it in the incubator next to it. Take out a piece of this pale green-white replacement, and then trim it according to the Achilles tendon that was cut off by the trapeze, and then stitch it to the heel of the trapeze. At this time, all the doctors and athletes who watched the live operation had their eyes widened. What is this? He Fang's wants to lose the muscles of the trapeze. Everyone can understand. That piece of Achilles tendon muscle has been stitched into a lot of holes because of multiple operations. Although it can still be used now, there is absolutely no guarantee that the trapeze will perform high-intensity sprints as before. So the best solution is to use new artificial muscles. To be honest, artificial muscles have always been a difficult problem that the medical profession cannot overcome. Muscle tissue seems very simple, but you want to print it out for no reason. This difficulty is really no worse than artificial muscles. But now Professor He seems to have overcome this problem. You see, the piece of material in his hand is something that all medical experts in the world have never seen before. After He Fang's built it again, he thought it had completely matched the size, shape, and thickness of the Achilles tendon that had been reduced by the trapeze. He sewed the piece of material on the heel of the trapeze, and the fit was perfect. After the operation was over, the trapeze was sent to the intensive care unit. The operation was successfully completed. After the operation, Dr. He did not give an interview. But in the end, when he got off work, because reporters from all over the world had blocked the door of the hospital, so Dr. He had to come out and explain. The operation is completed, but it is not certain that it will be successful now. The specific success depends on the future recovery of the Flying Man. What was even more surprising was that the trapeze was able to get off the ground in 3 days. After a week, he removed the stitches and began to recover in the hospital. Dr. He did not accept the interview, but in the end the Flying Man accepted the interview. The interview with the Flying Man can be said to be a relief to everyone who pays attention to him and Dr. He in the world. And after such a big operation, he can go to the ground in 3 days. After a week, the sutures were removed, and then he immediately started rehabilitation in the hospital. This is definitely a world miracle. You must know that ruptured ligaments and muscle tears are definitely not a minor injury to athletes. What's more, the operation of the trapeze is more thorough, which is completely different from forgetting to connect the broken ligament and sew the torn ligament. He just replaced 2 sets of new parts, which feels like a car with 4 tires. The most important thing is the speed of his recovery. You must know that even in the most developed country of sports medicine in the United States, if an athlete has a ligament rupture injury, at least after the operation, He must lie on a hospital bed for a month before he can go to the ground. Then we have to take various fluoroscopy films to see how the ligaments heal. Then the doctor will arrange for a physical therapist to develop a training plan for you based on your recovery. The entire recovery process generally takes about 6 months, and the more serious injuries are 9 months, or even 1 year. Think about the alien Darrow, who was lying on the hospital bed for 2 years. And now the former Olympic champion replaced the Achilles tendons and ligaments, and started rehabilitation training in just a week. Mentalnovel.com. It sounds like a fantasy. In order to improve persuasiveness, the trapeze simply took out his own 3D perspective imaging film. Please rest assured, I am recovering well. I know, you may not believe it. I can get down to the ground and start rehabilitation training so soon. This is entirely because Dr. Ho uses a new technique that is completely different from traditional treatment methods. You can see this is a film I took 1 week after the operation, and you can see that my muscles and ligaments have recovered very well. The strong Achilles tendon has regained my confidence. I feel that I can still run. Such words of the flying man immediately caused an uproar, and all the reporters seemed to smell the sharks. The microphone for the interview, even more wishful to be directly into the mouth of the trapeze. Fortunately, the security guards in the hospital are very good, and at first glance there is a trend of chaos. Come here at once and separate the reporters. So, are you planning to make a comeback? Are you sure? You just changed your Achilles foot? The reporters were curious and anxious, and the flyer did give the outsiders a faint smile at this time. I am very confident, because after seeing the film yesterday, Doctor He said that I am recovering well. He said, give me another half a year, and I can definitely return to the game. So I announced that I will participate in the World Championships in Kyoto early next year. The words of the trapeze were absolutely as powerful as a blockbuster, and they detonated the group of reporters at that time. Originally, everyone was watching the results of the surgery, but I didn't expect to get such a great news that the trapeze was coming back. But they were so happy. Chapter 1190. Pioneer. The reporters are all concerned about the news that the flying man is about to come back. All medical experts in the world are studying the recovery of the trapeze. Although the experts did not participate in the trapeze surgery, they also watched the trapeze surgery through the live broadcast. So everyone is very curious about the materials used by He Fangzi in the operation, especially for the ligaments and tendons used for replacement. Everyone is very curious about what materials and processes are used to make them. Because during the interview, the trapeze took out the medical fluoroscopy that he took 1 week after the operation. Although only a few strokes in front of the camera, ordinary people may not see any clues. But the situation in those films can't hide the golden eyes of these medical experts. In particular, the flying people used the 3D perspective imaging technology jointly launched by Sunshine Hospital and the 9th Laboratory. Through these see-through light films, you can clearly see the muscle recovery of the trapeze heel. Just by watching the film, you can see that the trapeze is recovering very well. After only a week, there was no inflammation in the sutured area during the operation. One of the main reasons why athletes are most afraid of muscle and ligament injuries is inflammation, especially after repeated injuries to the same part, and then repeated antibiotics. The bacteria in this wound will breed strong drug resistance. It is very difficult to deal with him with ordinary antibiotics. In order to deal with these bacteria, doctors finally had to use larger doses of antibiotics. While large doses of antibiotics kill bacteria, they also destroy the original toughness of muscles and ligaments. This will make the muscles and ligaments brittle, and will be more prone to rupture and injury during vigorous exercise in the future. This is also the biggest problem that currently plagues the sports medicine community. That is how to ensure that the athlete's muscles do not get irritated repeatedly while ensuring that the athletes are trained with high intensity and large amounts of exercise. Because from common sense, insisting on high intensity and large volume training every day will inevitably cause muscle fatigue. Fatigued muscles are prone to injury and inflammation. Many talented athletes are destroyed by this seemingly insignificant muscle injury. The most famous of these is Kaka, the boy who chased the wind back then. Who would have thought that it took less than 2 years for the world footballer, who thought he was freshly released, to fall? Just because of his groin muscle strain, he recovered. He was straining, so frequent injuries and illnesses, and finally he was completely in a state of failure. After a few years, he no longer had the courage to chase the wind, and now this problem seems to have been completely overcome by the trapeze. You must know that he used to be an old patient with a muscle strain. At first, it was a muscle strain, and then because of inflammation after the suture operation. They use antibiotics in large quantities, and then the muscles lose toughness due to antibiotics, which eventually cause ligaments and muscles to rupture. Many experts in sports medicine know his path to fall. It is said that the bacteria in his body are very resistant to drugs, and the replacement surgery performed by Dr. He Fangzhu, even if it is successful. But in the eyes of these experts, it takes at least 1 month of cultivation before going to the ground. But now he went to the ground to start rehabilitation training in 1 week. What is even more surprising is that there is no inflammation at all in the suture of his wound. And more importantly, his replacement muscle tissue, and other muscle tissues, not only did not have a rejection reaction, there was even no adhesion at all. This is even more surprising to all medical experts. Unlike the previous artificial heart replacement, Dr. He did not announce any information about the materials used for the replacement. It's just that the ligaments are vaguely raised and are manufactured using the same 3D printing technology as the artificial heart. As for the tendon that was replaced by the trapeze, what material was used to make it? Dr. He didn't say a word, which aroused the curiosity of all doctors. If it is printed using 3D technology, is the cost too high? Most people simply can't afford. But if it is not printed with 3D technology, what material is it made of? This material actually has a bactericidal effect, otherwise it would be impossible to recover so quickly, and there is no inflammation at all. The other is that this replaced tendon did not adhere to other muscles in the heel. This material is too bad for Nima, right? You should know that although these doctors have never done this kind of muscle replacement surgery, they often help athletes to suture their muscles. They have gone through too many treatments for muscle tears, and in the treatment of such sports injuries, adhesions are the most feared. Because of muscle tears in the recovery process after suture, growth hormone will be secreted in large quantities. Regrown muscles can easily grow together with other nearby muscles or tissues. This phenomenon is called adhesion. Once adhesion occurs, even if the muscle is sutured on the transplant, the effect is directly reduced by half, because when muscle adhesion occurs, the exercise capacity of this part will be significantly weaker than normal. And if the muscle adhesion is serious, it will bring many sequelae. In future sports training, muscles and other muscle tissues will be torn again. Frequent outbreaks will cause inflammation and so on. But this kind of problem did not happen to the trapeze. This makes people even more compelled to admire the materials used by Dr. He. After thinking about it, many experts who were irritated had to get on the plane to benching. At the same time, there are countless athletes who are also contacting Dr. He's team at this time. These people all want the chance of being treated by Dr. He. Although Dr. Ho is now a cardiologist in his major, he has now become a top expert in the field of sports medicine because of this operation. What's more, the Sports Medicine Research Center he presided over is now under preparation. Although it has not officially opened yet, everyone wants to be the first customers of this research center. So now He Fangzhu has once again become the center of attention of the entire medical community. But now He Fangzhu is no longer the one who was beaten by everyone a few years ago because the experiment was too bold. He is now the master of the pioneering school of modern medicine. Naturally, it's not like a cat or a dog can see each other. So regardless of whether you are the world's top star, or you want to make an appointment for artificial heart replacement, the phone calls from you can only be transferred to He Fangzhu's secretary, and you will be scheduled through them. After He Fangzu became famous, He Xiaojun assigned him an assistant team. Yes, as a world-class boss, no matter how an assistant is enough, you must have a team. All the secretaries are He Fangzu's own choice. Yanzhu Wenfei, Eastern and Western all depend on He Fangzu's preferences. He Fangzu chose 8 for the secretary alone. When others can afford it. He Fangzu originally had a family, but last time he was verbally criticized by the Medical Ethics Committee because of the content of the experiment, which completely discredited him. He Fangzu's wife took the child, and all his family property, and transferred to someone else's embrace. After that, He Fangzu was left alone. After receiving Xiao Feng's investment, he has also been devoted to researching technology and has no time to engage in objects. Now that we have achieved results, people naturally have the right to enjoy life. And after the previous family change, He Fangzu's view of marriage and love has been turned upside down. He doesn't want to start a family anymore. He just wants to enjoy life. As his boss, He Xiaojun, how could he not understand what he meant? So he would naturally cheer him up. Then he was assigned this secretary class. On the one hand, it is to let He Fangzu enjoy it, and on the other hand, it is to improve his resistance. In order to avoid being able to go to Europe and the United States to do flying knives later, when giving academic lectures, I followed the principles of the Europeans and Americans. Especially Americans are best at doing such small moves. For example, the Treasury Secretary of the IMF used to be a waiter in the United States. This case is really, as long as you are not a fool, you know what happened. Therefore, He Xiaojun's arrangement www.mentalnovel.com also improves He Fangzu's immunity in this regard, so as to prevent him from making mistakes in the United States. On the other hand, it also sets an example for those younger generations. Look, Diosi, as long as you work hard, you can achieve the same results as Dr. Ho. Not only will there be milk, but even the dairy company will arrange it for you. Naturally, this has also increased the enthusiasm of the company's internal employees. Of course, this kind of thing can only be understood and cannot be said. But at this moment, this fascinating doctor, he was following Xiao Feng obediently, taking a walk by the Yuma River. The Yuma River is an inland river that runs through Binching. It is not very wide, but it is also a scene of Binching. Especially after the city's rivers were renovated several times, it became a very beautiful river in the city after changing the dirty and smelly situation before. Many real estate developers have taken land on both sides of the river and built a series of riverview mansions. In Binching, a city with mountains and seas, there is a unique landscape on both sides of the river. Xiao Feng also came back after finishing his work in the US in the last few days, and one of his important tasks when he came back this time was to help He Fangzu choose the location of the sports medicine center. Don't look at He Fangzu's coaxing in front of other billionaires and world superstars, but in front of Xiao Feng, he is absolutely respectful, because he knows that he can have all the achievements he has made today, but they are all given by the big guy in front of him. This is what you like. Xiao Feng followed He Fangzu for a long walk by the river, and finally came to the foot of Lianhua Mountain. Looking at the abandoned building halfway up the mountain, he turned his head and glanced at He Fangzu. He Fangzu nodded with a full face. Chapter 1191 Lobbyist. It turned out that during this period, He Fangzu himself was also looking for a suitable place to build a sports medicine research center. His new organ transplant research center is now upstairs in Sunshine Hospital. But he himself knew that sooner or later the would be swallowed by Sunshine Hospital. That's why he came up with such a trick from the sports medicine research center in the city, and Xiao Feng could understand his thoughts. After all, to achieve such results today, a proud person like He Fangzu must also want to stand on his own. If you let him surrender to He Xiaojun, he might have no objection. After all, He Xiaojun was the first veteran to follow Xiao Feng and the helm of the 9th laboratory. But if you let him sit under Guan Zhenhai, then he is definitely not happy. Although both of them were doctors, Guan Zhenhai's technical level was far behind him. So he wanted to separate the hospital, So he created a sports medicine research center. It is sports medicine in name, but he might turn it into a comprehensive hospital in the future. And Xiao Feng didn't object to his idea. It is better for the people under your hands to have competition, so as not to be able to lie in the comfort zone every day after tomorrow without the motivation to move up. So He Fangzu started choosing a location for his sports medicine research center early on. After seeing the place he chose, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh that this guy really knows how to choose. It turned out that the place he chose happened to be a hillside not far from his old house. This is also a mountain near the sea in Binqing district. It used to be a marine biology museum, but later, several museums were integrated in the city, and a large natural museum was opened in the development zone. This small museum was abandoned, and it was also sold in the city before. However, it has been sold for several years and has not been able to sell. Those who have the money think that the land is small, and the surrounding facilities are not complete and the transportation is inconvenient. Those who don't have money also dislike the fact that it is located in the mountains and the surrounding traffic is inconvenient. For development and construction, the cost pressure is too great. So this piece of land has been listed for several years, but it has not been sold. And when He Fangzu saw this place, Xiao Feng also felt that it was right. After taking a look at it, the main workplace of He Fangzu's team is still the pasture he bought before. The environment there is indeed very good, but it is too far from the city and it is not convenient to commute every day. Although the environment is quite quiet and the glitz of the city, it is suitable to dive into scientific research. But for married researchers, it is not very friendly. I have to drive to and from get off work every day, and it takes hours on the road alone. It's okay in the short term, but not so good in the long term. And with He Fangzu's team, it has been expanded several times. The entire team has grown from more than 300 people to more than 1,000 people. However, more than a dozen research projects were opened at the same time. Just relying on a scientific research base on the ranch is not enough. If this museum is taken down, it will be just right, and it just happens to be quiet here. Facing the sea, it is still in a mountain nest. However, driving out of the ravine, less than 10 minutes walk, is the bustling area of the city. If the sports medicine research center is built here, it will be the most suitable. Xiao Feng waved his hand, and Owen immediately drove the car up from a distance. Xiao Feng took He Fangzu into the car, and then drove straight to the gate of the old museum compound. This museum was built in the 1960s and is 5 stories high. The first to 4th floors are the exhibition halls, and the 5th floor is the staff's office. There are also 2 stories underground. The floor area is not very large, but the floor area ratio is not small. It is definitely not a problem to accommodate thousands of people. Xiao Feng remembered that he had been here with his family when he was young. Later, when I was in elementary school, the school also organized a visit to this museum to learn. Later, about 10 years ago, this place was abandoned. Because it has been abandoned for a long time, there is no one watching it here. In the parking lot in front of the museum, weeds are also reborn. If you take this place, will the building be rebuilt? Xiao Feng looked at the Baroque-style old building, a historical building of decades old. Although it looks very heavy, but it is too old after all. But He Fangzu smiled. It's not enough, don't you know, Mr. Xiao? This building was designed and built with the help of experts from the former Soviet Union. The materials used are solid, and it's all 50 walls. When Xiao Feng heard this, he also remembered the scene when he came to the museum to play in his childhood. At that time, he was still wondering why the walls of this building were so thick, 50 centimeters in full. When I grew up, I learned that this is the legendary 50 wall, which we learned from the former Soviet Union, mainly used for buildings in the northern region, to keep warm, and to facilitate street fighting like the Battle of Stalingrad. But now, such a thick wall has long been eliminated. But thanks to the strong repair of the building, it only needs to be remodeled internally. He Fangzu had already looked for someone to inspect the building, and even produced several drafts of the design drawings. At that time, as long as some steel structures are added to the building, many rooms can be transformed. At that time, I intend to use this building as the operating room and ward of the hospital, specifically for those athletes. Behind this building, we plan to open a clearing in the mountain, and then build a new building. And this building will undertake the future scientific research work of our team. He Fangzhu told Xiao Feng all his thoughts. After Xiao Feng listened, he also felt very satisfied. That's okay, just do it. Hey, but what? As soon as He Fangzhu started to squeeze, Xiao Feng knew that this guy must have come up with another moth. Let's talk. What's the matter? Are you short of money? Hey, it's not short of money. What I have now is. He Fangzhu quickly patted his chest, not to mention that he does not have his own hospital yet, but he is really not bad for money. Some time ago, he took the team, like a trapeze, constantly shuttled between Europe and the United States and the Middle East. It is constantly doing heart-changing operations for the tycoons of all walks of life. These tycoons who were troubled by heart disease immediately felt that there was hope in their life after seeing Thomas Brady back on the court. So he sent people to contact He Fangzhu's team every day to go there and perform operations on them. Naturally, He Fangzhu would not push back. So just a while ago, he had performed more than 50 heart exchange operations. The surgery fee alone made tens of millions of dollars. That's right. The external price of their surgery starts at $1 million. As for the highest price, it depends on the patient's condition and the difficulty of the operation. The harder it is, the more expensive it will be. Such charges are definitely astronomical for ordinary people. But for these tycoons, that's a piece of cake, and the price that people offer to He Fangzhu doesn't even blink at all. So there was the result of the He Fangzhu team, and this is not counting the donations of the other rich people too. In order to be able to get a good eye in front of He Fangzhu, so that when his heart is uncomfortable in the future, he can find Dr. He for heart exchange surgery as soon as possible. So those big guys who are not sick and have no disaster are also very willing to invest. The donation to He Fangzhu alone at this time was also tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, He Fangzhu is not short of money at all. With this more than $1 billion in hand, it is not a problem at all to want to buy this piece of land and build a new hospital. But when he found the city and expressed that he wanted to take this piece of land, he ran into trouble. The people above did not agree, but did not say not to sell. Anyway, they kept his appetite. In the end, He Fangzhu was ignited and directly let it out. If the other party disagrees, then he will go to another city to build it. Only then did someone from above come over to appease him. Then he explained it to him, and He Fangzhu realized that the other party didn't intend to embarrass him on purpose. I just want to get in touch with Xiao Feng through him, and hope to bring a message through him. Oh, what did they ask you to bring me? Xiao Feng naturally also knows why those people dare not www.mentalnovel.com to talk about these things by themselves. The main reason is that his status today is different from what he used to be. Now he is not only a respectable business tycoon. At the same time, he is a great contributor to the country. The construction of the Wuxing Railway under his leadership alone is a large project that the country has been seeking for a long time. So naturally the people above dare not embarrass him, but they still want him. He didn't dare to come to the door personally, so he could only pass a message through He Fangzhu. Hey, it's like this, Mr. Xiao. You also know that our sports situation in Binching has been going downhill in recent years. Our city's football team will stop cooking again this year. The above have also been looking for suitable companies to take over, but I have found a few companies and talked about it several times, but the results are not very satisfactory. Either the other party's request is very demanding, or the other party has no sincerity at all. So, no, they thought about you, but they were afraid that you would disagree, so they asked me to breathe with you. Listening to what He Fangzhu said, Xiao Feng understood. Feelings want to let themselves take over the strength of the football team. This is not bad. After all, Xiao Feng was also a fan of this team. When he was in junior high and high school, He would watch the Benthan team at home almost every weekend. It was also the most glorious day of Benthan football, having won the title of national championship many times. Only in the next few years, because the investors have not been very concerned and did not increase their investment, the team's performance has gradually declined. In recent years, the situation has become even worse. Chapter 1192 Squirt for Squirt. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these piers, which were naturally used to sell flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first, his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there are no Americans behind, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. This Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from the completion of the construction of the canal in 1914 to 1974 in the 65 years of the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans. It was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974, but in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once agitated the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the scales of the Americans. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a single pass? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is also controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger when taking the Panama Canal to transport oil, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, then I'm afraid it must be done by the Americans. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogotá and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just an elongated oval shape, and there is not much radiating from other parts of the country. The railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the operating conditions of this company have been in good condition. Now Lee Xingkai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of this company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. In this way, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xingkai with a smile, and Lee Xingkai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Okay, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before. But from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, you suddenly had a lot of Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it's Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot. What do they use to pay the wages of the Maoxung people? Only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maoxung is not lacking in oil, so even if Maoxung gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Taking into account the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But Lee Xingkai shook his head after hearing this. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. In addition, why should I denounce like Americans? I hope more people will come to dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I am not satisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the US. Looking at Lee Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. Lee Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, they have been no less than their brothers. After speaking, Lee Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to propose a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that success is less than success and more than failure. If you want to do something, before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. lawmakers will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult task. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the round worm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, you don't have to worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1093 Faith. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the APA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced. and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American texts so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? In the past, when China did not rise www.untilnovel.com, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans. So no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1094. Thriving. Even Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun didn't think of this situation. But it must be said that the Ninth Laboratory is strong enough. For many years, it has always been a foreign pharmaceutical company that has given everything in the Chinese market. Now there is finally a domestically produced company that has straightened its back, has the courage and ability, and says no to foreigners. Do you think the Chinese would like this company? And because of its superb benefits, the Ninth Laboratory has become the first choice for graduates from famous universities in China. However, the current Ninth Laboratory recruits talents, but it is very picky. If you want to enter the Ninth Laboratory, you must be a master student or a doctoral student from a prestigious university. And basically it is mainly graduates from famous domestic universities, mainly recruiting graduates in biology, chemistry, and medicine. Because of the reputation of the Ninth Laboratory, talents from all over the world take the initiative to submit their resumes to the Ninth Laboratory every year. Of course, the Ninth Laboratory will also admit part of it. And most of these overseas talents are mainly recruiting Chinese. And those who are recruited will definitely have special arrangements. Now the Ninth Laboratory is a very popular company, and countless foreign companies are staring at it. Even the US intelligence agencies will forget that the Ninth Laboratory is mixed with sand. Therefore, Xiao Feng specially sent a cloning team to do counterintelligence work here. Of course, for all recruited employees, a short-term training will be conducted, and in this short-term training process, the clone team will investigate these people. After the training is over, these people will only be arranged to work in some irrelevant positions. Once you find a clue, haha, it's easy to handle. Either instigate rebellion, or evaporate the world, or simply use it as a bait for rebellion. Anyway, to deal with these people, they have the means. The current Ninth Laboratory can be said to be in a booming stage, especially their healthcare products and several new drugs, which are now selling crazy. Healthcare products are sold as prescription drugs in European and American countries, so let's leave it alone. Their hemostatic gel and hemostatic spray, these two trauma medicines, have been ordered 3 years later. The Click serum capsule, which was also conducted by the Hefangzi team, is also selling well now. Therefore, the current Ninth Laboratory is in a real state of progressing daily. Daily net profit can be as high as 1 billion, which is not an exaggeration. With so much income, it can be said that there is no pressure to raise a team. But after He Xiaojun understood the purpose of Xiao Feng's visit this time, he didn't really want the Ninth Lab to get involved with the benching team. Mr. Xiao, our external image is a high-tech enterprise, and it is still in a rising period. We are going to engage in football at this time. I'm afraid someone will say that we are floating and we are not doing our jobs properly. When Xiao Feng thought, what He Xiaojun said was not unreasonable. I am not opposed to the acquisition of a team. I think it is more cost-effective to buy a team to feed a team, but it is done by a comprehensive group. He Xiaojun's suggestion made Xiao Feng feel very reasonable. I just thought about it before that I wanted to boost the reputation of the declining benching team, so I thought of the Ninth Laboratory. Thinking about it now, it seems that the Celebrity Chef Group is more suitable for such a task. The business scope of the current Celebrity Chef Group is very wide. The main business is famous chefs making fast food, and the second one is also Sunshine Hospital. Now these two are both well-known domestic enterprises. And now the Celebrity Chef Group has opened a new hotel, a variety of quick frozen seafood, canned food and other businesses. Compared to the Ninth Laboratory, it is indeed more comprehensive and versatile. Indeed, if it is acquired in the name of a Celebrity Chef Group, it will be more cost-effective to operate the team. Xiao Feng didn't stay too much on Daxing Island either, so he boarded a helicopter and returned to the building of the famous chef group. It was noon when he returned to the building, and he asked several senior executives to notify them that they would have a meeting in the afternoon. But people came back to the mansion in the sky above the hotel, and now Suzuki is resting here. In a few days, she will give birth. This is Xiao Feng's first child born in China, so he also attaches great importance to this child. He has been working overseas during this period, and Suzuki has not paid much attention to it. He was still quite guilty in his heart, but Suzuki was very open-minded. Xiao Feng's current family business is so big, she certainly can't manage it. She had also heard of the woman Xiao Feng was outside, but as a smart person, she knew that she had to turn a blind eye on some things. What's more, her child is Xiao Feng's eldest son in China. Although Katya is also pregnant, her baby's birthday is later than her own. And the most important thing is that she and Xiao Feng are both pure Chinese. This also means that at least these foundations in China, her children have more advantages. So Suzuki didn't care about how many other heirs Xiao Feng had, anyway, as long as everyone didn't meet. After the two had been crooked in the mansion for a while, Xiao Feng left the mansion and went straight downstairs. Zhu Jing took Xiao Hongdao, Xilin and other executives long ago. Although Xiao Feng was not in the country during this period, he knew every move within the Celebrity Chef Group. On the one hand, Suzuki was there, and on the other hand, it was also because of Kata. Don't look at the celebrity chef group claiming that the CEO is Xi Jinping, but in fact, when Xiao Feng is away, the real helm is Kata. It is also because Kata is at the helm behind, so the development of the celebrity chef group is smooth. Although in the past year, the celebrity chef group in the country has further promoted investment and opened branches, but they have not slowed down their pace of conquering cities overseas. In the past few years, they have opened more than 10,000 branches around the world. Now it is made by celebrity chefs, and its branches worldwide are approaching the 20,000 mark. The profitability of these branches can be said to be very stable. Although the competition for fast food on the market is fierce, celebrity chefs rely on their own unique tastes and excellent quality to win the hearts of people all over the world. Almost every single store can contribute nearly as many as tens of thousands to as little as thousands of net profits. So relying on fast food alone, celebrity chefs make more than 100 million profits every day. If you count the Sunshine Hospital, it is even more remarkable. Sunshine Hospital has now become a nationally popular private hospital. Now the burns and scalds of Sunshine Hospital have become the leading ACE department in China. Even the best public hospitals in the country dare not challenge them. And when Hefang's new organ transplant center reached a strategic partnership with Sunshine Hospital, the reputation of Sunshine Hospital increased to a higher level. There are also the liquid eye drops they launched some time ago and the newly opened dentistry. It even made Sunshine Hospital cramp after counting the money. Now the profitability of Sunshine Hospital can achieve a daily profit of more than 100 million yuan just by relying on dozens of branches in China. As for the Penivera Peninsula Hotel, which was originally built with the help of hands, it is planned to open all over the country under the push of Xi Jinping and Xiaolin. Recently, due to the pandemic, hotels in many major cities in China have been unable to operate anymore and have sold assets one after another. During this period of time, the celebrity chef group picked a good location and took over many hotels. Xiao Feng approved this plan a long time ago. This is also a major development direction for the celebrity chef group in the future. At the meeting, Xiao Feng first listened to reports from leaders at all levels of the group and learned about the development of the group. After everyone spoke, he made some conclusions, and then asked the middle-level leaders to retreat first. Only Xi Jinping, Kata, Xie Hongtao, and Xilin were left. I want to take down the Benthan team. What do you think? Xi Jinping and Kata didn't know much about football, but Xilin and Xie Hongtao knew both, especially Kobayashi. He is also a fan of the Benthan team, and naturally he can't understand the situation of the Benthan team. Now listening to the big boss say that they want to win the team and sponsor the team, he is naturally very happy. Although Xiao Feng only used the tone of inquiry, no one was a fool. Naturally, I heard what Xiao Feng meant to win this time. The boss idea is really very good. The Binqing team used to be the overlord of the domestic league back then. Moreover, there are still many football talents in Benthan.untilnovel.com. As long as we have the funds in place, it will only take minutes for the Benthan team to rebuild its glory. And how hot the football circle has been in the past few years. A certain big company was a small real estate company back then, but by relying on football, its reputation spread all over the country and it became a well-known real estate developer in China. This advertising effect is more than 1,000 times stronger than advertising on TV on the website. Our celebrity chef group, although it is still very famous now, if we can build a team to play on our own, it will be more conducive to the spread of our group's reputation. I have to say that Xie Hongtao can still speak, and the benefits of investing in a team can be fully explained in a few words. Okay, let's do it. Lao Xie, Xiaolin, I will work hard for you tomorrow. Go and contact the government to talk about the team's acquisition. Xiao Feng clapped the board on the spot, and Xie Hongtao and Xilin lined up their chests to promise him. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, this matter will be left to us. As soon as Xiao Feng left the meeting place, he received a call from Lord Wan. Ha! Your kid doesn't say hello when he returns home, it's not meaningful enough. Hey, I wonder if you are busy. Yes. Where are the people? Come out and meet you. Where are you? I'm going to find you. Xiao Feng wondered if Wang Gongcai might be in Beijing or Puhai, but he didn't expect Wang Gongcai to be in Binching. And his location is actually in a building on the side of the high-tech park. Xiao Feng also had no ink marks, so he asked Owen to get in the car and went straight to the high-tech zone. After half an hour of work, I came to the downstairs of that building. Chapter 1195. Wretched development. When he entered the lobby of the building, he found that Lord Wan had already been waiting for him in the lobby. Yeah, brother, you are really a busy person. It's not easy to invite you to see you. Through the previous encounters, Wang Gongcai and Xiao Feng have become true friends. So when the two talked, there were not so many rules. Xiao Feng replied with a smile. Is it not easy to see you? By the way, you are not staying by Puhai. Why are you here? Wang Gongcai's family started in Binching, but later for development, he went to Beijing. A few years ago, it was said that the headquarters was moved to Puhai again, so Wang Gongcai usually showed up in Puhai more often. However, Wang Gongcai's newly established Penglai Pavilion APP is headquartered in Beijing. Therefore, he often appeared in Beijing and Puhai. At this time, he suddenly appeared in Binching. Xiao Feng was quite surprised. And Lord Wan, at this moment, smiled and replied, I'm not following you. In fact, this time I had the idea of establishing the original Research Institute of Medicine and a medical device research and development company. Lord Wan also consulted Xiao Feng, and finally decided to locate both companies in Binching. There is a reason why he values Xiao Feng's opinion so much. Before that, he spent more than $15 billion in the United States to get 3% of Voglin's shares. To be honest, after returning home, his father complained for quite a while. However, in just a few months, Voglin has already turned a profit, and has successfully regained its status as the #1 drugstore chain in North America. This made his father have to look at Xiao Feng's management ability with admiration, and they all read Voglin's financial report. It has only been half a year since Xiao Feng took over, and he has already made more than $1 billion in profit. Recently, because of the pandemic, it has made a lot of money. Regardless of BLM's sake, many US people took to the streets to parade, and finally evolved into self-reaping behavior. But the business of other stores was greatly affected, but Voglin had never been affected. On the contrary, the business was better than before. The reason is also very simple. On the one hand, Voglin's shops are generally located in middle-class and wealthy areas. People who parade and make troubles cannot enter in such neighborhoods. Secondly, it was also because they not only hired a large number of security guards themselves, but also someone spoke up on them, so they should pay special attention to the safety of the Voglin store. So almost every time there is a parade, the police will patrol past their shops from time to time. So those guys didn't dare to come to Voglin to make trouble. In this way, with other chain pharmacies frequently receiving the impact of troubled people, Voglin's business situation is naturally very good. If this situation continues, Voglin will probably have a net profit of more than $10 billion through the end of this year. This is not an exaggeration at all, especially when the various health products of the 9th laboratory in their store are often sold out. Calculated in this way, they only rely on these shares in Voglin's hands. They can distribute hundreds of millions of dollars in dividends a year. Although this little money, compared with the $15 billion, seems to be a drop in the bucket. However, after experiencing the booming bubble in the capital market and the ups and downs of life, the Wan family believes that this is a high-quality share. And now Voglin has begun to expand globally. When their branches are opened all over the world, it will be divided into several hundred million every year, which are all small cases. And after a few years, Xiao Feng completed the global layout, in case he wants to take Voglin on the market. Ilgo, then I can start at the Apple level. How much is an Apple worth? At its peak, The market value was over $1 trillion US. If there are 3% of Apple's shares, how much is it worth? More than $30 billion. You must know that their family invested only $15 billion. Calculated in this way, the investment of Lord One at the time not only did not lose money, but also made a lot of money. You must know that there is no shortage of money in the One Gong Tsai family. For families like them, what they need most is assets that can maintain their value and can bring stable income to the family every year. Now it seems, what other asset is more valuable than Vogelin's shares? The most important thing is that their family's investment is still very low. You must know that there are many people who are staring at their homes at home, and even the assets of their homes abroad are quite clear to some people. This makes their home feel very uncomfortable, and this investment is very secretive and low, hiding under the radar. Hundreds of millions of dollars can be received every year. Isn't this the way most of the domestic giants hope to make a fortune? It is precisely because of this kind of benefit that young Master One truly regards Xiao Feng as his good teacher and helpful friend. Even the two industries he invested in this time, he followed Xiao Feng's routine. He knew that he had been too ostentatious before, and now he was staring at every move with a magnifying glass. If he were in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, he would say with much fanfare that he would invest in pharmaceutical R&D and medical device R&D. Then there must be countless ill-intentioned guys who have started to get enthusiastic before things are done. By the time the company hasn't started up, countless guys will come to the door with money to ask for cooperation. If it were the first time he started a business, he would naturally like such a big head. But after suffering loss, he absolutely stayed away from such a person. Originally, I didn't need money, so why bother to find so many masters and go back to the company to support them? The most important thing is that these guys are often scums who fail to succeed or fail. Think about it. How did his first venture capital fail before? It was a certain employer who later sent a bunch of masters to his company to eat his food and drink his food every day. But if you don't do a little bit of personnel, you will fight every day and fight for power. In the end, he just turned the original vigorous company into a misty atmosphere and dissipated people's minds. It can even be said that the first time he failed to start a business, he lost to those pig teammates. Fortunately, with the help of Xiao Feng, he started Penglai Pavilion for the second time. If not, in the eyes of those guys from now on, he will probably never be able to get rid of the label of the Second World Lord. Now that he is starting his business for the third time, he doesn't want to be caught by those annoying flies. And after discussing the location of the company with Xiao Feng, he also carefully weighed it. Opening in a first-tier city like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen does seem to have a good environment, a large number of talents, and even taxation advantages. But actually, the advantage of taxation will eventually be compensated in cost. First of all, the cost of living in the first-tier cities is high. Whether you are renting or buying an office building for a company, the cost of using it is extremely high. Secondly, the cost of talents is also high, and you have to pay first-line wages in first-tier cities. The second reason is that the housing prices in first-tier cities are too high, which leads to impetuous people. Many employees may not work for a few years and may have to change jobs or ask for wage increases. In fact, other people's requirements are reasonable, and this will greatly increase the company's burden. But if you are driving in a second-tier city like Beijing, it will be different. First of all, the cost of property will be greatly reduced. Secondly, the cost of talents will not be too high. As long as the salary standard is slightly higher than that of second-tier cities, talents can be found. Don't think that this is impossible. In fact, it is very possible. After all, housing prices in this city are not expensive compared to first-tier cities. As long as you can guarantee own a month's salary for first-class talents and enough to sell a 1 square meter house, you can definitely find high-end talents. There are 3 to 5 million people here, and one can definitely find high-level talents in first-tier cities that can only be hired with a salary of 1 million. And you don't have to worry about finding someone, because there are two top domestic enterprises the ninth laboratory in famous chef manufacturing. The headquarters are located in Ben Thanh. So naturally it attracted many high-level technical talents to apply for these two companies. If you can't find a suitable job in those two houses, you can naturally come to their home and try. So just picking up the missing talents from the ninth laboratory is enough for him to find qualified talents. And you don't have to worry about those people not agreeing. After all, talents are not fools. Although first-tier cities are more developed www.metalnovel.com, but life pressure is also greater, and earning such a salary in benching makes it much more comfortable. In addition, there is another very important factor in opening the company in benching. That is, their family has a very deep relationship here. Although their family moved the company headquarters to the capital, benching is where they started after all. So his father still has a lot of networks in this city. This is a first-class high-quality resource that can give one Gongtsis company a good shelter during its inauguration. After all, there are too many predators in the capital market these years. If his company is discovered as a potential stock in the first-tier cities, then the pressure he has to face is too great. And hiding in the wretched development of benching, now it seems that it is a good strategy. The building was built by my brother-in-law, and it has not been sold since then, so I took over it directly. It's over 60 floors. Young Master once said it carelessly, but Xiao Feng was full of emotion when he heard it. Look at people, this is even a reborn young expert. For a 60-story building, it is as simple as buying toys. And it was his brother-in-law. Is this showing off your family's network with me? The company name, I plan to call TED Biotechnology. There are 3 directions. The first direction is naturally generic drugs. This is relatively easy to do. Young Master 1 took Xiao Feng upstairs. This guy, like Xiao Feng, left 3 floors upstairs to install himself a mansion in the sky like Xiao Feng's house. And he brought Xiao Feng to his house directly. Chapter 1196 Start with generic drugs. Although the location of his building is not as good as the Twin Towers bought by Xiao Feng, the top floor of the 68th floor naturally has a good view. It is easy to see a piece of the sea in the distance, and his building, across the road, is the Yida shopping mall built by their house. Xiao Feng came to the large French window in the living room and looked at the beautiful scenery outside. Young Master 1 introduced him to his newly established TED company. However, Xiao Feng was a little distracted. He looked at the 2 office buildings next to the Yida shopping mall and asked, "Isn't that building your home? Why don't you stop working there?" "Hey! Don't I want to distinguish the relationship with the original company? Besides, my biggest idea for this startup is to keep a low profile. Before the company has grown, I don't want other people and capital to come in." Lord One asked them to bring them 2 cups of coffee. The longer he was in contact with Xiao Feng, the more he learned from Xiao Feng. Take the attitude towards capital, for example. When he first started his business, he thought that capital was fun and could help you grow the company as quickly as possible. However, it was discovered after a stumble that capital turned out to be nothing more than a bubble, and it was still a very dangerous bubble. Before you have the strength, it is best not to touch him, or the building will fall down, and it is very likely that you will be injured as well. And since this time, he has also contacted many domestic business leaders. Don't look at those guys, boasting that he is worth tens of billions. But those are all paper wealth in the financial market, and maybe some fluctuations can make them bankrupt. And those so-called rich men may have millions in their bank accounts. There really is something important to let them come out with that little money. They can't even come out with 100 million. Such a rich man seems to have money, but at a critical moment, he is the easiest to lose the chain. It is really not a fart. How can anyone who has the strength to do business in a down-to-earth manner, and what is done well in the industry? Now there are Warwick's bosses, as well as glass bosses. Look at people, this is really rich. The glass boss said that he has tens of billions on his stomach in the bank. Speaking of money, people can transfer billions of dollars every minute. After contacting Xiao Feng, He was even more shocked by Xiao Feng. This is a self-made guy who is younger than him. But he and his friends in the Benthan banking circle have inquired that this guy can call out billions, even tens of billions, in the bank every minute. It's so arrogant. Although the company is not listed, it does not have the aura of the big brothers in Irma. But if you really let him stand with Irma, is he really weaker than Irma? Even if he is Loke, he doesn't have the resources of Irma. But as long as he is willing, as long as he speaks, immediately, countless people will jump out, willing to take the initiative to lead him down. Don't you really think this is impossible? The reality is really like this, even more exaggerated than this. And this is the strength of others. So when he learned about Xiao Feng's strength, he wondered, and he would learn from Xiao Feng in the future, including the founding of this TED biotechnology company this time. He intends to follow Xiao Feng's path. To engage in industry, it has to be the kind of industry with a moat. Don't be afraid to invest heavily. Anyway, their family has never been short of money, and he still has a company that can continuously provide cash flow. Having made so much money, if it were before, he would definitely spend it all. But now he thinks it is better to invest in the industry, more insurance. As long as the industry is completed, the industry will continue to bring you returns. It's better than squandering the money. Xiao Feng also felt very pleased with Wang Gongzi's transformation. Although everyone used to be good friends, sometimes he always feels that everyone is still not on the same channel. The thing he disliked the most about Wang Gongzi was that this guy was too arrogant and always gave people an unreliable feeling. But now it seems that he has changed a lot, which is always a good thing. Then what generic drugs are you going to do first? Xiao Feng asked casually, but he didn't expect that Lord Wan didn't hide it from him. A medicine like Gleevec is naturally the first choice. There are more people taking this medicine in our country. The other is an anti-inflammatory drug like vancomycin. There is White Rabbit pain relief tablets. Young Master Wan talked about a few items, and Xiao Feng raised his eyebrows. Yeah, that's okay. It looks like you really have worked hard. As the boss of the 9th laboratory, Xiao Feng naturally knew these drugs. Don't look at it as a generic drug, but the profit in it is very high. For example, Gleevec. Although India has very low-priced generic drugs, it is still extremely profitable. But Lord Wan actually planned to start with Gleevec. It seemed that he had really made up his mind. Although Gleevec has passed the patent protection period, there are still few that can actually be copied. At present, several domestic pharmaceutical companies are making generic drugs for Gleevec, but the efficacy of the drugs is not satisfactory. Even 75% of the others are not up to it. Therefore, no one buys their generic drugs in the market at all, while India's generic drugs can achieve more than 99% of the efficacy of the original version. So Wang Gongzi intends to use this medicine as a breakthrough, but it is not just about making money. It can be seen that he wants to use such a medicine to start TED's reputation. As for vancomycin, it is even more serious. It belongs to the most powerful antibiotic at the moment. As we all know, because of the abuse of antibiotics in the past, many superbacteria have emerged. These superbacteria are often mutated from common Staphylococcus, Streptococcus, Enterococcus and other bacteria. These superbacteria can often cause very serious infections, such as endocarditis, osteomyelitis, sepsis and infections of the respiratory tract, urinary tract, skin, and soft tissues. Once an infection is induced, ordinary antibiotics are no use to them. Eventually, it usually leads to the patient's organ failure and death. To deal with such superbacteria, super antibiotics such as vancomycin are often needed. Vancomycin can also be said to be the most lethal antibiotic at present. It is currently used in major hospitals, especially to deal with the symptoms of severe infections. Moreover, the price of such antibiotics is naturally very expensive. At present, only one pharmaceutical company in Tianjin can imitate it, and the price is very expensive. The price of 0.5 grams for injection is about 90 yuan per piece. But to be honest, the effect is very mediocre. At present, the best vancomycin is the Japanese pharmaceutical company, and the 0.5 grams vancomycin produced in Japan is sold at about 150 in China. Don't be too expensive. You can't buy it at this price in many hospitals. Those who have undergone major surgery often have to inject a box of 5 to fight infection within a few days after surgery. So the prospect of this super antibiotic is very big. This time Mr. One sent people to Japan to dig people. And he dug back several old experts who had worked in the pharmaceutical factory before. These people can be equivalent to mobile technical guides. Won Gongtsai hired these people back with a high salary, but it was for their technology. Moreover, Lord One invited them back with a high salary, but it was definitely not just for them to help imitate vancomycin. For all broad-spectrum antibiotic drugs, these old experts have the skills. Young Master One wants them to take out all those skills and train domestic technicians. This is also a Guingpu medicine produced by his Heiwang pharmacy to improve the quality. In the past, Guingpu drugs were also produced in China, and both penicillin and oxytetracycline could be produced. But to be honest, the quality of our antibiotics is very average. For example, the same roxithromycin, our medicine, is less effective than foreign ones. With the same content of drugs, people can quickly reach the peak blood concentration in the shortest time, and the effect lasts longer than ours. In this way, the effect is naturally better than ours. The reason for this is the gap between the process and the working procedure. And these, we really want to learn from the Japanese, because Western pharmaceutical companies will never tell you. For example, in the past few years metalnovel.com, in order to obtain Roche's process of producing penicillin, we imported equipment from others at a high price. He even bought dozens of tons of products, but in the end he was fooled as a monkey. The process is not set out at all. This time, if it were not for the pandemic, Japanese small and medium-sized enterprises would have closed down one after another, and workers' lives would be difficult. It is really not that easy for Won Gongtsai to dig these old experts from Japan. Because the pension system in Japan is different from that in China, the pensions for retired workers in certain special jobs in our country are very high. But Japan is different. As long as you retire, your pension is only a third of your working hours. In this way, those who have savings will be fine, but those who have no savings, or those who have a heavier family burden, will have a hard time. This is also the main reason why many elderly people in their 70s or 80s are still working in Japan. Because they want to live and ensure the quality of life, they can only go out and do some work within their capacity. And this time, some of the old experts that Mr. One called were retired and lacked money at home. And some were not even at retirement age. It's entirely because the company can't continue to operate and close down and become unemployed. These people don't think they are ordinary in Japanese pharmaceutical companies, but if they come to China, their skills and experience are very valuable, because in the past, our investment in medical research and development was really too weak, and the debt we owed was too much. And these old experts invited from the capital just made up for our shortcomings in this area. It can even be said that with the appearance of these old people, the starting foundation of Won Gongtsai has been improved by 3 levels compared with his peers. Chapter 1097 Punch the master to death. These old Japanese men, if they are retired, have worked in the company for more than 30 years before they retire, and their average salary is around RMB 30,000 or 50,000. But after retiring, the salary is only more than 10,000, which seems not low, but in terms of living standards in Japan, it is really not that much. As for the middle-aged technicians who drag their family and mouth, let alone, and the wages that Mr. One gave them were all monthly wages, ranging from 80 to 100,000. It's just that for such a high salary, there must be a corresponding return. It is different from the attitude of some companies to provide foreign engineers after acquiring foreign companies. Won Gongtsai is not used to their habit, to give them such a high salary. They must make corresponding contributions. All the crafting procedures must be handed over to the H country technicians they bring. if they are hidden and tucked. Hey, I'm sorry, this is the territory of Country H, and Lord One has 10,000 ways to prevent them from returning to Japan. In addition, timeliness must be guaranteed. In other words, within a year. They must train these domestic technicians. If you can't do it, get out. Anyway, there are countless unemployed people like them in Japan. As long as the money is in place, you are not afraid of not being able to hire people. But don't think that the Japanese are too loyal, but everyone has to eat. The salary offered by the son of one, even if he got in Japan, is still a high-paying family. So naturally there are countless Japanese people willing to work for him. Your choice of white rabbit painkillers is also quite good. Xiao Feng smiled and praised Wang Gongcai casually, but Wang Gongcai immediately became happy after hearing this praise. Speaking of Chinese people, if they traveled to Japan, they usually buy several things. Apart from cosmetics, I am afraid that all kinds of medicines are the most purchased. White rabbit pain relief tablets is one of the most popular. The main effective ingredient of this white rabbit pain relief tablet is actually ibuprofen, but not only ibuprofen. The Japanese added some other ingredients to the medicine, so the pain relief effect of this medicine is really very good. It can even be said that it is not generally good. And in the breakdown of drug use, it can be seen that Japanese people like to pursue the ultimate effect. For example, this white rabbit pain relief tablet is divided into 3 types. The regular version with blue lettering on a white background, an enhanced version with silver lettering on a blue background, and finally a limited edition with a pink box. Anyway, all kinds of pain can be effectively relieved. The effect is, to be honest, it is really leverage. In this regard, our country is much worse. Even the ibuprofen sold on the market is mostly produced by joint ventures. The real domestic painkillers are really rare. Even if there are so few models, the effect is not particularly good, and the price is not cheap. Therefore, Mr. One planned to imitate these Japanese painkillers. Anyway, he has the channel of the Heiwang Pharmacy in his hand. As long as the medicine is made, he is not afraid that it will not be sold. Xiao Feng also agrees with this idea very much. And those dragon cacks, what kind of medicine? You can get it back. Hey, I think so too, but you always have to eat one bite at a time. Wang Gongcai said with a smile. Speaking of Japan, it can really be said to be a big treasure house around us, especially in terms of drugs. They are really too much ahead of us. Since the gap is so big, it's really not as good, just take it directly. Anyway, this group of Japanese also grabbed a lot of good things from us in the past. For example, this Ryukakusen, which is popular all over Japan, is actually a prescription from Chinese medicine and is used to relieve coughs. Later, when the Japanese got a prescription, they went back to study and made improvements later, and then they came up with such a Ryukakusen. Not to mention, in terms of cough and sedation, it is indeed effective. This time, Lord One, he aimed at the big tree in Japan, and planned to hug the tree and some blood. The second step is the original research drug. At present, I have recruited several teams to start the research and development of genetic-targeted anti-cancer drugs. Oh, good thing. Xiao Feng was also surprised when he heard Wang Gongcai's second thought. The company that has just opened has the courage to work targeted drugs. It seems that young Master One is really determined this time. Although the organ transplantation pioneered by He Fangzi has provided a new idea for the treatment of cancer. But organ transplantation is not a panacea, especially for patients with advanced cancer. When cancer cells have spread, it may not be enough to replace one organ. If you want to save your life, you may need to replace several organs. It has to be the families of local tyrants to be able to support this type of treatment. But if cancer cells have spread to the lymphatics, they will flow to the whole body with the blood, and even spread to the bones. Even if you have money, you can replace all the internal organs. In this case, it will be hopeless. Therefore, anti-cancer drugs still have great market prospects. However, because of the new organ transplantation procedures brought by He Fangzi, the cost of such research has indeed been reduced a lot. because of this kind of research before, the consumables used are very expensive. Many people also know that you are researching anti-cancer drugs, and without his consumables, your research can't go on. Therefore, some of the consumables that he monopolizes are priced particularly expensive. But now that organ transplantation is an alternative treatment method, the raw material providers will no longer dare to call high prices as before. This is also a good thing for scientific research. As a result, at this time, Lord One plans to invest in research in this area, but it may not necessarily be the same as before, so he burns money. By the way, you still need the help of your 9th laboratory to keep the balance in the future. After all, my company has just been established, and the staff is not complete. There are some experiments and things. I am afraid that the people here can't handle it. On the other hand, there are many professionals on your side. I heard that at least you can find people who start with a master's degree. There are more than 1,000 doctors alone. Lord One said to Xiao Feng with a smile. Xiao Feng gave a ha-ha. Don't worry, there are experiments that you can't handle. Just say hello to me. I will arrange for someone to come and help you at that time. The most troublesome part of making original research drugs is designing various experiments, especially for the research and development of such genetic-targeted drugs. You need to first conceive of experimental methods and procedures. That is, before the experiment, you have to design an experiment plan. Then experiment again and again, and this aspect really requires high-level professionals. Starting with a basic PhD, you can design your own experiments. With the current staff reserve of 10,000 suns, there are really many experiments that can't be done by relying on self-fee payment. That's why he mentioned this issue. And Xiao Feng naturally would not stand idly by. Hearing Xiao Feng's promise so readily, Wang Gongcai was also relieved. As for the third aspect, it is naturally the research and development of medical devices. At present, we have started the research and development of the cardiovascular stent, and the endoscope. We are also copying the research and development. Speaking of cardiovascular stents, the Japanese are indeed doing very well in this regard. Although Hifangzi has brought new artificial heart transplantation technology, this kind of operation is very expensive because of the price. It is only suitable for severely ill patients with very good family conditions or heart disease. The conditions for large-scale popularization are not yet available. So at least 10 years later, ordinary heart therapy will definitely be effective. Of course, the price will definitely be much cheaper than before. For example, this built-in cardiovascular stent, even if it is imported, is definitely much cheaper than before. It used to be more than 10,000 stents, but now it is only 1,000 yuan. If not, people would rather bite their teeth and go for a heart replacement operation. But even if the stent is only more than 1,000, it is very profitable. Think about it, if you buy a stent for a bigger fart, you can buy more than 1,000. How much profit is there? The Japanese are indeed very unique in this area, and Wang Gongcai has hired many experienced technicians from Japan this time. I just want them to teach domestic engineers how the bracket is designed and what materials are used. Even how this material is smelted. Why do you want to do it? Not only need to know how to do it, but also let domestic engineers learn why to do it. Only by understanding this, domestic technicians can develop new things on the basis of the technology proposed by the Japanese. The other is endoscopy. In terms of endoscopy.intelnovel.com, Japanese can indeed be said to be world leaders. Even many endoscopic surgeries are promoted by the Japanese. It was the doctors in the United States who first invented and created the endoscopy. But it was the Japanese who really played the endoscope and created and developed the mode of endoscopic surgery. And endoscopic surgery can really be said to have benefited more and more patients. For example, gastric tumor resection. 10 years ago, even if the tumor is not big, you must have surgery, appetite, and excision of the tumor. Now, you only need to enter the stomach under the endoscope, and then use a special snare to remove the tumor for you. Not only does it require no surgery, it is also very simple, and will not cause great pain to the patient. Just with the emergence of this technology, it is not known how many patients have benefited. At present, the endoscopes used in major domestic hospitals, as well as snares, and various other auxiliary materials for endoscopic surgery. In this regard, there have been some basic equipment accidents, almost all of which are imported from Japan. The profit here is much higher. Therefore, Lord Won, the direction he chose to overcome this time was really fine. We don't need to have any innovation, as long as we learn Japanese technology and squeeze them out of the domestic market. It is enough. What is this called? This is called mastering barbarians, to develop skills to control barbarians, and punching the master to death. Anyway, the Japanese used to do that too. Taking advantage of this pandemic, many small and medium-sized enterprises in Japan have closed down. But Mr. Won sent a team to copy a lot of the old secrets of such small and medium-sized medical device manufacturing companies in Japan. But they copied a lot of good treasures. Chapter 1198. Thanks to the hard bones of China. Hey, look at this guy named Komatsu. This is a good baby. Now I have let him be the head of the endoscope R&D department, with an annual salary of 2 million. Speaking of the Japanese bargain hunting medical device factory, Won Gongtsai is extremely proud. To be honest, he did a very beautiful job of bargaining this time. Over the years, there have been many mergers and acquisitions by domestic companies acquiring foreign high-tech companies. But there are very few core technologies that can really be bought. For example, the big joke of the year was thinking that the acquisition of IBM's laptop business cost more than $1 billion, and in the end only an empty shell was bought. And in a year after that, their acquisition of Motorola was even more mysterious. Motorola didn't buy any of its core technologies. Instead, it only bought a Motorola brand and spent several billions. It is no wonder that some people later said that they were companies of conscience in the United States. Judging from their actions, they were really sharing their worries for their major shareholders in the United States. There is also a certain automobile company that swallowed the famous Nordic brand Volvo by playing capital. This operation seems magical, but the truth behind it makes the knowledgeable see it and can only spurn it. After spending billions, please come back to a bunch of ancestors to make offerings at home. People do not allow you to send people to supervise, nor do you allow you to manage the operation of the enterprise, let alone take away any of their technologies. It has been more than 10 years since the acquisition of the Nordic famous brand, but I can only watch it, and then I am crazy when I release a new car. I always say that my engine is the engine of the Nordic conscience, but their engine is a joke in the eyes of people who really know how to do it. After spending a lot of billions, please come back for a vote of the ancestors, and give them all kinds of high welfare and high wages, and they have to be the leader of the Chinese market. After the acquisition, the performance of the Nordic brand was indeed good, but the sales growth was mainly in the Chinese market. In overseas markets, it was even beaten by other people's BBA, and the overseas market failed to bring any contribution to the company. Instead, rely on the company to act as a comprador to help them develop the domestic market. And when this company is a grandson, it is tiring. Please come back to a group of dads. If you can't make any money, you have to pay for it. The most hateful thing is that they don't even give you any skills, so they can only play the side ball by themselves. Sometimes the more Xiao Feng learns about that company, the more angry he is. If you have the spare time and hype that you are the most beautiful national car every day, you might as well invest in research and development. When it comes to domestic cars, Xiao Feng really admires two companies. One is FAW and the other is BYD. Think about it. Over the years, many people say that FAW has taken 50 billion yuan, but nothing has been developed. Xiao Feng was frustrated. These were all rumors made by foreign car companies who wanted to hack FAW and invited unscrupulous people from the media. I don't know why so many people believed. It is a joke to say that FAW has taken the country 50 billion. As a central enterprise, FAW's annual income is directly attributable to the central government, so it is almost the same as the country's 50 billion yuan from FAW. As for FAW, for so many years, it has not developed its own technology. That's purely Xia by talking about it. Do you have any technology in FAW? Anyone who has worked in the domestic automobile manufacturing and design industry knows that FAW is the Whampoa Military Academy of Huago Automobile. Every year when major car companies are looking for people, they squat at the door of FAW and hand out flyers. FAW's various technical reserves are actually very strong. But why didn't it apply to its own brand cars? This is because of the status of FAW's central enterprise. There are many people in it. He is not a businessman but a politician. When it comes to political performance, some people have to wrestle. So many things seem very simple, but in central enterprises, especially in central enterprises of this size, it is difficult to achieve. There are so many stories in it. And the ants really dare not say it. If they say it, it will be harmonious. But anyone who knows the truth should thank FAW. Thank them for keeping the fire for domestic cars. As for the other company BYD, it is also the top iron company that Xiao Feng admires very much. Don't look at people's bad names and bad reputations, but this company is really hardcore. The reason why Xiao Feng admires them is because this company is notoriously hardburned. It is one of the few domestic companies that dares to face difficulties, is full of sword spirit, and dares to fight tough battles. Their most famous battle example was that they pulled Bosch off their horse in one hand and beat the price of the body stabilization system on their own. At present, many domestic vehicles are equipped with ESP systems. In the past, Bosch never actively sold this brake safety system to Chinese automakers. Regardless of your scale, as long as you are an independent brand of Huago and you want to buy it, you can buy a set of 8,000 yuan. But they don't even want 800 for the public. Even if your Chinese car company wants to buy in large quantities, they won't give you a cheap price. In the end, BYD got angry, and they just gathered a group of college students, and it took 3 years to get it out. After that, Bosch began to relax ESP's exports to Chinese automakers. There is also an automatic transmission, which domestic companies could not buy before. At that time, Volkswagen regarded its Big Fool transmission as a treasure, and AN was willing to provide some 4AT transmissions to domestic companies. But at that time the international mainstream was already 6AT. Moreover, even if AN is willing to buy automatic variables for domestic car companies, it is also conditional, that is, you must be equipped with domestic Mitsubishi engines. In the end, BYD was also annoyed. It also took a group of college students and it took 2 years to come up with its own dual-clutch transmission. It was from that time that foreign auto parts suppliers began to cooperate with Chinese auto companies on a large scale. The automatic transmission is no longer a weapon that they can hold on the neck of a domestic car. And what makes Xiao Feng admire even more is that BYD is still a domestic company, the first to go to Japan to buy dips. And it is also the most successful company. As early as the first 10 years after 2000 years, it was the time when domestic automakers were booming. At that time, our cars, compared with foreign cars, can be said to be backward in all respects. The engines of most car companies even use 4G series of Japan's Mitsubishi, which are jointly produced in China. For the time being, large parts such as engines and transmissions will not be mentioned. At that time, we couldn't even do the body parts of cars. Many self-service brand cars had insufficient stamping precision of body panels. After being assembled together, the gap between the body covers is very large. The most famous case at that time was that someone bought the first sacred car independently produced in China at that time, the Zonghua Junji. But after I got it, I found that the car's engine cover, the gap between the trunk cover and other car sound covers was very large. Moreover, the left and right sides are not aligned, and the maximum error can exceed 1 centimeter. At that time, after the car owner posted the photos on the forum, it attracted a lot of carnivals that hate the National Party. The technology of Chinese companies is not good, and the attitude of Chinese companies is not good. The Japanese technology is awesome, and the Japanese technology is good. At that time, it was because of that incident, but it also caused a big controversy. The reason why such a gap is caused is mainly because our mold technology is not good. BYD, which had just entered the car industry at that time, was also deeply troubled by this kind of pain. Fortunately, the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008 broke out suddenly within a few years, and it soon spread to Japan. At that time, the Japanese economy also suffered heavy losses, and many companies were unable to persist and even struggled. And at this time, BYD took a shot at the right time. With their shot, they directly won the Ojihara Mold Factory, one of the three giants of Japanese molds. This mold factory used to be a mold factory for Toyota, Subaru and Mazda. At that time, BYD bought this company at a very suitable price. And it is not the same as a certain benefit who invited the ancestors of Northern Europe to come back. They actually obtained the technology of Ojihara mold. Back then, BYD sent hundreds of technicians to the Tatebayashi factory of Ojihara mold factory. And after that, I have sent people to the Tatebayashi factory to learn technology for many consecutive years. Mentalnovel.com. At the same time, we have also recruited technical experts from the Tatebayashi factory to provide guidance in domestic factories many times. After that, BYD's body mold technology has made rapid progress. The machining accuracy of body panels has been directly increased to 1 micron starting. Because of BYD's technology introduction, by 2012, Country H became an exporter of molds. By the time of 2019, Country H had become the world's largest exporter of high-precision molds, and its export share accounted for 26% of the global market. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng admires BYD very much. Compared with those companies that can only hype, this is a low, pragmatic company. Of course, BYD is not perfect either. They are much worse than many big factories in their attitude towards workers. The salary has been low, and the procurement system is flooded with the boss's family members, causing the department to be very chaotic. This is also a common problem of H-country enterprises. But the flaws are not concealed. Xiao Feng still admired Xiao Feng very much in his attitude of daring to fight tough battles and daring to shine the sword. And this time Wang Gongcai succeeded in bargaining in Japan because Xiao Feng asked him to ask Mr. Wang for advice before going to Japan. Mr. Wang is also a senior in the business world, and Mr. Wang is also an extraordinary person, and both sides have known each other earlier. However, the time that Lord Wang visited in person, Boss Wang was very surprised, and at the same time he felt that he was very honorable. Coupled with the fact that young Master Wang can surrender himself, he quickly won the favor of Boss Wang. Therefore, in terms of how to go to Japan to buy the bottom and the experience of acquiring companies, Boss Wang gave all his advice to Mr. Wang. Chapter 1199 One Fire in Winter. Speaking of Lord Wang, he is also a legend in the Chinese business community now. When he first debuted, everyone thought he was just a dude with no words. But who could have imagined that he had tossed an internet company with a valuation of several billion in just a few years? However, what was even more unexpected was that his seemingly prosperous internet company collapsed in just 1 year. There was even news that he had a debt of several billions. After that, he frequently became the defendant and was collected by others for debts. At that time there was a group of people who laughed at him every day behind their backs, talking about dudes, prodigal sons and the like. There are countless self-media in order to keep up the heat. Every day he speaks bad things about him, hype news about him. During that time, many people thought that this 10,000 Suns would be finished. In addition, during that time, the traditional field of their family was in trouble, and his father had to think of some way to save himself. Many people think that their homes are over, and even many malicious people are waiting to see the excitement. But no one would have thought that in less than a year, the people's family has turned over again. This time, they created another Penglai Pavilion, and this consultation app can be regarded as a precedent in China. Long before this app appeared, many people were thinking about combining the internet with medical care. But there has been no good solution, a good way to connect online and offline. As a result, Lord Wan, in conjunction with the 9th Laboratory and Sunshine Hospital, set up a self-organized physical examination center, and solved the most critical step. After the patient's physical examination, upload the physical examination report to your data center as soon as possible. The doctors can then diagnose the patients online based on the physical examination report. And because of the 3D fluoroscopy imaging technology of the self-service medical examination center, the 3D fluoroscopy imaging provided by the center has higher definition, which can more accurately show the situation in the patient's body. This allows doctors to diagnose the condition more accurately, which provides the fastest way of consultation for white-collar workers in big cities with a fast-paced life. It also made Pengli Pavilion the most popular app for the general public in the past year. Up to now, the number of users is even close to that of Douyin, which is mainly entertainment. The daily activity has even surpassed Douyin. As the helm of such an enterprise, Wan Gongcai turned over in one fell swoop and became the most eye-catching new business star at the moment. Only at the age of about 30, they have already experienced a fall, and then rise again. Wan Gongcai has become an out-and-out fashionista in the business community of H country. Coupled with his daring to speak and act, this makes him an idol for the vast number of young people in H country. Such a cutting-edge businessman took the initiative to come to his door to ask for advice. How can you not be proud of BYD boss Wang? Moreover, they uphold the attitude of meeting seniors and are very polite, which makes Boss Wang even more fond of Lord Wan. It's not just about going to Japan to buy the bottom, but also to teach the experience of dealing with Japanese people. He even introduced him to several leading parties in Japan. It was also under the leadership of these leading parties introduced by Boss Wang that Lord Wan could successfully complete this acquisition. Mate, I didn't know if I didn't know before. This understanding really shocked me. When I was young, an elder in my family had esophageal cancer and had an operation. I remember clearly that it was necessary to open the chest and take a section of the esophagus to remove the tumor. If the tumor is not well positioned, even a part of the stomach has to be removed. At that time, I went to the hospital with my mother to serve my elders every day, so I knew something about stomach diseases. Later you asked me to buy Japanese gastroscopy technology. To be honest, I didn't care too much at the beginning, but when I learned about it, I was shocked. It turns out that the technology of gastroscopy has developed to this point today. When I was a child, I remembered that gastroscope was a means to check the condition of the stomach, but I didn't expect that the Japanese would just use this technique for fun. Now that polyps and stomach tumors are removed, everyone uses gastroscopes at home. Originally, a major operation, after using their equipment, turned into a minor operation. So after I learned about it, I really didn't admire them. Speaking of gastroscopy technology, Wan Gongcai is eloquent. Obviously he has learned a lot recently, and the more I understand, the more I like this technology. At this time, it is inevitable that Xiao Feng's reason for letting Master Wan go to buy a Japanese endoscopy company is certainly not to harm him. That's because after he learned about endoscopy technology, he also admired the Japanese very much. As early as 20 years ago, esophageal cancer and gastric cancer were all major operations. And even if people found gastric polyps at that time, they could only observe, because even if they knew that gastric polyps would eventually develop into tumors in all likelihood. But you can't just remove them just because you found gastric polyps, because you want to remove the gastric polyps, which would require a major operation. Therefore, we can only wait for the gastric polyps to undergo surgical resection after the disease has occurred. In fact, this is a kind of palliative therapy. and this kind of therapy has brought a lot of pain to the patient. This situation has changed since the Japanese developed endoscopy technology. They invented argon knives, electrocoagulation knives, pipe network cutting and so on. Let the removal of polyps change from a major operation to a minor operation. Even as long as the tumor is not serious, it can be removed with this technique. It can be said that this technology has benefited countless patients with stomach diseases, and the endoscopes they developed can be used not only in gastroenterology, but also in anorectal and obstetrics and gynecology. And now, relying on these new technologies, a series of new surgical methods have been developed. It can be said that it has greatly benefited the patients by turning the previously difficult major operations into low-difficulty minor operations. After learning about endoscopy and endoscopic surgical methods, Won Gongtsai became more and more interested in this technique. The Komatsu manufacturing he acquired this time was a big leak. Speaking of endoscopy, there are so few companies specializing in manufacturing in the world. The first-line brands include Stryker in the United States, Schultz in Germany, and Olympus in Japan. The second-tier brands are Snake brand from Japan, Wolf and Nordorf from Germany, and MGB from the UK. There are also Shinda and Puhai in China. But to say the hegemon in this field, it is undoubtedly Japan's Olympus. This company's endoscopy occupies 70% of the world's market share. Stryker of the United States and Schultz of Germany occupy another 15% of the high-end endoscopy market. The remaining 15% is divided among the remaining enterprises. Therefore, second-tier brands can only eat so little leftovers from the fingers of these first-tier manufacturers. And this Komatsu manufacturing is interesting to say. The founder of this company, named Shinji Komatsu, joined Nikon in the 1960s and 1970s. I first worked in Nikon's optical department. And this Komatsu Jinsei is actually a family background. His ancestors were first grounded glass. During the Shogunate, his great-grandfather and the Dutch learned techniques, specialized in grinding quartz, making myopic glasses, and selling reading glasses to wealthy merchants and nobles. Later, he opened his own optical shop. After World War II, their handicraft workshop was squeezed into bankruptcy by a large company, so after graduating from university, he joined Nikon's optics department. In the beginning, it was on the production line to help polish the lens. Later, after mastering the profound meaning of modern optical production technology, this Mr. Komatsu resigned resolutely and went home to start his own business. It can be regarded as regaining the old business and opening his own lens factory. At first, relying on Nikon's relationship, he made OEM camera lenses for Nikon's family. Later, I felt that the industrial endoscope was doing something wrong, and I started to work up the tube endoscope again. Later, by chance, he accidentally entered the medical market and began to produce endoscopes for hospitals. At first, I made it myself and sold it to hospitals. Unfortunately, it turned out that the market was monopolized by giants. So through the relationship, I got on the car of Toshiba Medical Department to produce OEM endoscopy equipment for Toshiba. When Toshiba was strong www.untilnovel.com, they naturally followed suit. But later, after Toshiba was placed by the Americans, his vitality was greatly injured. Especially in recent years, because of problems in the direction of investment, the company is losing money. The original huge medical device market was even divided up by other medical device companies, which made life difficult for the Komatsu family. Especially in the last 10 years, Olympus has made rapid progress in the field of medical endoscopy, as if it has opened up the two channels of Rin and Do. Crazy siege in the market, but the Komatsu's family was hit hard enough. Originally, many of their markets were swallowed by Olympus. What is even more annoying is that they went to negotiate with Olympus, hoping to switch to Olympus, helping Olympus produce OEM products. But he didn't expect that Olympus would not kill them at all. It's not the same as Toshiba's big business. Olympus was originally a company focused on the optical field. People have their own hands in polishing lenses and optical research. Little companies like Komatsu Manufacturing are insignificant. And not only did they not intend to cooperate with Komatsu, on the contrary, they wanted to wipe out small and medium-sized enterprises like Komatsu in the market. To monopolize the market of medical endoscopy. Such a move made Komatsu Dao, the owner of this generation of Komatsu manufacturers, annoyed. The business handed down by his grandfather, in his generation, has been sluggish, and people are forced to go bankrupt. However, Komatsu was sorrowful. Before the son of one came to the door, he borrowed wine to seduce his sorrows at home every day. And the sudden appearance of Lord Wan, to him, it was definitely a fire in winter. Chapter 1200. It's better to come early than to come by coincidence. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States? The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogotá and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xingkai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xingkai with a smile, and Lee Xingkai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Magsang? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Magsang is not a country lacking oil. So even if Magsang gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xinkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xinkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Lee Xinkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Lee Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with Leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Lee Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with Leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good, and many people have no jobs. Now it is not that easy to go fishing at sea.metalnovel.com. So many people are hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this. So the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it. But it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness.